Hey guys and welcome back to my channel. This is part 2 of What If Naruto Was the Devil Ninja in High School DxD. Before we begin, don't forget to like, share and subscribe, and also go and support the author, link in description. Naruto hadn't been able to sleep last night. Perhaps it was due to the reminder that even in this new world there were still people who didn't care about others, people who had no trouble spreading hatred to the world in order to satiate their own desires. Or maybe it was just because he had been feeling restless. Whatever the case was, Naruto had been incapable of getting even a wink of sleep, thus he decided to do something more productive with his time. Noises most often associated with mass destruction resounded throughout the wooded area surrounding the now completely abandoned church. Minor explosions rang out all around as a number of trees were felled. The air was kicked up by violent torrents of wind, causing strong updrafts that sent gravel and large rocks into the sky before they were shattered by a powerful fist as they descended once gravity had taken hold of them. In the center of this destruction was Uzumaki Naruto. After realizing that sleep was out of his reach, Naruto had decided to get some training in. Most of what he worked on was basic stuff and things he already knew: chakra control, elemental composition, enhancing the body with chakra. Things most ninja of his former village learn at some point or another and don't require them to have massive reserves. Another thing Naruto wanted to work on was Tsunade's super strength technique. He remembered Sakura giving an explanation on how it worked at one point in time. Naruto hadn't really understood what she had tried telling him at the time, but he managed to at least get the gist of it. To use the chakra-enhanced strength technique, the user had to focus chakra into their hands and feet using extremely precise chakra control and release it with pinpoint precision and perfect timing. This greatly enhanced the user's strength to a degree that very few could ever hope to match without some kind of supplementary jutsu like the lightning armor of the Yondaime Reikage. According to Sakura, the training to learn this technique was intense. She had told him that once she'd learned the principles of the technique and gotten the basics down, Tsunade had come at her with full strength and she had been forced to become capable of using it while under pressure. The result had been that Sakura was capable of literally causing 5-meter-wide craters to form on the ground with little effort. It was brute strength maximized to the extreme. Naruto did not have Tsunade to help him here. Nor was he as smart as Sakura. All he had was determination, guts, and his own ingenuity. It would have to be enough. Glaring at his newest opponent, another tree, Naruto set himself in a horse stance, legs spread wide, knees bent, and fists tucked into his sides. He closed his eyes and began to circulate his chakra, feeling it flow through his coils, a mere trickle compared to the unfathomable ocean it had once been. Grabbing onto the flow, he then directed it all towards his left hand, which was soon coated in an ethereal blue flame that pulsed and flickered in time with his heartbeat. Blue eyes snapped open. HYA. With a loud shout, Naruto's fist struck the tree, creating a resounding boom that echoed within the forested area like thunder striking the earth. YEOWCH. Naruto's scream of pain went unmasked even by the rumble of the tree as it was felled, striking the ground with a loud crash while several hundred splinters flew off the wood where his fist had struck like a pantheon of angry gods. Swearing like a sailor that had just gotten shit-faced after having the worst day of his life, the blonde Uzumaki waved his now red and swollen hand about frantically, as if doing that would actually make it feel better. It didn't. In fact, the wind seemed to make it worse, but Naruto was in so much pain that what little agony was added on by the act didn't register. Fuck. Fucking. Goddamn stupid tree. Fucking stupid technique. How hard can it be? Shit. Damn it. As the swear words spouting from his mouth began to wind down, the swollen hand was raised to his face to allow his eyes to assess the damage. It honestly wasn't too bad. The hand was red and looked sort of like a balloon that was only half blown up, but it would go down soon enough. The real problem was the burns marks on his hands. They were chakra burns, a term used to describe what happens when too much chakra is pumped into a specific part of the body and released without being properly directed. The burns covered much of his knuckles where he had directed most of his chakra and even some of his fingers. Those would take a lot longer to heal. I don't think I'm going to get any more done today, Naruto sighed as he looked up at the rising sun. It was getting late, early, whatever. The point was he should probably head back home. Naruto began speeding through the trees with chakra-enhanced leaps. As he traveled home, he wondered why he couldn't seem to get the enhanced strength technique down. What was he doing wrong? Was it because he had not channeled enough chakra? Or had he just not gotten the timing down? It could be either one of those. Hell, it could have been both of those or another problem so unlikely he simply hadn't thought of it. There was no real way to know what he was doing right or wrong in this instance. Naruto was pretty much running around in the dark. Trees soon became buildings. Not wanting to be seen by the local population right now, Naruto took to the roofs, running along at speeds most humans wouldn't be able to keep up with. If anyone were inclined to look up, they would likely just see a blur of black and orange. He arrived home in short order. After deactivating the traps, he walked into his house and strolled towards the bathroom, stripping off his clothes as he went. They were getting pretty smelly, and cut up, with several tears and a number of holes that made them look more like rags than actual clothes. He was going to need a new pair soon, sewing these things up just wasn't cutting it anymore. The hot water of the shower felt extremely nice, and it did a good job of relaxing his aching muscles. He did wince a few times when some of the hot water splashed onto the burn marks on his hands. Still, he did his best to ignore that and get cleaned up. Once done in the shower, Naruto, with a towel wrapped around his waist and his hair still dropping wet, made his way into his bedroom. It was there that he realized he had a late-night visitor, who apparently decided to stay over even though he hadn't been home. Somehow, he should have realized she would be at his apartment. She had practically moved in these days. Naruto walked over to the bed where Rias was currently sleeping. She was lying on her side, facing his side of the room, her legs curled slightly as she held a pillow to her like she normally did him when they slept together. Her red hair fanned out around her like the long, sensuous tails belonging to a creature of unfathomable beauty. There was a small frown marring her face. Naruto got dressed in a pair of black boxers and some pants. He decided to forego his shirt for now and instead walked over to the bed where he began to shake Rias awake. "Good morning, Naruto," Rias mumbled sleepily after she woke up. Naruto took a step back and watched as she sat up in bed, the blanket falling off her generous figure as she stretched and yawned. "You look tired," Naruto noted. "I didn't sleep very well last night." Rias blinked some more, a small grimace appearing on her face as the sun shone in her eyes. "I was too worried about you." "Worried about me?" Naruto was touched that she would worry about him, but also confused. "Why were you worried about me?" Rias tucked her feet underneath her and leaned a little to the side. A strand of hair found its way to her hand, which she absently twirled as a concerned gaze crossed her face. "Last night," she began slowly, as if not quite sure what she wanted to say. "After your battle where you killed that fallen angel you seemed so angry, so hurt." Bluish-green eyes looked into bright azure that were as clear as the afternoon sky. "I just wanted to know if you were okay." "Oh, he, Naruto chuckled a bit as he scratched the back of his head. "I'm really sorry about last night. I didn't mean to go off on a rant like that. He looked away, his eyes closing and a grimace of pain coming to his face. "I really don't like people like that. People like that, they don't care about anyone else. The rest of the world could burn, so long as they're able to satisfy their lust for blood and battle, nothing else matters. It's worse because these kinds of people realize that their desire to kill and maim will cause other people to feel the pain and hatred associated with loss, but they just don't care." "You seem to have very strong opinions about this." Rias stood up from the bed and walked over to him. She was naked as always. Even though Naruto claimed not to be as perverted as Issei, that did not mean he was not above ogling a female when she so blatantly displayed herself to him. The blonde found himself slightly entranced as her breasts bounced and swayed with each step she took. Despite their size, they stood upright and proud, defying gravity in a way that had to bend if not break several of the laws that had been accepted as fact. There was absolutely no sag to them, perhaps because of her youth, or maybe her devil heritage. Not that he cared. Oppai were oppai, as Issei would say. Her hips held an alluring sway to them as she walked towards him. It wasn't a seductive sway like some of the kunoichi he had met who specialized in espionage and assassination, but more like the kind of natural sway that some females just possess and didn't realize it. There was just something about the way her hips swung slightly from side to side that made all the blood rush to Naruto's head. Yes, it was that head, not the one on his shoulders. Of course, the reason for his current stiffness could just be due to the fact that she was naked. Really, there wasn't much more a guy needed to get revved up than a beautiful, naked girl standing in front of them. "I guess I do," Naruto admitted as she took one of his hands and brought it up to her face. His fingers were clenched tightly and there was blood leaking out from between them. Rias forced them to relax, spreading his fingers wide so she could examine his palm. The wounds where his fingernails dug into his skin were already healed. "What's this?" asked Rias as she turned his hand over and saw the burns covering his knuckles. "You didn't get these when fighting those fallen angels last night, did you?" "No," a shake of the head was her answer. "I got these this morning while I was training in a secluded area of the forest." Rias frowned. What kind of training does this to the person? My kind of training, said a completely unsure Naruto. When Rias deadpanned, he looked away. What? Nothing, Rias sighed, bringing his hand up to her face. She gently pressed the back of his hand against her moist, red lips. Naruto withheld a shudder, her soft lips felt like chiffon velvet against his skin, and a part of him was not ashamed to admit that he was wondering what those lips would feel like wrapped another part of his anatomy. When she removed her lips from his hand, she let go of it and allowed him to take his appendage back. A quick glance at the back of his hand showed that all the burn marks on it were healed. Thank you, Naruto said. Rias smiled as she grabbed his other hand and brought it to her lips. Don't mention of it, she replied, her hot breath hitting the back of his hand. You know I would do anything for my cute, powerful servant. Naruto's sweat dropped. You really shouldn't call someone cute and powerful at the same time. Those two things just don't go together very well, unless your name is Kaneko, he added, almost as an afterthought. Rias' left eye twitched. OWCH. Naruto yanked his hand back and rubbed it where several puncture marks could now be seen. What the hell was that for? For being an idiot, Rias said, licking her lips to get the blood off. An idiot. Naruto blinked. He knew he was the sharpest kunai of a set, but to just call him an idiot out of the blue like that. How am I an idiot? HMPH, Rias huffed, you shouldn't need me to tell you. Now give me your hand. No, Naruto pressed the hand she had bitten to his chest, cradling it like a small child. You're just going to bite it again. A single red eyebrow twitched. Naruto, give me your hand. I prefer my hand to not have any holes in it, thank you very much. Dang it, Naruto. Give me your hand now. How about no? Naruto. _CHRP. The party to celebrate their newest club member and newly reincarnated Bishop of Rias Peerage, Asia Argento, was well underway. Now that Naruto was able to really look at Asia, he had to admit she was a cutie. Her hair was long and blonde, falling down her backside to her backside. She had the brightest, most naive green eyes he had ever seen. There was an innocence about her that he couldn't help but find endearing. It had been an amusing scene to watch as Rias brought in the cake she apparently made sometime last night, probably before showing up at Naruto's house. Issei had tried to hog it all once he found out it was made by Rias, only to get stabbed by Kaneko, who wanted the sweet treat for herself. The second-year pervert had been forced to cut it and hand pieces out to the others, lest he suffer the cute first-year's wrath. Kiba had not been satisfied with the sliver-thin slice of cake he had been given. He probably should have been lucky Issei was even willing to give him some. It was clear to anyone with a brain that the boy only allowed the girls a larger slice of cake because they had breasts. Really, there was just something wrong with that kid. Perversion was all well and good, but being that lustful was just unnatural. Maybe he really was Jiraiya's reincarnation. One thing Naruto noticed throughout most of the party was the expression on Ria's face. She looked like she was deep in thought, and had spaced out several times during the party. He thought about asking her what was wrong, but figured if there was an issue she would probably tell him eventually. The least he could do right now was give her some time to try and deal with whatever ailed her on her own. If, after a certain amount of time passed, she still remained this way, well, all of his friends had called him nosy before. This certainly wouldn't be the first time he had butt into someone else's business. It wouldn't be the last time either. _CHRP. Issei was having a wonderful dream. He was wearing a white suit and standing in front of a chapel. There were people all around him, well-wishers who wanted to see the newlyweds off. His parents were standing up front, his dad was crying manly tears as he wished his son well, and his mom was telling him that she wanted her first grandchild to be a girl. He could even see his two friends, Mitsuda and Motohama, there as well, crying their eyes out and raging at him. Rias was also there, walking down a path made from a long, red carpet. She was wearing a gorgeous, white, knee-length wedding dress that had a large cutout around the neck so as to display a generous portion of her magnificent boobs. Over her head was a headdress that covered her beautiful crimson locks, and within her hands was a bouquet of roses. She walked forward, coming up to him and taking one of his arms, forcing Issei to walk with her. Together, they marched down the aisle. Was this really happening? Were they really getting married? The wedding itself was a whirlwind. Issei barely remembered any of it. Then again, he had mostly been focused on Rias' boobs, so it wasn't exactly his fault. Anyone who's ever laid eyes on those bazookas would understand. They had made their way to a love hotel after the wedding. Issei waited on the bed, feeling incredibly nervous as he thought about what was going to happen while Rias took a shower. Images flashed through his mind, each one more deprived than the last. Truly, X-rating did not begin to describe the thoughts flying through his head. With all those perverted thoughts, it was almost a wonder the boy had not been thrown by back the most epic of nosebleeds. While he was preoccupied with his thoughts, the door to the shower slid open and Rias stepped out. Issei nearly died of a nosebleed right there. Rias moved over to the bed wearing nothing but a pair of panties as she crawled on top of him. Her breasts bounced and jiggled and swayed in the most enticing of ways. She was soon straddling his body, her crotch pressing against his groin and, in a voice that made Issei feel like he would die of sexy, asked him to kiss her. He had been just about to oblige when a voice spoke out. "Dear God, you really are one horny little bastard, you know that." Suddenly, the world was plunged into darkness. Rias disappeared and Issei fell flat on his face. With his nose bleeding, he jumped back to his feet and looked around. What's going on? Where is this place? Coo coo coo. A deep, dark voice laughed out, echoing all around him. Issei shivered in fear. It sounded like the bass rumble of some kind of long-forgotten demon or something. Who's there? Where are you? I'm right beside you, the voice rumbled behind him. Issei froze, his entire body screamed at him to run away, yet something else compelled him to confront the person talking to him. He turned around. And screamed like a little girl at the frightening sight before him. Standing in front of him, nearly 100 times larger than himself, was a creature he had only heard about in legends. Its mouth was a mass of razor-sharp teeth and its face held a distinct reptilian appearance. Long spikes jutted from the back of its head like a crown that continued on as spiky ridges along its neck and back. Its entire body was covered in bright red scales that shone with a brilliant luster as the fire raging around it refracted off the surface of its body. Holy shit, a dragon. Thanks for stating the obvious, the dragon rumbled. Its narrowed, rhomboidal eyes rolled at its partner's apparent need to state something so blatant. You know, I've been trying to talk to you for a while now, but my words have never been able to reach you because you were still so weak. Finally, its eyes glared down at Issei, nearly making the poor pervert quiver in fear. Finally I am able to appear before you. What do you mean? Why were you trying to speak to me? As the giant dragon's head leaned towards him, Issei stumbled backwards and fell on his backside. He gulped as steam from the dragon's nostrils hit him in the face, causing his hair to whip about in a frenzy. Two large, clawed hands attached to a pair of muscular arms clamped down on the ground on either side of him, making Issei squeak like a mouse that had been caught by a cat. You don't want to eat me, do you? Eat you? The dragon reared its head back and laughed. Bwahahaha. Even if I were inclined to eat you, boy, I would not. You are far too skinny and unappetizing for me to even think about eating you. After chuckling for a good few minutes, in which time the earth rumbled with each bark of laughter that escaped its jaws, the dragon deigned to speak again. I merely wanted to meet the partner with whom I'll be fighting alongside from now on. Wah! Issei was understandably confused. Perhaps if he was, you know, smarter, things would be different, but as that was not the case he couldn't put two and two together. What are you saying? Fight with me? Who are you? You should already know who I am. You have used my power several times now. Issei's eyes finally widened in realization. That's right, partner. I am the gauntlet on your arm. You have to wake up now, but let's speak again sometime. Wait. Issei called out to the dragon, his hand raised, but the great creature that appeared before him was already gone, enveloped in darkness. Within the real world, Issei shot up in his bed, his clothing caked to his sweaty body and his breathing heavy. He blinked several times as the light of the morning sun streamed in through the window. After a second or two, he relaxed. It was just a dream. Good morning, eyes. What the? Issei craned his neck to look out the window, and suddenly received a pair of booted feet to his face. Gah! Soaring backwards like some kind of missile, Issei was launched out of his bed. His back hit the wall with a loud thud, and then he slid to the floor, landing on his rump. His nose now bleeding in the real world much like it had the moment before Deedrage appeared in his dream. Issei looked up at the ceiling in a daze as a head of spiky blonde hair and a pair of mischievous blue eyes looked down at him. That was absolutely horrible, Issei. You should have been more than capable of dodging that. Naruto shook his head in disappointment and clicked his tongue. It looks like I have much to teach you. After several seconds of silence, Issei had just one thing to say. Huh. Tilde cat CHRP tilde. 11. 12. 13. I think I broke my spine. Come on, eyes. Rias urged her pawn to keep exercising. Keep going. Just a few more push-ups and you'll be done. They were in one of the parks that littered the city. This one was closest to Issei's house. Like all parks, this one had a play set for kids, monkey bars, slides, teeter-totters and a swing set, all built within a small lot of sand. Surrounding the sandy lot was a grassy field with trees interspersed throughout. It was a nice place, pristine and possessing a calming, earthy scent. Naruto rather liked the place, as it reminded him of the play parks in Konoha before pain had destroyed it. Currently, Rias was trying to get Issei's physical strength and stamina up in order to make him more powerful. It wasn't working out too well. I don't think I can go on. Aiz groaned, laying on his stomach with his ass sticking up in the air. It was a humiliating position, but the boy didn't seem to care as he panted and tried to greedily suck oxygen into his lungs. Rias sighed from where she sat. Aiz, you need to get stronger. Your abilities as a pawn will become more powerful if your physical strength and stamina are increased. Without being physically capable, your body won't be able to use all its abilities to their full extent. Come on, Arrow Debigame. Naruto said cheerfully from where he was doing his own set of push-ups. By Rias' count, the blonde was already won 156 and had yet to even break out in a sweat. You need to keep going if you wanted to get stronger. You know that old saying, no pain, no gain. Now hop to it. Grr, shut up, you blonde bastard. Issei shouted from where he was laid out. He would have shaken his fist jealously as well, but those currently felt like they were made of lead, so all he could do was glare. Naruto's right, Aiz. Rias' statement caused a large rain cloud to form over the boy's head and begin pouring down on him, soaking his clothes all the way through. The dark, stormy cloud rumbled with thunder and several flashes of light could be seen from within it. No doubt a sign of the boy's depression. The redhead ignored this as she continued speaking while adjusting her backside so she could get more comfortable as the blonde she was sitting on continued doing push-ups with enthusiasm that was eerily reminiscent of a certain green spandex-clad youth freak. It was probably a very good thing Rias did not know of Rock Lee and his equally eccentric Jonin-sensei, made a guy. I know you're trying hard, but it wouldn't hurt to work a little harder. She smiled deviously as a thought occurred to her. Perhaps if you work really hard, I would be willing to give you a reward. Issei stared up at her with wide eyes. Within his mind, images of Rias stripping down and revealing her breasts for his eyes to feast upon bombarded him. A trickle of blood escaped his nose. A second later, Issei is back at it, doing push-ups like a madman on speed. Or like Rock Lee, except with a lot less youth. Rias shook her head. He didn't even allow her to say what the reward would be before he started. As they continued doing push-ups, Rias found herself looking down at the blonde whose back she had decided to sit on when he said his push-ups were getting too easy. He was wearing what looked like a standard pair of school gym clothes, a white shirt with navy blue accents and the Ku Academy emblem on the left breast, white shorts, and a pair of navy blue and white sneakers. She didn't know why he was wearing his warm weather outfit when it was so cold outside, but she wasn't going to complain. The difference between the standard Ku gym clothing and Naruto's was minuscule, but noticeable. The blonde had apparently decided that sleeves were unnecessary, and had thus ripped them off. This exposed the entirety of his arm to the elements. Once more, Rias had to admire her blonde servant's musculature. His arms were incredibly defined. She would even go so far as to say they were completely ripped. Whenever he executed a push-up, she could see his triceps ripple and form the distinctive U shape which earned it the name, horseshoe muscle. Likewise, she could feel the muscles in his back and shoulder blades contracting as he moved, even though this exercise did not work out that muscle much. His physique was just another part of his mystery. No newly minted devil should have those kinds of muscle, and no human should be capable of gaining those kinds of muscle even with muscle enhancers. He had a body that put Olympic sprinters and fitness cover models to shame. They were not just aesthetically pleasing to the eye, they were also incredibly dense. To put it simply, they were muscles designed for the sole purpose of being used in combat. Sculpted through years of the most physically grueling training routines and hardened from incredible amounts of physical abuse. Even the way they flexed and rippled told her that these muscles were created specifically for fighting. That he seemed to have exercised every single muscle in his body, including the ones that couldn't be seen just by looking, only provided her more evidence to support her theory. But why would he need to have muscles like this? How had they been forged? Was he one of those child soldiers she had heard about, trained since birth in the art of war and killing? Had he needed to face a threat that was so great he put his body through the most grueling paces imaginable in order to face it? Rias had no idea that her last guess was more accurate than she could ever imagine, but she would find out eventually. Sorry I'm late. The two boys stopped what they were doing. All three turned their heads to see Asia running towards them, waving one hand in the air while the other was holding onto a small basket. Like Rias, she was wearing a pink and white track suit with black accents. There was a large smile on her face and it was clear to all three present that she was not watching where she was going. Aiz-san, Naruto-san, Bushu. I'm sorry I'm running Lakya. Issei, Naruto, and Rias watched in mute shock as the girl stepped into the sandlot they were using for their daily exercise and tripped. She fell down face first in the dirt. OWCH, that really hurt. While Naruto began snickering, Rias sighed. That girl was the most accident-prone person she had ever met. Cat CHRP. Here you go. Asia held out a small canister filled with tea to Issei. Thank you. Naruto-san. Asia held out the tea out to him next. I'm sorry I don't have an extra cup, but I didn't realize you would be here. But if you like, you can still drink some. I'm fine, Naruto smiled as he reached out and ruffled Asia's hair like an affectionate older brother. The blonde girl pouted from beneath his masculine hand, but it was easy to see she was pleased by the gesture. He had a feeling the former nun was as starved for affection as he had been back in the elemental nations. But thank you anyways. He. Asia giggled, her cheeks flushing with pleasure. Asia, Issei said, glaring at the blonde male. He already had Bushu's and Kaneko-chan's affection. There was no way he was going to let the blonde bastard take Asia's too. What are you doing here? Ah. Asia blushed and looked demurely at her lap. After hearing about how you were training every day with Bushu-san, I wanted to help you out, but I wasn't able to think of anything I could do except make tea. Sob. Issei wiped his eyes with his sleeve as he began crying manly tears of joy. I can't believe I've finally had some good luck. I must be truly blessed to have a cute girl like you saying such nice things to me. Issei held the cup of steaming liquid with the kind of reverence one usually reserved for praying, or for ramen if your name was Naruto. Asia will make a great wife one day. WWW wife. Asia squeaked, her face steaming. No, that was not an exaggeration. Her face had become so red it looked like someone stuck it in an oven and there was steam pouring out of her ears. Mo. Aiz-san, you shouldn't say such embarrassing things. Naruto was grinning like a loon as he watched Asia accidentally smack Issei across the face with one of her frantically waving arms, sending the boy reeling. He then watched as she squeaked loudly and began apologizing profusely. Even when Issei said something sweet and endearing, things still went wrong for him. It was just too funny. And for some reason, it also reminded him of someone, though he couldn't remember who. Ah well, he was sure it would come to him eventually. They make a cute couple, don't you think so, Rias? The Cheshire Cat grin left Naruto's face and was replaced with a frown as he looked at the red-haired beauty. He had been expecting to see her smiling at the scene like he was, but that was not the case. Instead, there was only a look of inconceivable sadness in her expression. Scooting closer to Rias, Naruto placed a hand on her shoulder, startling the girl out of her thoughts. Naruto. She looked up at him, blinking, as if she had just realized he was there. Naruto's frown grew. Are you alright? Yes, Rias shook her head, her long, luxurious hair getting flung about her face. I'm fine. She smiled at him and Naruto could see how false it was. As the all-time master of fake smiles, the newly turned devil could spot one of those a mile away. It was not one of those small, heartfelt smiles he often saw on her, nor did it reach her eyes like a genuine smile would. Thank you for your concern. You know I'm here for you, right? Naruto told her, sliding his hand down her arm until it was over her hand. If you ever need me for anything, you know, to help with something, or if you just want someone to talk to, I'll be here for you. Rias looked shocked for a moment, then, like rays of light parting through a sea of clouds, a genuine smile appeared on her face. She placed her free hand over the one Naruto had placed on hers. Thank you, Naruto, but I really am alright. She bit her lip, if I ever need you for something, I'll be sure to tell you. Promise. Promise. After a moment of thought, Naruto nodded, deciding not to pursue the matter any further. She promised him that if something was wrong, she would tell him. And he was willing to trust her word. After all, unknowing or not, she was the one who gave him a new purpose in life. Cat CHRP. Naruto was frowning again as he sat on the couch within the occult clubroom. Sitting on his lap was Kaneko, who was eating a banana, surprisingly enough. Naruto felt there was some irony in this, but didn't say anything since Issei was not there to hear it. As always, he was giving the white-haired first year some love, idly caressing and stroking her hair and ears. Despite the fact that she had her mouth full of food, he could hear the purr rumbling in the back of her throat. Of course, she wasn't the reason Naruto was frowning, nor was Akino, who was standing just a few feet away, smiling in amusement at the two of them as she held an empty tea tray in her hands. The reason he was frowning was Rias, who was staring off into space with the same expression he had seen for the past few days. She wasn't even glaring at him and Kaneko like she usually did when the lithe first year sat on his lap. Not knowing what to do, but needing to do something, anything, to make that look disappear, Naruto gently picked up Kaneko and placed her on the couch. It was an action that got not just the white-haired girl's attention but also Akino's. "Why'd you stop?" asked Kaneko. She looked up at him beseechingly. Naruto winced at the look, but his concern for Rias overrode Kaneko's cute factor. "Sorry," Naruto told her softly, "but He looked back over at Rias. Kaneko seemed to understand, even though she looked depressed to know she would not be getting any more pampering. "I want more petting later." Of course, Naruto smiled. Acting on his impulsive nature, something he does more often than not anyways, the former ninja placed a kiss on her forehead. It wasn't much, but it was enough that when he pulled back, Kaneko's cheeks were bright red. Era, Akino smiled at the scene. Kaneko-chan really is taken in with Kitsune-kun if she's blushing like that. Kaneko glared at her Akino, but didn't say anything as she went back to eating her banana. It was a very ineffective method of covering up her blush. Naruto walked up to Rias, who was still ignoring everything else as she sat there in her own little world, and moved behind her chair. He felt the redhead stiffen at his touch as he placed his hands upon her shoulders. That stiffness soon faded as he began to knead the muscles in her shoulders and neck. Almost as soon as he started messaging her, Ria's posture slumped forward in her seat and a pleased sigh escaped her lips. "What is this for?" she half asked half moaned. "Nothing really," Naruto frowned as he was forced to accommodate for her movement by raising his arms due to the back of the chair blocking him. It made working her muscles much harder. Their positioning was just not good for giving someone a massage. "I've just noticed that you've been preoccupied lately and thought you could use something to help you relax." "Thank you," Rias said, both for the massage and for not trying to force her to reveal whatever was bothering her. "You're welcome," Naruto frowned as Rias arced her back into his touch, forcing him to once more change the position of his arms. "You know, this really isn't the best place for a massage," he determined. "Why don't we move over to one of the couches?" Rias was agreeable to this and quickly moved over to a couch, where Naruto bid her to lay down. It was a bit small, and Naruto wished they could move to the next room where he knew a bed was kept, but it would be rude to leave the other two like that. Straddling her thighs, Naruto quickly began to work his magic. Deciding to use this moment as an exercise for himself as well as a way to help Rias relieve whatever stress she was dealing with, the blonde began to use his growing chakra sensing abilities to scan her body and figure out where the knots and tension was being built up in her muscles. There were several places that seemed to have the biggest buildup of tension, her lower back and the junction just below her shoulder blades. There were multiple knots that he could sense there, some of which looked like they had been growing larger over time. Were they because of her breasts? He remembered Samui once complaining about back pains. Well, whatever. Time to work out those knots. After probing the areas with the highest concentration of knots, Naruto applied physical pressure to work the knot out. Once he sensed that the knot and muscle tension was gone, he applied chakra to soothe and relax the area. He knew it was working when Rias let out an audible moan of pure, utter contentment, the likes of which would have had Issei blasting straight through a wall from an epic nosebleed. "Where did you learn to do this?" Rias' question was barely audible over the moans of ecstasy that escaped her lips, such was the pleasure she was experiencing. "There's actually a funny story to this," Naruto mused as he used his elbow to rub out one particularly stubborn knot. Rias groaned as the knot gave way, then he let his fingers coast over the area and gently applied chakra, eliciting a near-orgasm-inducing moan from the girl whose legs he was straddling. It really was too bad for Issei that he was not here, having been roped into taking Asia out shopping. Too bad for him. Akino put a hand to her cheek. "I think I'm actually beginning to feel a little jealous of Rias." "Wouldn't you say so, Kone, Era. The hidden sadist smiled in amusement as she saw Kaneko glaring daggers at Rias. If looks could kill, their king would have been dead several times over. It looked like someone really was jealous. Smiling a bit as he put his hard-earned skills to good use for the first time in a long time, Naruto continued. You remember how I told you about how my godfather was one of the biggest super perverts ever known? Rias was barely able to nod. Akino and Kaneko perked up at the mention of his godfather. Unlike Rias, who had spoken to him many times after waking up in his bed, which sounded a lot worse than it really was, they knew next to nothing about his past. I think I already mentioned this once, but during a training trip my godfather took me on, he would often spend time in brothels that were located in the towns and cities we went to during our travels. When I started my training trip with him, I was just 12, too young to be allowed to experience any kind of sexual activity, even by his moral code, so I was often left in the hands of one of the younger girls who lived there. It's not well known, but brothels also tend to act as orphanages for young girls on occasion. Usually, these girls are trained to work there once they reach a certain age. Naruto paused for a moment, just to make sure Rias was awake. His massages had been known to put some women to sleep. When she gave a noncommittal nod, he continued. Anyways, one of the girls, who I think at the time was around 16 or so, I can't really remember, decided to teach me how to give massages. The way she said it made it sound like some kind of training, so naturally I needed to learn it. As my godfather and I traveled and went to more brothels, I had the girl watching over me help me get better by giving them massages. Naruto gave a mildly self-depreciating chuckle. Eventually I got so good that when we revisited a town, I had girls practically lining up to receive a massage from me. By this point in time, Naruto had slid all the way down to the end of the couch until his backside was pressed up against the heels of her shoes. He had already finished kneading her tight, firm rear like an expert baker kneads dough. All he needed to do to finish up now was work over her legs. There weren't as many knots in her legs, but he could sense a few in her hamstrings that felt coiled together like a loaded spring. Those required some work to fix up, but it still took less time than her back because they were not as numerous nor as big. As he continued to work, the young, newly reincarnated devil continued to talk. It was only after several seconds, in which time he had started on her calves, that he realized the girl underneath him wasn't replying to anything he said. Looking up from his work, he saw Ria's eyes had closed completely, her mouth was partially open and her breathing deep and even. She had fallen asleep. Huh, Naruto mumbled, scratching the back of his head. I guess I got a little carried away. A tug on his sleeve caused him to look to his left to see Kaneko standing there, an expectant look on her blushing face. I want one of those. Ah, Naruto blinked, then grinned sheepishly. Rubbing the back of his head, he said, okay. I can give you a massage too. Just let me put Rias to bed, okay. Era. Naruto and Kaneko both looked up to see Akino looking at him expectantly as well. She was also rubbing her thighs together in a way that let both of them know her thoughts were probably lewd on the same level as Hayudo Issei. I would also like one of those orgasm-inducing massages, if you don't mind, Kitsune-kun. Naruto sighed, but nodded nonetheless. He still reiterated that he needed to put Rias to bed first and that Kaneko had first dibs on getting a massage from him. This caused Akino to pout while Kaneko put a hand up and gave a victory sign. Gently carrying Rias in his arms like a newlywed bride, the spiky-haired shinobi made his way into the extra room that contained the large bed. It took a bit of effort, but Naruto managed to work his arms without jostling the girl in them to make a hand seal. A second later, there was another Naruto standing with him. This Naruto walked over to the bed and pulled the covers all the way back before dispelling. The original carefully set the girl in the bed so her head was resting comfortably on the pillow. Now came the hard part. Deciding whether or not he should take off Ria's clothes. She constantly told him that she did not like sleeping with clothes on, and he knew for a fact that she likely would not care if he stripped her naked. At the same time, it felt incredibly rude to strip a girl's clothes off while she was sleeping. It just didn't sit right with him. It was also something Jiraiya would probably do, or Issei, which meant it was something Naruto probably shouldn't do. He was not a pervert. Really, he wasn't. The tightness in his pants had absolutely nothing to do with the fact that he had been straddling Ria's gorgeously crafted derriere, or the moans she had offered during the massage, or the way her body had shuddered against his, pushing her tight ass into his increasingly hard arousal and. Okay, so maybe he was a pervert, but if he was then it was all Jiraiya's fault. Yes, he was not to blame for any bad habits and or lecherous desires he had picked up from journeying with a super pervert for 2.5 years. Not at all. That's his story and he's sticking to it. Shaking his head and trying to rid his mind of his admittedly less than morally righteous thoughts, Naruto moved over to the end of the bed and carefully lifted her left leg. He slid the shoe off her foot, then lifted her other leg and slid that shoe off as well. Taking them both, Naruto placed them by the door and walked back into the main room. He would ask Akino to undress Rias further since she was a girl and Rias' best friend. Outside in the main room, Naruto saw that Akino had decided to start arguing with Kaneko about why she should get a massage from him first. And why should you get a massage from Kitsune-kun first? He's always pampering you. Because I said so. That's not a very good reason. Standing there, listening to the two girls argue, the young man their conversation was about promptly sweat dropped. Maybe giving Rias a massage. cat. That night, Naruto lay awake in his bed, unable to sleep. Like usual, he was only wearing a pair of toad print boxers. His arms were stretched out behind his head as he stared up at the off-white ceiling, thinking. He wouldn't say anything because he had promised Rias not to bring it up unless she came to him, but he was really beginning to worry about her. She was not the type of person to space out and forget where she was, yet that was exactly what had happened today, and multiple times to boot. And not just today either, several times within the past few days Rias had just completely zoned out and forgot everything around her. It was getting to the point where he was tempted to say screw the promise and force the issue out of her. Only his integrity and iron will to follow his Nindo kept him from doing such. That still didn't mean he wasn't worried. A sigh escaped his lips. Turning on his side, Naruto decided he should at least try to get some sleep. He would be no good to Rias and the others if he was tired. Just as he closed his eyes, a bright, red light lit up his room. Eyelids snapped open to reveal blue irises once more. Naruto quickly sat up in his bed just in time to see the magic circle with the Grimoire crest materialize on his floor right before Rias herself appeared before him. She was wearing her school uniform once more, meaning she must have put it back on after Akino had taken it off her sleeping form. He absently noted that she wasn't wearing any shoes. Rias. Naruto turned his body around so that his feet were dangling off the bed. Is everything alright? Is something wrong? Rias looked at him and Naruto found himself frozen by her gaze. Had he ever seen such desperation in her eyes before? On anyone's before? She marched over to him, not even stopping when she waltzed into his personal space. One hand was used to push him onto the bed so that she could straddle his waist while the other grabbed his hand and smashed it against her right breast. Naruto was so shocked by her actions that he found himself speechless. Naruto, please take me now. Now that got a reaction. What? His eyes gazed up at her, uncomprehending. Had he heard her right? She wanted him to take her virginity. Why? For what reason? And why now when she had not given any sign of wanting him in a sexual manner like this before? Please. Naruto felt his heart lurch at the tone in her voice. It was so desperate, so pained. A part of him was tempted to do as she asked just so he wouldn't have to ever hear such emotions in her voice again. Take my virginity now. For the first time in a long time, Naruto wasn't sure what to do. He had been in many situations before, some which would even leave his club president and king gaping at him. This wasn't even the first time he had been in a situation with a girl asking him to take her virginity. The circumstances had been different, and Shion had not been so desperate when she asked him, but it was still similar. Naruto could feel Rias as she pressed her hot core against his crotch. The heat from her panty-clad mound was causing his own arousal to skyrocket. No doubt she could feel the proof of how aroused he was through his boxers. She proved this to him by grinding herself against him, extracting a moan from them both. Rias. Naruto groaned as the hand she was using to hold his own hand to her boob forced him to squeeze the large mound of flesh. He could feel her panties getting wet with her juices as she continued grinding herself against him. Whether he wanted them to or not, her actions were revving him up like nothing else. Why are you doing this? Shish. Rias placed a finger to his lips with her free hand. Don't talk. Just take me, now, please on. For a second, it looked like Naruto was about to do just that. His body was certainly eager to do exactly what Rias asked of him. Even his mind was beginning to cloud over as his desire for the woman on top of him became almost overwhelming. Yet somehow, someway, Naruto found it in him to resist her. He didn't know what it was. Maybe it was because of the words she had used, or perhaps because of the desperation in her eyes and voice, but he knew that he could not go through with this. If he did, he was sure that something bad would happen. Rias, enough, Naruto said, yanking his hand off her boob and pushing himself into a sitting position. His actions startled Rias so much that she began to fall backwards and would have fallen off the bed entirely had he not caught her. He placed his hands on her shoulders and looked her in the eye. I don't know what's going on, Rias, but whatever is bothering you, this isn't the answer. Don't you want me? The look Rias gave him was like a punch to the gut. Am I undesirable to you? Of course you're not, Naruto said passionately. You're the most beautiful woman I've ever met. Despite the situation, Rias actually blushed at his blatant declaration. Yes, I want you. I want you so badly right now I can hardly stand it. Then why? Naruto took another hit when tears appeared in his king's eyes. They were tears of desperation, of frustration. Naruto suspected, rightly so, that they were caused by more than just his refusal to sleep with her. Why won't you take my virginity? Because I don't want it like this, Naruto growled. I don't want it when you're so desperate to give it away that you're willing to abandon your pride and integrity. I don't want it when you're giving it to me, not as the ultimate expression of love, but because you think it will solve whatever problems you're having. Rias looked stunned by his proclamation. Well and truly stupefied, she seemed incapable of even speaking after his words. It was so odd, hearing such maturity in matters of physical intimacy come from a boy. They were all supposed to be sex-crazed, but then, didn't this just prove that Naruto was not like other boys? Naruto didn't even notice her look. Frustrated tears were welling up in his own eyes. He didn't know what was going on or why Rias was doing this, but the fact that he didn't know what to do to help her hurt. It hurt worse than when he had been unable to bring Sasuke back to Sakura after making her the promise of a lifetime back when he had been a naive, fool of a genin. It hurt more than when Sasuke had shoved a Chidori through his chest and tried to break the bond of brotherhood that tied the two of them together as friends. It just plain hurt. Overwhelmed by his own emotions and his need to do something, anything, to help the person who had given him a purpose in life, Naruto pulled the stunned girl into a hug. Rias, now even more shocked, was unable to do anything as her blonde servant pulled her flush against him. Their bodies melded together. Naruto's left arm found itself wrapping around her waist, resting against the small of her back. His right came up to her head, his hand placing itself on the back of her head, fingers threading through her hair as he pulled the startled girl to him. I don't know what's going on, Naruto told her. I don't know why you're acting this way, or why you think I need to take your virginity now, but I promise you, we'll find a way to deal with it. Whatever is bothering you, we'll face it together and overcome it together. Just don't do this, don't act like this anymore. I hate watching you suffer like this. I hate watching you degrade yourself like this. You're better than this, Rias. Rias did not say anything, still stunned by his proclamation and words. Though he could not see it, her eyes were wide and her mouth was parted in an expression of surprise. After a moment of this, her mind snapped back to the present. She got over her shock. She didn't say anything, but she did respond to his attention. Her own arms came up and wrapped around him. Her face soon found itself in the crook of his neck. There, she inhaled the scent she had become so familiar with, an earthen smell that was mixed with the fragrance of miso and a masculine scent that was distinctly Naruto. It was an unusual combination, no doubt, but it had a calming effect on her mind. As they sat there, Rias straddling Naruto as they held each other so close not even a microscopic organism would be able to fit between their bodies, a silver light erupted from the ground where Rias' magic circle had been just moments before. Naruto reacted without thinking. Sliding out from underneath Rias, he stood protectively in front of her in case whoever was teleporting into his room was an enemy. A kunai appeared within a grasp, which he quickly coated in wind chakra. Moving just as he had done 1,000 times before, Naruto's body slid into a combat stance. His feet slid apart and his knee bent, adopting a wide stance that was better suited towards enclosed spaces. It was a strong stance, designed more for blocking fierce attacks and returning them tenfold than dodging blows and counter-attacking. Another kunai appeared in his free hand. His finger looped into the ring with practiced ease and he spun it around until he was gripping it in a reverse-handed grip. Now he was ready. A hand being placed upon his shoulder startled him. It's okay, Naruto, Rias said softly, sadly. We're not in danger. Rias. Naruto relaxed slightly at her words. His head turned around to look at her out of the corner of his eye, but he was soon forced to look back at the circle. A figure appeared before them. It was a very beautiful woman who did not appear to look a day over 20. Lovely-looking lips, a small nose and a delicate chin and cheekbones made the woman look like some kind of noble, yet her demeanor, the cool and professional aura she gave off made Naruto think of a queen, one whose icy personality could freeze all those who met her. Her hair was a startling silver that flickered and shone in the moonlight, flowing all the way down her back and featuring long, blue bows at the ends while the rest was let down, ending in twin braids. Her eyes, he noticed, matched the color of her hair perfectly. Oddly enough, she was wearing what Naruto recognized as a maid outfit. What the fuck? Do you honestly think that by doing something so degrading your engagement will be called off? Asked the woman. To Naruto, the words were like a physical blow. I see, he said, closing his eyes as he began putting the pieces of this elusive puzzle together. He would never claim to be that smartest person in the world, but he was not stupid, not anymore. He could see where this was going. So that's why you asked me to take your virginity. Rias winced at the tone in his voice. You're engaged to someone I'm guessing you don't like, and thought that if you lose your virginity to someone, whatever contract bound you would be broken. Or maybe you thought this guy would be so repulsed that you would do such a thing that he simply wouldn't want to marry you. Naruto finally looked back at Rias. Am I right? Naruto had learned a lot about how marriages between nobles worked, both from Jiraiya and Tsunade. It was something he needed to learn, they said. It would help him for when he wanted to get married, they told him. He was glad he listened to those lectures now, regardless of how boring they had been. Naruto. She reached out a hand to him. When he took a step back she flinched. Tears sprung to her eyes. Please don't be mad at me. Please. I'm not mad, Naruto's eyes softened. I could never be mad at you. I'm just hurt. Another flinch. Naruto. Excuse me, the woman interrupted. I hate to interrupt, she sure didn't sound like it, but we really must be going. Rias looked like she wanted to protest. Teary teal eyes met Naruto's azure blues. She bit her lip in indecision. I understand, the beautiful young devil with red hair closed her eyes, her face set in a grimace. Upon opening them again, she looked imploringly at the silver-haired woman. Do you think I could have a moment alone with my servant? The woman seemed to think on this for a moment before nodding. That is fine, but please, do not be long. She turned to leave, but Naruto spoke before she could even make a single step towards the door. You know, it's very poor manners to enter someone's home and not at least give a name, he stated, causing the woman to halt in her tracks. Rias just gaped at him. If you would be so kind as to at least give me the name of the lovely lady who has intruded upon my home without my permission. Had the situation been different, less somber and demoralizing, Naruto would have grinned. That sounded like something Neji would say. Naruto, Rias said in trepidation. I really don't think you should. You are correct, the maid interrupted, about facing. It was very rude of me. My apologies. Rias gaped some more. My name is Gaethia Lucifuge, she curtsied to him. I am a servant of House Grimori and Rias-sama's sister-in-law. She's my brother's queen, Rias added. I see, Naruto took a deep breath. Drawing upon those lessons of formality Tsunade had been so insistent on hammering into him sometimes with her fists, he spoke again. In that case, I welcome you to my home. Any family member of Rias will always be welcome here. Thank you, Gaethia nodded her head. She looked at Rias. Like I said, try not to linger very long. With that, she walked out, leaving Naruto and Rias alone. Naruto. Rias looked so unsure of herself. It was completely unlike the strong and self-assured woman he had come to know so well. I wish you would trust me more, Naruto interrupted. Had you told me about your problem beforehand, I could have helped you find a way to break the contract before it got so bad that you felt your only option was for someone to take your virginity. He looked away. I don't think you know how much it hurts to realize that you don't trust me. But I do trust you. Rias shouted, her voice desperately trying to convey her feelings as more tears sprung to her eyes. You're the only one I trust with something like this. If I had wanted to just lose my virginity to get out of this marriage, I could have gone to Issei, but I didn't. I chose you. And yet you didn't trust me enough to tell me about your problems until just now when you were so desperate that you practically threw yourself at me, Naruto replied, to which she had no answer. And somehow, I get the feeling that had Gaethia not interfered, you wouldn't have even trusted me enough to tell me why you wanted me to take your virginity in the first place. It's even worse because had you just told me why you wanted me to take your virginity, I would have done it. Rias' shoulders slumped. Her body shook and tears leaked out of her eyes and made a trail down her porcelain cheeks like evanescent droplets of crystal that broke when they made contact with the ground. I'm sorry, she whispered despondently. I didn't mean to make you feel like that. There was an acute pain in his chest as he gazed upon this girl. Tears really didn't suit her, he decided. Acting with a boldness he had rarely ever shown in the elemental nations, he closed the distance between them, and once again wrapped her up in a strong embrace. Rias returned the hug with the need of a person who was being tossed into a sea of emotional uncertainty. Her arms wound around him tightly as she pressed her face against his chest, staining his shirt with her tears. Rias, Naruto sighed as he buried his face in her hair. Whatever happens, try not to worry too much. We'll deal with it, together, okay? Her face still pressed tightly against his chest, she gave him a noncommittal nod. Rias-sama, Graphia said as she once more entered the doorway. It's time. Naruto released the hug, forcing her to do the same. Rias looked at Naruto, searching. For what, he didn't know. Go on, he said, nodding towards Graphia. We'll talk more tomorrow. Rias nodded, still unable to speak, overcome as she was with emotions. She walked over to Graphia as a magic circle appeared on the floor underneath the maid's feet. As their bodies began to vanish, Rias finally managed to gain her voice back to leave one last parting comment. I'm sorry, Naruto. Then they were gone. Naruto stared at the spot where Rias and that other devil left. A sigh escaped his lips as he climbed into bed. That night would be the first night since he met Rias that he would sleep alone. He quickly concluded that he did not like sleeping alone anymore. The next morning Naruto did everything he would have normally done before Rias entered his life. He woke up, took a shower, made a basic breakfast of scrambled eggs and toast, then left for school after locking up his apartment and rearming his traps. He didn't actually know why he bothered placing all those traps on his home now. Really, what was the point of having a trap that caused his porch to explode and his windows to send several thousand volts of electricity through any would-be intruder when people could just teleport directly into his bedroom? As soon as he reached Kuo Academy, Naruto deviated from his usual course, which would have involved him going to class and then falling asleep until class ended. There were more important things to worry about than grades and lectures by stuffy old professors that he never bothered listening to anyway. Instead of heading towards his homeroom, he went straight to the occult research clubroom. There, he found the situation to be about what he'd expected. Rias was sitting behind her desk. She had her hands laced together in front of her face, her eyes were closed and there was a grave frown on her lips. Standing beside her were both Akino and Graphia, one of whom looked decidedly unruffled and the other was clearly trying to put on a cheerful front, even though it was more than obvious that she was worried. Rias, Akino-chan, Graphia-san, Naruto greeted, frowning at the end. He still wasn't used to using proper suffixes. No matter how many times Tsunade had insisted on the need to use proper suffixes, he had never really bothered. A part of him wondered why he was doing so now. Was it this woman's presence? Her regal bearing? He couldn't say. There was nothing about her that screamed, "Speak properly to me," any more than when he was in Ba-chan's presence. All he knew was that not knowing why he was acting on lessons he never used before bothered him. Akino smiled a patently false smile as she greeted him. Naruto would never claim to be a master of reading body language, but if there was one thing he could do and do well, it was reading another person's smile. Hers was as fake as they came. How are you doing today, Kitsune-kun? I've been better, Naruto responded dryly. I didn't sleep as well as I normally did last night. He locked eyes with Rias, whose eyes had snapped open at his entrance. She was staring at him with so many conflicting emotions on her face it was impossible to know what she was feeling. How about you, Rias? Are you feeling any better? Yes, she lied and they both knew it. Still, for the sake of appearing strong, neither of them said anything that contradicted this. Thank you for asking. Naruto gave her a small half-smile, anything for my king. Moving over to the couch, Naruto sat down, crossed one leg over his thigh and stretched his arms across the headrest. No one decided to question him on why he was there and not in class. Rias knew him enough to know that he would not be able to focus on class with everything that had happened last night. Akino likely didn't care, and she wouldn't say anything anyways, since she was also skipping class. Naruto had no clue what Graphia thought, but he wasn't all that sure he cared what she thought, so it worked out. The silence within the room was stifling as they waited for the others to arrive. Naruto was tempted to ask Rias to tell him what was going on, but he knew her well enough to know she would want to tell the rest of her peerage as well. Thus, he was reduced to waiting in tense silence like everyone else. To pass the time, the spiky-haired Uzumaki amused himself by picturing Graphia dressed in cosplay outfits. It was surprisingly easy to do thanks to her clothes. The images his mind conjured of the woman with the regal bearing wearing Neko ears and a tail saying, "NYA," as she held up pawed hands was definitely a funny one. Something you find amusing, Naruto-san? Asked Graphia as Naruto started snickering. Nothing, hee, I just thought of something funny. Naruto coughed into his hands a few times, trying to calm down. He didn't think the woman would take it well if she knew he was conjuring images of her in naughty cosplay costumes. Nothing to worry about. Graphia looked at him suspiciously, but did not say anything else. A few seconds later the door opened and a person walked in. Naruto was not surprised that the first person to show up after him was Kaneko. As a first year, her last period of the class was free, which was why she normally showed up earlier than him and the others. As soon as she entered the room, her eyes locked onto Naruto. Without offering even a courtesy greeting to the others, she made a beeline for him and unhesitatingly crawled onto his lap before she gave him an expectant look. Naruto just smiled humorously as he began giving the adorable girl his customary treatment. Graphia looked over at Rias after watching the white-haired first-year purring against the male her husband's sister tried seducing last night, a single eyebrow raised. "Don't ask," Rias sighed, her shoulders slumping a little bit. "Just don't ask." "Very well," Graphia said emotionlessly as she went back to standing like a statue. "I won't ask." It wasn't long, relatively speaking, before the other members of Rias' peerage filed in. They all noticed the new addition, that of the gorgeous woman with silver hair and eyes in the maid outfit. Issei damn near died of blood loss when he first caught a glimpse of her. Not that Naruto blamed the boy. Graphia, despite whatever thoughts he had on the woman, was definitely gorgeous, and she gave off that regal aura expected of a queen despite her questionable choice in clothing. "Good, you're all here," Rias stood up from her chair. "Rias-sama," Graphia looked at her. "Would like me to explain the situation to them?" "No," Rias closed her eyes. "It would be better if they heard this from me." Opening her eyes again, her bluish-green orbs locked onto each member of her peerage. Naruto couldn't be sure, but he thought they lingered on his a little longer than the others. "There is something I need to tell you all. It is difficult to explain, but I—" Before Rias could speak any further, an orange glow began emitting from the floor, interrupting the redhead from saying any more. There was just enough time to see the magic circle with an unfamiliar crest come to life on the carpet before the entire thing burst into flames. Whoever was teleporting into the room obviously had a flair for dramatics. Before the flames fully dispersed, a figure appeared inside of the fire. There was a gust of wind that put the blaze out, finally revealing the person who had so blatantly disrupted their meeting. The person in question was a man around his early 20s with short yellow hair and dark blue eyes. He was wearing a burgundy blazer with gold embroidery on the right, matching pants and black dress shoes. Underneath was a white dress shirt that was not fully buttoned, giving a view of his muscular chest. Naruto did not like him. Just from a single glance, the blonde had already determined what kind of person this guy was, having seen his type plenty of times before. He was the handsome playboy type who had everything handed to him since birth and whose head was so large he could probably power a city the size of Tokyo for years if they learned how to harness all the hot air he had bloating his overinflated ego. In Naruto terms, this guy was a certified douchebag. It's been a long time since I came to the human world," the man said, his eyes looking around the room before landing on Rias. When Naruto saw the delight spring into those eyes, he had to quell the sudden urge to punch the man's face in. The way Rias shuddered in disgust did not help impede this emotion any. "My darling, Rias, I'm so happy to see you." Riser Phoenix, the way Rias said his name did not invoke pleasant thoughts. It was a name spoken with disgust and enough disdain to fill the building. She obviously didn't like him. "I just came here to inform you that the date has been set." Riser walked over to the desk Rias was using a shield to keep them apart. "Now, while I know it's a little sudden, I thought we could go visit the location the ceremony is taking place in." "I've already told you, Riser, I have no intention of marrying you." Married? Issei cried out in shock. What the hell is going on? Bushu, who the hell is this guy? All eyes turned to Issei. Riser looked at him like one might look at a bug. "Who are you?" "I'm Hayadu Issei, Rias Grimori-sama's pawn." Wow, that actually sounded pretty formal. Naruto wondered if the boy had been practicing that line. "Ah," Riser deadpanned in an uncaring manner. "I see. And you didn't answer my question. Who are you?" "I'm surprised you didn't tell your servants about me," Riser said to Rias. "Though I'm even more surprised he doesn't know me. But then, he does smell like a human. That would make him a reincarnated devil, so I guess it would make sense." "I didn't say anything because there was no need to tell them about you," she jabbed at him, her words making him sound like he was nothing more than a pest, something so insignificant he was beneath her notice. Riser gave her a fixed smile. "You're as harsh as usual, I see." "This is Riser Phoenix-sama," Graphia informed Issei and everyone else. "He is a pureblood, high-class devil, and is the third son from the legendary Phoenix family. He is also Rias-sama's fiancé." "FF fiancé." Issei gawked, his mind unable to comprehend the words coming out of Graphia's mouth. When she gave him a serious nod, completely unfrazzled, unlike the perverted second year, Issei did what all teenagers do when overwhelmed with too much information. He fainted. How embarrassing. _CHRP. Enough, Riser. Rias slammed her hands onto the desk as she glared at the blonde man standing before her. If looks could kill, Riser would have been dead before he even had a chance to utter his last name. I've already told you, I'm not going to marry you. You say that like you have a choice. Riser sounded amused, but there was also a hint of steel in his voice. We both know there isn't much you can do. Both our families have already decided on this and the contract's been written up. Don't forget that your family has been just as hasty to unite our two houses as mine. Don't speak so presumptuously. Rias narrowed her eyes. As the heir to the Grimoire family, I am the one who will decide who gets to be my partner. And regardless of that, I was already promised that I would be allowed to do as I pleased until after I graduated from a university in the human world. I fear you don't quite understand the situation, Rias my dear, Riser said snidely. Your parents and Searzek-sama fear your household may go extinct. In the previous war between gods, fallen angels and devils, many pure-blooded devils lost their lives in the conflict. And that's not even mentioning the number of households that went extinct. It's only natural that our parents would struggle to protect our pure blood and household by joining together. The offspring of two high-ranking, pure-blooded devils is invaluable. Even you should know that. Sitting on the couch, carefully caressing Kaniko's ears, Naruto kept his ears open to everything that was being said. He didn't like what he was hearing. Tsunade had taught him a lot about Konoha, including everything she knew about the clans within its walls. This included the Hyuga clan. What this man, this Riser, was talking about sounded far too much like what the Hyuga did by forcing bird-caged seals on their members and putting them in arranged marriages with cousins to keep the blood pure. This wasn't quite as bad as that, there was no incest involved, but forcing someone into an arranged marriage because of superficial fears rankled on his nerves. It was almost, but not quite as bad as someone insulting his ramen, or the color orange. Recently, newly reincarnated devils like your servants have been gaining greater influence. Pretty soon, pure-blood devils like us are going to lose all of our power until we have no standing left. Your brother, Searzek-sama, has left the household, which means the only one who can succeed and become the Grimoire clan head is you. With many of the 72 pillars collapsing on themselves, the future of all pure-blood devils is hanging on this marriage proposal. Naruto ignored Issei asking Kiba to explain the 72 pillars to him. He already knew about them thanks to Akeno and Rias. Instead, he focused on what Riser and Rias were talking was the more important information in his mind. In some ways, what the prick was saying made sense. Pure-blood devils were apparently becoming a rare commodity these days. They were sort of like the bloodline clans that were so famous in his world. And just like those clans, they were more concerned about keeping their blood pure and untainted by outsiders than they were about the individuals in their clan. At least, that was what he was getting out of all this. I won't destroy my household, Rias crossed her arms over her chest. I plan on siring an heir when I'm ready. Her eyes sharpened like blades as she glared at Riser. But I won't marry you. I'll marry someone of my own choosing. Even the heirs of old households have that much of a right. Riser gave a long-suffering sigh. His fingers twitched in agitation, a sure sign that he was beginning to lose his patience. You know, Rias, like you, I am a pure-blood devil of an old household. I bear the powerful name of Phoenix. I can't let that name get tarnished. I came all the way out here to the human world just to get you, but I don't like the human world much. Flames erupted from Riser's back, taking the form of wings and showing just why his clan name was Phoenix. The fires from his back spread, the sweltering heat had the members of Rias' peerage sweating profusely, their bodies becoming drenched in salty water and their clothes caking to their skin. Strangely enough, none of them were burned from the incredible heat. Naruto knew what this was, a show of skill. Riser was showing off, and it was beginning to piss him off. The flames of this world are filthy. For a devil who holds governance over wind and fire, it's unbearable. His eyes narrowed. I will take you back to the underworld with me. He looked over at her servants, Akeno, Asia, Issei and Kiba. Naruto and Kaniko were on the other side. Even if I have to incinerate your servants to do it. You lay one hand on my servants and I'll put those flames of yours out. Rias clenched her teeth. How dare this man threaten the lives of her servants? There was no way she could let such a threat go unpunished. Riser-sama, Graphia said, I suggest you calm down, or you may find those flames of yours getting doused. Oh, Well, if the one who was given the title of strongest queen is getting involved, then I guess there's no helping it. I wouldn't want to have to face Sears X Sama's peerage. It has always been said that the Red Satan's peerage is full of indestructible monsters. Actually, I am not the one you should be worrying about, Grafia corrected. That was when Riser and everyone else noticed it. One of the members of Rias' peerage had moved. Naruto stood behind Riser, two blades in his hand, one pressing against Riser's back, the other being held so lightly against his throat that Riser did not even realize it was there until he looked down. These blades were much different from standard weapons. They were not solid. They were liquid. Water, to be precise. One thing everyone noticed about the blades was that despite their elemental composition being water, they were not dissipating from the heat of Razor's flames. There wasn't even a bit of steam coming off them. As everyone was trying to figure out when Naruto had moved and Kaneko was blinking as she realized her head was no longer being pet, Naruto spoke up in a voice that was very casual but had an underlying hint of steel in it. I would suggest that in the future, you refrain from threatening Rias' peerage. I don't take threats on my family lightly. The blade near Riser's throat came close enough to graze skin, hissing slightly as water met fire. Understand. Riser eyed the blade near his throat, frowning. For a second, he upped the power of his clan's fire, but all that did was cause Naruto to pump more chakra into his blade. Very soon, the heat within the room became overbearing as Riser did his best to dissolve the water blade. In return, Naruto narrowed his eyes and began pumping even more chakra into the blade to keep its form and consistency. His teeth were grit and several beads of sweat trickled down his forehead as he was forced to put more chakra than he had originally intended into his water blade. The heat Riser was producing only compounded to his problems. It was getting harder to breathe, and sweat was starting to get into his eyes. He was also beginning to run out of chakra. If this kept up, Naruto knew he was going to be the first one to give in. Riser had more power than he did, for the moment. Thankfully, before Riser could decide to up the ante anymore, Grafia stepped in. Enough, she spoke in a calm, but cold voice that had many of those in the room shivering despite the heat. Riser-sama, I believe I told you to calm down. Naruto, that's enough, Rias added. No sense in adding fuel to this already intense fire. I guess you did. Riser let his flames dissolve while Naruto's water blades dispersed. TCH. With a small tisk of disappointment, the blonde Uzumaki walked back over to Kaneko, sat down, and pulled her back into his lap. Pretty soon, the cute first year was purring in delight as Naruto worked her ears over good and acted as if nothing had happened. Needless to say, the sweat drops were in abundance. Sears X Sama suspected the situation would become like this. If neither of you can settle this with words, then we will have to resolve this issue with means of a last resort. Last resort. Rias looked at Grafia in bland confusion, which soon turned to shock upon the beautiful woman's next words. Rias-sama, if you're going to be so insistent with your wish to not marry Riser-sama, then you will have to settle this with a rating game. Correct me if I'm wrong, Naruto decided to interrupt. But from my understanding only adult devils can compete in a rating game. Rias has not yet risen to the status of an adult, so how could she compete in one? Naruto narrowed his eyes as a thought suddenly occurred to him. Or is this going to be an unofficially sanctioned game? It is as you say, Grafia bowed her head towards Naruto in acknowledgement. While Rias-sama cannot participate in an official match, it's perfectly legal for a non-adult devil to participate in unofficial matches. That you are even suggesting this option means that father and the others have already thought of the possibility of my refusal and have made all the necessary preparations for the game to take place. Rias, eyes closed tightly. Tell me, how long are they going to keep interfering with my life until they are satisfied? Does that mean you refuse to participate? Of course not, Rias straightened up. No longer was she projecting the image of someone who was lost and unsure of what she should do. Instead she was giving off the aura of someone who had made a decision and was going to see it through to the end. There's no way I'm going to pass up an opportunity like this. She turned to the man who claimed to be her fiancé, eyes narrowed in a tight glare. Riser Phoenix, I challenge you to a rating game in order to settle this dispute. Cat CHRP. With the challenge thrown down, Riser had no choice but to accept the rating game. Not that he had any reason not to. It was clear to everyone that he was favored to win, not just because he was a fully matured devil, but also because he had far more experience in rating games than Rias. He accepted the challenge with glee, and even went so far as to give Rias and her peerage a 10-day grace period they could use to prepare themselves with. Naruto knew why the asshat had given them those 10 days. It wasn't a magnanimous offer or anything of the sort, but a jab at Rias and the strength of her peerage. He was basically telling her it didn't matter how much they trained, she would still lose. This did not concern Naruto. If anything, it just pumped him up even more. He was not going to let some douchebag who thought he was the biggest thing since Uchiha Madara get away with insulting his king or his friends. When the time came for the raiding games, he had every intention of kicking that guy's sorry ass from here to the elemental nations, or his name wasn't Uzumaki Naruto. Come on, Issei. Hurry it up. A snicker managed to escape his lips as he heard his king calling for the perverted second-year student and currently the weakest member among their peerage. The day after Rias issued Riser a challenge to a raiding game, the red-haired heiress to the house of Rumori had decided to take them up to a secluded villa in the mountains so they could train without people getting suspicious. Apparently, her family owned the area they would be staying at. Just how rich did someone have to be to own a mountain anyways? Seriously, Ria's family must be loaded. Naruto was actually pretty pleased with this turnout. Having been forced to stay within the city limits, he had not been able to practice his more powerful and destructive jutsu. He had been wanting to see what he could and could not do without worrying about the collateral damage his attacks might cause. Some he knew were still out of reach due to chakra requirements. For example, Naruto did not have enough chakra to use the Rasengan, yet just getting the damn thing to form took most of his reserves. Pumping a constant amount of chakra into the jutsu to let it keep its form was damn near impossible, but with some more intensive training, that would change. He did not believe he would be able to get up to the level he had been at the height of the Fourth Great Shinobi War, but Naruto at least wanted to be at the level of a Jonin. That was his goal for the next 10 days. Train his ass off and become at least as strong as the average level Jonin. Shouldn't we help him? Asked a worried Asia. The young blonde girl looked back and forth between Rias and the nearly dead on his feet Issei. Said boy was currently trying to hike up the mountain they were on. Trying being the keyword in this instance. The poor boy looked like he was about to drop right then and there. I mean, he's carrying all my luggage as well, so it would only be right for me to help out too, right? Don't worry about it, Rias waved Asia's concerns away. If Issei can't even handle that much, then he'll never get any stronger. And speaking of handling a lot of weight, the redhead's eyes turned to Naruto. Just where is all of your stuff? Sealing scrolls. Naruto absently patted the kunai pouch attached to his left hip. One of my specialties is called sealing. With it, I can seal things like items and various objects inside of scrolls. Some people who are really good at sealing can even seal energy, elements and people within a seal, though I'm not that good yet. He had been getting there though. He could seal energy at least, though the seals were unstable and would break at the slightest miscalculation. It was a very good thing he used clones to practice sealing and not himself. The explosion that had literally blew his clone apart when it had first started practicing making energy seals had been no joke. It still gave him nightmares. I've never heard of sealing before. Akino actually looked very interested in his abilities. What type of magic is that? It's not magic, Naruto corrected. It's jutsu. Fuinjutsu, to be exact. It's a ninja art that some humans can learn. Chakra ability, Kaneko added. That's right, Naruto tilted his head back so he could nuzzle his cheek affectionately against Kaneko's. The girl purred in repressed pleasure as she rubbed back. I knew there was a reason I loved you. Rias twitched while Kaneko blushed. Akino did her, and Naruto, well, he wasn't even paying attention to the reaction the others were giving. He was a little too busy lavishing praise and, affection on Kaneko. I'm surprised you knew about that. I didn't think anyone here would know about chakra. I see. Rias clenched her fist into a tight ball as she tried to resist the urge to grab Kaneko, toss her into a deep pit and then pinch Naruto's cheek hard enough that it became red and swollen. You'd think she'd get used to it after watching it happen so often, but nope, it still bothered her like nothing else. She made a mental note to keep those two as far away from each other as possible during this trip. I take it you did the same thing to the items Kaneko was carrying. Yep. I see, Rias repeated. Just one more question. Why are you carrying Kaneko on your back? Because I felt like it, Naruto answered with a beaming smile that made Rias grit her teeth in irritation. Naruto was her servant, not Kaneko's. He should be carrying her like that. No, wait, he should be carrying her in his arms. Rias blinked, then shook her head. Where did those thoughts come from? Oh, that reminds me. His fingers gently squeezed the powerful thigh muscles he was holding to keep the girl from falling off. Are you comfortable, Kaneko-chan? Fine, Kaneko purred as she pressed her face against the back of his neck. Warm. Rias grit her teeth. Neither Naruto nor Kaneko noticed, but Akino did, and she was nothing if not amused. Era. I think I've been told that before. Naruto looked thoughtful. Ba-chan once told me that my body is always running at 130 degrees all the time. It's actually the reason I've never been sick before. I didn't think it was possible for a human to have a temperature that high. Rias frowned. Wouldn't you die long before your body reached that temperature? Probably, Naruto replied cheerfully. He was completely oblivious to the large drops of sweat running down Kiba's, Akino's and Asia's head. But I've always been different from other people. Even back when I was a human, people thought I was weird. This is just one of those things I sort of accepted that was different about me. I see, Rias said softly. She guessed this was just one of those mysteries that let her know she still didn't know Naruto as well as she wanted to. At least they had a whole 10 days in which she could get to know him better. Come along, Kaneko-chan. Our training awaits. If she could separate him and Kaneko, that is. cat. The place Rias had them staying at was just as extravagant as Naruto suspected it would be, a beautiful-looking, several-story Western-style mansion with dozens of windows and cream-colored walls. Naruto could not judge how large it was, but it was definitely bigger than the old-school building their clubroom was located in. It was surrounded by a just as gorgeous garden that looked like someone had spent their entire life cultivating and pruning it. From where they were standing, Naruto could see a Greek gazebo next to a pond filled with crystal-clear blue water. Behind the estate itself was a large copse of trees that led into a deep forest of viridian colors, presenting a pleasant background to the majestic-looking mansion. According to Rias, this place was a summer home that her family rarely ever used. It was just another reminder of how wealthy her family was that they could afford their own summer estate and never live there. Almost as soon as they arrived at the estate and put all their stuff away, Rias had them get started with training. She had Kiba work with Issei to teach him how to wield a sword. In her words, giving Issei experience with weaponry would not only help him learn how to fight a weapons user, but also add another means of fighting to his arsenal. Unfortunately, it wasn't going as well as she had probably hoped. Issei was hopeless as a swordsman. He had no coordination, his grip was too soft, his swings too slow, and he completely lacked the grace, power, and speed required of someone wielding a blade. The only thing the young man had going for him was sheer determination, and that could only take a person so far. Naruto had learned that the hard way. He still had the scars to prove it. While Rias Pawn was unsuccessfully trying to learn his way around a blade, Naruto had decided to ask Kaneko for a spar. Which was how the two of them found themselves in a forested section several dozen meters away from everyone else. It was here that Naruto realized Kaneko was quite the little fighter. He had seen her in action before, when she was fighting that giant rogue devil, but it hadn't quite sunken in just how powerful she was until now. Naruto jumped back as the white-haired first year landed on the ground he had just been standing on, the heel of her left foot smashing into the earth with great force. Large chunks of rock and gravel were upheaved and the ground shook like it had been struck by a mini cataclysm. The surrounding area from the center of impact cratered and several large cracks spread out from where Kaneko's foot had struck, lifting up even more of the earth to create what almost looked like miniature cliff faces. A whistle escaped Naruto's lips as he saw the damage done. Had that attack hit, it would have surely done some fierce damage to him. It definitely would have rattled his bones and organs, and might have even been enough to kill him provided it hit him somewhere his body was weak, like his ribs or his neck. It seemed his thoughts on Kaneko's physical prowess were correct. The girl had all the strength of Tsunade. Of course, saying she had Tsunade's strength was a bit of a misnomer. Physically speaking, Naruto would say that Kaneko was just as strong as Tsunade physically. With a single punch, Kaneko could cause the ground to crater, the earth to split, she could destroy boulders like they were made of onigiri and was capable of lifting and throwing objects that were 15 times her weight and several times her mass. In a perfectly physical sense, they were probably about the same. At the same time, Tsunade would have kicked the cute little girl's small, shapely ass 6 ways to Sunday. While there was no clear difference in their physical prowess, their fighting styles were another matter entirely. As strong as Kaneko was, she was also predictable. Too predictable. Her punches were entirely linear, coming in projected arcs that even a genin could see them coming from a mile away. They were also very slow, allowing Naruto plenty of time to weave his way between her strikes and get a few shots of his own in. To put things simply, she lacked the battle experience that made fighting against the woman who would go on to become Godime Hokage such a nightmare. A second after the dust that had been kicked up by Kaneko's latest attack began to settle, the girl in question jumped out from the crater she had caused, hopping over the uplifted pieces of earth and landing on the ground close to his position. Almost as soon as her feet touched the ground, the girl with amber eyes charged him. Naruto watched Kaneko throw a punch the moment she was close enough to do so. Her execution was perfect. She brought her fist in tightly against her torso, hand clenched into a fist, palm pointed towards the sky. When she released, the fist corkscrewed as her arm extended towards him. It was a textbook chamber punch, executed so perfectly made a guy would have cried manly tears and shouted about how Kaneko was in the springtime of her youth. It was also far too slow. Like water as it flowed around the rock in its path, Naruto dodged the attack. His right foot moved as he pivoted ever so slightly to the right. At the same time his left hand came up and redirected Kaneko's hand, pushing it wide. The move not only served to redirect her strength, but with her forward momentum being as great as it was, it also did a splendid job of knocking the girl off balance. She stumbled forward while Naruto slid into her guard, his fingers poking her in the underarm, clavicle and her neck at the base of her spine in quick succession. Then he was past her, his stance relaxed as the girl halted her forward momentum, fist still extended, eyes blinking as she realized her opponent was no longer in front of her. She turned around to see Naruto standing there, watching her with eyes that were much sharper than the kind and slightly goofy ones she was so used to. What had just happened? Shaking her head, Kaneko came at him again, this time unleashing a barrage of punches, none of which hit Naruto. The last member of the Uzumaki clan was like the wind. He never stayed in one place. Constantly, the young man with the spiky blonde hair moved, weaving and dodging each attack like he knew they were coming long before the attack was even executed. Sometimes his hands would move as well, flashing up and knocking Kaneko's strikes away from his body, thereby redirecting and disrupting the flow of kinetic energy and making the girl stumble. When this happened, he would poke her in the areas that would be considered kill points on a person if he were to stab them with a kunai, then move past her. It was only after 6 minutes of this happening over and over again that Kaneko stopped attacking and stared at her sparring partner with surprised eyes. "How do you keep dodging me?" It was her longest sentence to date. "That's not the question you should be asking," Naruto told her. "You should really be asking how come you can't hit me." He took a look around at the numerous craters and cracks in the ground from her misses. A good deal of her attacks had left craters that were at least 2 or 3 feet wide, some that were even a meter wide, and the cracks looked like miniature trenches that were caused by earthquakes splitting the earth open. All of your attacks were perfectly executed, textbook attacks. The problem is they're far too predictable to hit someone who is much faster than you. Rather than wonder why he seemed to know so much about fighting, Kaneko merely accepted it and asked the obvious question. "What should I do?" "The first thing we need to do is work on getting your speed up." Naruto rubbed his jaw thoughtfully. "I have a few ways to do this, but I think the best one is to use weights on your arms and legs to increase your speed. I normally wouldn't suggest this, but as you're a rook and their power is absolute defense and incredible strength, it will work the best for you. You won't ever be at Kiba's speed, but you don't really need to be either. This is just to give you that added oomph, so you can surprise your opponents." Kaneko nodded. "The second thing we need to do is work on finding you a style that fits your body type and abilities." Looking her up and down for a moment, Naruto nodded to himself. "You're very cute." Kaneko blushed at the very blunt compliment to her looks. Not that Naruto noticed, busy as he was in his sensei mode, which was, ironically enough, reminiscent of how Jiraiya acted when he taught Naruto. Most people would either be taken in by your cuteness, or underestimate you because of it. You could easily use that to lure people into a trap. Let them attack you first and use your absolute defense to withstand their first blow. Once you do, you can grab onto their offending limb and from there you have a whole slew of attacks available for you to capitalize on. Having been part of the war against Uchiha Madara, Naruto had seen a number of different fighting styles in play. He remembered one of the smaller shinobi he had rescued from the Zetsu clone army fought like that. Trap them. Yes, for example, throw a punch at me in slow motion. Kaneko did as asked, once more punching at him, but it moved so slowly that even to a normal human it would look like her fist was going in slow motion. The attack connected as Naruto did nothing to stop it. But as soon as it did hit, he grabbed onto her forearm and stuck his hand to her limb with chakra. "You see this? Now that I have you in my grasp, your options are very limited. You could attack with your other hand, of course, but if I were a rook, the only way such an attack would work is if you were another rook. Any other piece aside from maybe a queen would need room to create an attack strong enough to break your defense. And unlike you, I actually have several avenues open. I could hit you with a straight jab to the face, or attack with an open palm to the torso, and because you're already coming towards me, any attack I launch will strike with that much more force. I could also use my feet, kicking you in the stomach or stomping on your kneecaps. If I wanted to, I could even trip you up and attack while you're down. To give her an example of what he was talking about, Naruto's foot suddenly shot out. His toes hooked itself against the back of Kaniko's knee. With little warning he yanked his foot back, forcing the knee to give out at the sudden and unexpected force. Because the knee was a synovial joint that could only bend in the direction Naruto had forced it to without removing the kneecap, and Kaniko had no time to prepare for the attack, the silver-haired female's entire body was forced to bend backwards. Not even a second later, Kaniko found herself lying flat on her back, Naruto straddling her stomach as the knuckles of his right fist just barely touched her nose. For several seconds, the two simply lay there, Kaniko blinking up at Naruto with lightly flushed cheeks as the blonde boy grinned down at her. The seconds passed, Naruto waiting just long enough for his sparring partner to realize what had happened before he got off her and offered his hand, which Kaniko accepted. "You see what I mean?" asked Naruto. Kaniko nodded. "Take the first punch, grab on, and attack while they're too surprised to react." Exactly, Naruto was grinning widely as he placed a hand on her hair and scratched her right ear. "You're a quick learner. It took me many beatings from my old sensei before I learned anything." Kaniko flushed from his praise, and the way his hand scratched her ear. It felt so good. Naruto looked up at the sky. The sun was beginning to set. "Anyway, it's getting late. Rias should be done training eyes by now. Let's go back." The pair soon made their way back over to where Rias was watching Issei getting beaten by Kiba. Just looking at the boy getting slaughtered as he swung his sword like a half-crazed maniac made Naruto shake his head. Swordsmanship was clearly not Issei's forte. Not that he could say it was his either. The last time he'd tried using a sword, Naruto almost ended up cutting his own head off as opposed to his enemies. "How's his training going?" asked Naruto as he walked up to Rias, Kaniko trailing behind him. "As well as can be expected," she sighed as Issei once again tried to hit Kiba to no avail. The blonde pretty boy managed to glide around the swing, launched his way with simplistic ease and attack Issei from behind, striking him lightly in the neck. Had this been a real battle and Kiba using a real sword, Issei would have been a head shorter. "I don't think this type of training is going to work for him," Naruto declared. "Issei's not a swordsman, he's a brawler. Trying to impose elegance on his movements is like putting udon noodles in miso soup and calling it ramen. Just because you mix noodles and soup together in the same bowl doesn't make it ramen. Without the proper ingredients and additives, udon noodles and miso soup are just that." "That's a really interesting analogy," Rias spoke with a large drop of sweat running down her face. She shook her head at the very Naruto comment and tried to get back on track. "So what would you suggest? You have him in Asia training with Akeno after this, right?" asked Naruto. Rias nodded. "And I'm guessing Kaniko is going to have a hand in training him during the afternoon." Another nod. "I want to train him after dinner then, when the sun goes down." "I suppose I could let you do that," Rias said contemplatively, casting a side glance at him. "May I ask what you're going to train him in?" Naruto smiled. It was not a very nice smile. "Survival training." Issei, who was trying to dodge Kiba's latest series of attacks, shivered, which led to him getting smacked in the face. As he rubbed his nose, the boy could not help but wonder, why did it suddenly feel like the Shinigami had come to claim him? _CHRP_. Issei grumbled as he walked through the sea of trees. He'd had a trying day so far, constantly losing to Kiba, conjuring only a tiny sphere of magic while Asia conjured a baseball-sized one, getting his ass kicked by Kaniko. There was no end to the tortures he had gone through this day, and that wasn't even the worst of it. No, while all that was humiliating, the worst training by far was what Bushu made him do. She had him running up a mountain, with a boulder tied to his back, while she sat on it. And then she had him do 300 push-ups. And he had still been wearing that damn boulder. His back was killing him. It felt like his spine had been snapped in half. And now, after eating a large dinner, Rias had told him to go into the forest near the estate for his last lesson of the day. What more could they try to teach him? Hadn't he already been tortured enough? Apparently not. While walking through the dense foliage of trees, Issei failed to watch where he was stepping. Because of this, he didn't even realize he had stepped on something until a loud twang alerted him to that fact. Looking down, Issei could see something glinting in the moonlight. It looked like a steel wire. The wire snapped, and suddenly over a dozen kunai whizzed out from where they had been hidden deep within the foliage. Issei dodged the attack by belly flopping onto the ground. This proved to be a mistake as he suddenly felt several sharp, pointy somethings impaling his butt cheeks with incredible force. Gaia! Squealing like a little girl, Issei reached behind him and grabbed one of the sharp objects. A quick yank pulled it out. The pain made him wince, but he tried to ignore the sharp stinging in his ass and brought the object to his face. The object was a very thin, steel needle. Senbon. Used for acupuncture. What the hell? The crunch of booted feet alerted Issei to the presence of someone else coming towards him. He tried to stand up, but his butt was feeling strangely numb. In fact, he couldn't feel much at all around his hind area. Spiky blonde hair came into view, and a pair of amused blue eyes looked down at him. Good evening, Aro Debigame. You, Issei roared. He tried to stand again, but once more only succeeded in landing flat on his face. What the hell is going on, idiot blonde? I've decided to help you get stronger, Naruto said, smiling a very eerie smile that instantly put Issei on edge. For some reason, that smile was making the hairs on the back of his neck raise. What was this strange fear he was feeling? But you're a new devil like me, right? Issei asked, trying to get over the almost overwhelming sense of, holy shit, I have to get the hell out of here. That seemed to have overcome him. How could you help me get stronger? You should be just as strong as I am. Wrong, unlike you, who grew up living a normal life with a normal family, I grew up being trained to fight since I was a child. I know combat, I know fighting, I know how to kick ass, take names and stick it to the man. And I am going to teach you what I know. Really? Really? Whoa, who knew that Naruto was actually some kind of child super solider? Maybe those rumors he had heard through the Kuo Academy grapevine about the spiky-headed blonde being a former assassin that used to be employed by an Italian mob boss had some truth to them. Despite himself, Issei actually began to feel a bit excited. Perhaps Naruto would be able to help him get stronger. At least he should be able to, if the blonde was as strong as he claimed. What are we going to do? Asked Issei, wincing a bit as he finally managed to stand up now that he had pulled all the senbon from his ass. Feeling was beginning to return, and he was starting to wish it hadn't. Sparring, sword fighting, magic battle, exercise. I suppose you could say this is an exercise of a sort, Naruto answered vaguely. You see, I am going to try to kill you. All you have to do is not get killed. Tilde cat CHRP tilde. Early the next morning, Naruto took Kaneko out to the same forested clearing they had been sparring in the other day for some more training. It looked much different now than it had yesterday. The previous day it had simply been full of craters, upturned rocks, and large cracks. Now it was also littered with sharp, pointy objects and blood splatters on the ground and trees. What happened here? Asked Kaneko. I was training eyes. Ah. Since this was caused by Issei getting trained, Kaneko decided to ignore the blood and weapons. They were simply signs that Issei was still weak, which she already knew. I managed to get the weights for you. Kaneko looked at Naruto in surprise. Already? Yep, the blonde grinned as he handed her 2 pairs of bands, one pair that went on the wrists and another that went around the ankles. What are these? Sealed bands, Naruto answered. See those seals right there? He pointed out the strange kanji and symbols that went around the entirety of the bands. These seals add weight, though it would be more accurate to say they seal away the speed you can attack at. They will make it feel as if your arms and legs are wading through jelly and will force your muscles to work harder in order to compensate, thereby increasing the speed you can attack with. Just by keeping these on you can increase your speed nearly 2-fold in just under a week. Naruto had never told anyone this, but Jiraiya had used these seals when he had been refining the horrid mess the blonde Uzumaki called taijutsu. They had only used this type of training for 2 months. The human body was not made to withstand that kind of abuse, but 2 months had been enough to bring his taijutsu up to par with most chunin and jonin. The rest of his hand-to-hand talent had come from experience. Useful, Kaneko said as she slipped the bands on. I know, Naruto grinned. Anyway, I want you to wear these everywhere you go except when taking a bath. This way, you'll get stronger even when you're not training. At the end of the first 5 days, we'll take them off to see how far you've progressed and get you accustomed to your new speed, then put them back on the last 5 days. Sounds good. Okay then, hold out your hands. Kaneko did as told and watched as Naruto channeled chakra into the bands. At first Kaneko did not feel anything, but after several seconds her arms dropped to her side without warning. She tried to move them, but found that just making them move at all it was very difficult. It felt like they were stuck in a very thick, quick-drying cement. And then he did her legs. Just making them move after that became a task in and of itself. She could hardly even lift them. There, Naruto stood back up and clapped his hands together once. Once you're capable of moving around in those, we'll start sparring again. Okay, Naruto-senpai. Kaneko began to walk around, looking almost like a spaceman on the moon except without the near-zero gravity to make her float. Each movement she made was incredibly slow, as if someone were watching a movie at a mere 20th of its normal speed. Naruto thought it was one of the funniest things he had seen in a while. Not quite as funny as watching Issei flounder about while he threw kunai at the boy, but definitely up there. Tilda cat CHRP tilde. Rias sighed as she sat up in her bed, unable to sleep. Ever since coming to this place she had been feeling restless. Despite how upbeat and optimistic she had been acting for the past few days, the truth was she had been very worried. Even though they had 10 days to get ready, there was simply no way to know if that would be enough time to prepare her peerage to face off against Riser. She didn't even know if she would be ready to face Riser when the time came. Deciding that if she couldn't get to sleep, she would at least try and do something productive, Rias slipped out of bed and put a sheer nightgown over her naked form. Slipping on a pair of slippers and grabbing her glasses and a folder of documents that were sitting on her nightstand, she walked out of her room and made her way downstairs. She found a surprise waiting for her there. Naruto. Sitting on the couch with a calligraphy brush in one hand and several sheets of paper splayed out across the table was her most enigmatic servant. He had a serious expression on his face, not as grave as the one on the night she tried to make him take her virginity, but definitely stony enough that she could not help but think it didn't belong there. She couldn't tell what he was doing, but it looked like he was studying something. Naruto looked up, a grin crawling onto his face when he saw her. Good evening, Rias. Couldn't sleep? Unfortunately not. Rias shook her head as she finished walking down the stairs and moved over to the couch he was sitting on. I thought you were training eyes. I am, Naruto told her, making her blink. How could you be training eyes if you're here? And just where is eyes anyway? Naruto opened his mouth to answer. Oh god. Make it stop. Make the pain stop. Biwahahaha. Run you scurvy perv. Run. Biwahahaha. When a shrill yell of imaginable horror and pain made itself known along with what sounded like the insane laughter of the damned accompanying it. Issei is currently training with my clone, Naruto informed the red-haired beauty, who was looking around for the source of the scream in worry. It was so loud she couldn't tell where it had come from. Clone. She shook her head and stepped behind him to see what he was doing. It looked like he was writing something. Hundreds of strange squiggles lined the paper in conjunction with a very old dialect of kanji. The squiggles looked like they were forming some kind of pattern, a spiral perhaps. It's one of my abilities, he elaborated. Rias watched as he set the brush down and brought his hands into a seal that looked similar to a cross. He muttered a quick, shadow clone jutsu, and Rias watched on in surprise when a burst of smoke appeared to her left. When the cloud dissipated it was to reveal a perfect replica of the blonde sitting on the couch. The clone gave a cheeky grin, blew her a kiss, then dispelled. It's a chakra-based ability. Ninjutsu. What I do is split my chakra evenly. The half that was split is used to make a corporeal copy of myself. What an incredible ability. Rias could only marvel at how useful such a thing was, especially if he could make more than one. They're not very strong, Naruto added as an afterthought. One good hit will cause them to dispel, and right now I only have enough chakra to make 5, so I have to use it sparingly. They're mainly used for reconnaissance and stealth operations. Rias nodded as she listened to him, curious to learn more about his abilities. She had heard of chakra, of course, but generally it was a type of energy found in yokai, not humans. How Naruto could use chakra was beyond her. So what's this? Asked Rias, gesturing towards the strange symbols he had drawn. She had to admit, Naruto had great calligraphy. Each stroke of the brush appeared to be masterfully done, reminding her of some of the greatest calligraphists she had read about in her history class. I asked Akino about what she knew of the Phoenix clan's power, he said. She told me how they're able to regenerate near instantly from even fatal wounds. This, he gestured, is my attempts at trying to create a seal that will take away that healing ability. Sealing can do that? Asked Rias, amazing. Sealing is nearly limitless in its application, Naruto told her, paraphrasing something Jiraiya once said to him many years ago. A true master of sealing can seal away anything. Items, power, elements, you name it. With seals, one could even seal away certain aspects of the world, like time for instance, or alter the very reality upon which the world was built. I never knew such a powerful technique existed, Rias whispered in awe. Can you do that? Seal away time? Ha 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 ha. No, Naruto shook his head as he laughed a bit. I'm just a novice in sealing. My godfather taught me what he could, but we had focused more on my fighting potential than seals. I see. Do you think you can do it, then? Seal away Riser's ability to regenerate. Maybe. Naruto bit his lip as he studied the sheets in front of him. It's hard to say. Sealing is all about finding the right combination of kanji and combining them with various symbols and lines of power in order to seal something away. In some ways, sealing is almost like its own language. For example, if I wanted to seal a specific item, the kanji would have to be something like, to seal a steel broadsword of 54 inches in length and weighing 5 kilograms, or something like that. In order to seal Riser's ability to regenerate, I have to come up with the right combination of kanji and combine them with the correct symbols of power and various lines that will direct the flow of that power into the seal. It sounds pretty complicated, Rias said honestly as she slid next to him on the couch, placing her own documents on the table. It is, Naruto agreed, and unfortunately, the only thing I'm positive is correct about this seal are the symbols. He pointed to two very specific shapes that Rias would recognize anywhere, even if the kanji used was really old. Fire and wind. Yes, because Riser is from the Phoenix clan, he specializes in fire and wind. They are his elements. Thus, if I want to seal his regeneration, I need to seal his elements. I'm sure you'll come up with something, Rias told him. He looked at her and she smiled. I have faith in you. Thank you, Naruto offered a smile of his own before gesturing towards the folder. So what's that? This is Riser's official rating game record, Rias said, putting her glasses on before opening the folder and grabbing the sheets inside. She turned to Naruto to show him the records, only to blink as she found him snickering at her. What? She frowned. What's so funny? An amused smile touched Naruto's lips. What's with the glasses? Rias blushed. I feel like wearing glasses helps me think better, okay. She mumbled. Naruto chuckled, causing her face to heat up. I'm not making fun of you or anything. I think it's cute. Her face heated up some more. You do? Oh yes, Naruto nodded sagely. You're very attractive in glasses. You give off that sexy librarian vibe I remember reading about in this book once. Ika Ika Librarian. A classic. Why he didn't get into his godfather's literature until later on in life Naruto would never know. And here I thought you weren't a pervert, Rias muttered slyly. I'm not. Then what you? A healthy and virile young male. Rias, lip quirked upwards. Isn't that the same thing? No, Naruto shook his head. A pervert is someone who shamelessly peeks on women, whether that's looking up their skirts on the train ride or peeking on them when they're changing in the girls' locker room. They have no respect for a woman's privacy in their quest to see a nice pair of tits. So, like eyes then? Yes, like eyes, Naruto nodded. I, on the other hand, would not peek on women while they're changing, bathing, or getting dressed. You stare at me when I'm getting dressed plenty. And you get dressed right in front of me, Naruto shot back. I would also like to add that you're the one who sneaks into my room at night and snuggles into my bed naked. Would you rather I not? I didn't say that. This light-hearted banter continued on for some time before Naruto decided to switch topics. So what are we looking at? Nothing good, Rias sighed, knowing exactly what he was talking about. Riser's been in 10 official games. Of those games he only has 2 losses to his 8 wins, and those losses were on purpose as favors towards certain clans for past services rendered. He's essentially won every single game he's played. Of course, the reason he won isn't due to the strength of his peerage but rather his immortality. She narrowed her eyes. Really, that's what it comes down to. He uses his servants to gauge the strength of the people facing him, then once all his members are defeated, he uses his immortality granted to him as a phoenix to overwhelm them. I knew a guy kind of like that once, Naruto said thoughtfully. He didn't have any regenerative powers or anything, but he was immortal. Really? Oh yes, I remember how hard it was to beat him. You could chop his head off and he'd still come after you. Nothing we did seemed capable of bringing him down. So how did you beat him? Blow him up and bury his remains in a hole, Naruto said bluntly. Rias' sweat dropped. I was wondering, Rias. I know you don't like that Riser guy much. Honestly, I just met him and I can already tell he's a great douchebag in need of a good ass kicking. But your dislike of him seems so much more personal. Naruto looked at the girl who had given him a purpose again, his azure eyes meeting her bluish green. Is it because of the marriage contract? Rias sighed. Her lips turned down and her eyes seemed to dim in sorrow as she remembered why she hated Riser. It's because he only sees me as a grimoire. She brought her knees up to her chest and looked down at the table. No matter where I go, the grimoire name always seems to follow me. I get it, Naruto said in sudden realization. Even though you're proud to be the heir of the Grimoire clan, you feel like you're trapped by the clan name. Everywhere you go it's, Grimoire this, or, Grimoire that, or, heir to the Grimoire household. Everyone only ever sees you as Rias Grimoire, not just Rias. When Riser looks at you, he only sees the Grimoire clan heiress. Naruto looked at Rias, grinning widely as she gave what she was sure was an expression of dumb amazement. Am I right? Yes. Rias breathed, shocked. How did you know? I knew someone like you once, Naruto smiled with a hint of nostalgia. He was a little boy by the name of Konohamaru. His grandfather had named him after the village we lived in, Konohagakure no Saito. The village hidden in the leaves. Rias raised an eyebrow. Your village sure makes up some unusual names. Oi, don't be dissing on my home village's name. Naruto scowled in mock anger, causing Rias to giggle. The blonde dropped his scowl and grinned before continuing. Anyway, where was I? Oh yes, Konohamaru. I bet you think it's an odd name, right? One that would be easily recognizable. Rias nodded. And it was, but no one ever remembered his name. Everyone always called him, Honorable Grandson. This is because Konohamaru was the grandson of the third Hokage, one of our most celebrated village leaders, who ended up retaking the position after the fourth died. So in spite of his name being something that people should remember out of principle, it being such a weird name and all, no one even knew it. All they saw was the grandson of the, honorable grandson of the third Hokage. So what happened to this boy? He wanted people to remember who he was, and decided the only way to do that was to step out from underneath his grandfather's shadow. He decided that he was going to become Hokage, and he worked tirelessly towards that goal. Day in and day out he trained for the sole purpose of becoming the village leader so people would stop looking at him as the honorable grandson and start seeing him as Konohamaru. Did he ever become Hokage? I don't know, Naruto shrugged helplessly. I left the village when he was just a brat. By now, he's probably only around 14 or so. Oh, Rias sighed. You seem disappointed with my story, Naruto observed. No, it was a good story. I was just hoping for something more. Like. Rias gave a wistful smile. Oh, you know, something like Konohamaru triumphing over all the odds by succeeding in becoming Hokage, or something to that effect. Her smile left and she sighed. I guess I was hoping to hear something that would let me know that what I want isn't hopeless. That maybe, just maybe, I can get people to see me for who I am and not what house I come from. In response to her words, Naruto reached out with a hand, and flicked her ear. Ouch! Rias rubbed her ear and cast him a mild glare. What was that for? For being stupid, Naruto told her. Rias gawked at him. I feel like you've forgotten all about me. Huh, it was not the most elegant statement she had ever made, but then, she was confused. Some slack must be given in this instance. Naruto rolled his eyes. I don't care if your last name is Grimoire. I wouldn't care if your last name is Phoenix either. To me, you've always been Rias, the girl who found me when I was just going through the motions and gave me a new purpose in life. He gave her a smile that reached his eyes. And let me tell you, that Rias is pretty damn awesome. It was probably one of the only times Rias had ever felt herself become this speechless before. For the longest time she had searched for someone who would see her as just Rias, not Rias Grimoire, or even Bushu, simply Rias, with no titles or last names attached. Even if it was just one person, she wanted to find someone who would see her for her. For who she was rather than what she was. She had almost given up hope. And here was a boy whom she had rescued from death, who told her that he saw her as Rias, that he saw her. That he didn't see the titles attached to her name, or the famous clan that came with being who she was. That he didn't care about what she was, but rather who she was. That he liked just Rias. Thinking on it, Naruto had always called her by her name. He never called her Bushu like the others, never called her by her last name. Because in his eyes, the only thing that mattered was Rias the person, not the clan heir or the club president. Rias felt her face warm up. A heat like never before spread across her cheeks. She was sure her face had reached a shade of red never before seen on her or any being, be they devil or otherwise. Her heart began beating faster. It felt like a war drum was pounding a frantic beat in her chest. Her breath hitched in her throat and her chest felt like it was about to burst. And as these things happened, Rias began to wonder. It had not even been a month since Naruto joined her peerage. He was still such a mystery, perhaps even more so than ever before with all the new discoveries she was making about him. It shouldn't have been possible to feel this way for someone she had just met, someone she had only known for a grand total of 3 weeks. Yet the feelings in her heart were undeniable. Rias was falling in love with Uzumaki Naruto. _CHRP. The rest of the training period passed by in a blur. Naruto helped Kaneko by sparring with her once she had gotten used to the sealed weights. They had decided not to take them off even though her training had come to an end, and instead have him teach her how to deactivate the seals so she would be able to catch her opponent off guard. As a devil, Naruto figured she should be capable of withstanding the intense weight of the seals, and it worked out well since she was the only one aside from him who could use chakra. Issei's training was going as well as could be expected. He wasn't progressing by leaps and bounds, but that was okay. Everyone moved at their own pace. The important thing was that a late-night talk Naruto had with the boy after one particularly violent beating had inspired Issei to do better. Rias did not know what was said, but the results from it were more than obvious. Naruto had no clue how Asia's or Akino's training went. He wasn't as good of friends with them as he was with Kaneko. Asia hung out with Issei most of the time and Akino tended to do her own thing. Kiba did as well, but Naruto wasn't sure he needed any training. At least, not in his night abilities. The few spars they had together showed that the boy knew how to play to his strengths well. His late-night talks with Rias continued. After their first heart-to-heart, they had taken to meeting in the living room, just sharing stories about their childhood. Naruto told her about the pranks he had played and how he had always been getting into trouble at the academy. Rias had a good laugh at some of his stories and shared some of the things she had done when she was younger. Of course, Naruto did not neglect his own training either. He just trained farther away from the others. Much farther away. He didn't want anyone getting caught in one of his techniques. Naruto felt like he had just finished running 400 miles without stopping for food, water or rest. His body hurt in places he didn't even know could hurt. His legs felt like lead and his arms were probably broken in several places. Not to mention his knuckles looked like they had been shattered by that last punch he did. None of that mattered. Grinning as he ignored the pain caused by raising his arm to keep the sweat gathering on his brow from falling into his eyes, Naruto looked at the gigantic crater in the ground before him. A crater that was over 5 meters across. A crater that he had made with his own hand. It was strange. Despite the amount of effort he put into learning the secret to Tsunade's and Sakura's super strength, he had been unable to get it right. No matter how hard he worked, he just couldn't get the proper amount of chakra necessary to use the strength technique. He always ended up causing the tenketsu on his knuckles to burst in a most painful manner. However, Naruto had always been an unconventional fellow, and from his many failed attempts, he'd managed to create something just as good. Well, maybe not just as good, but pretty damn close. It would not be ready in time for the fight with Riser. Unfortunately, the technique was too unstable and did more damage to him than it was worth. That was okay though. He had other aces up his sleeves. One day he would master this new ability, and then he would use it to push his way onto the path of becoming the strongest devil in the world, no, the entire universe. I did it. I finally did it. Grinning, the young man with spiky blonde hair and sky-blue eyes pointed a single finger up at the sky above. Just you guys wait. With this technique, I'll become the strongest devil ever. Datbayo. I'm gonna. His eyelids started to droop, along with his shoulders. I'm gonna go to sleep now. Exactly 1 second later, Naruto fell backwards. He didn't even stir as his head smacked against hard, tightly packed dirt. Not even a groan. Uzumaki Naruto slept the day away in a large 5-meter crater. Rias would be very displeased when he showed up 10 hours later, looking like someone had buried him alive. _CHRP. Deep within a castle located in hell, a meeting was being held between 2 individuals. These 2 people were beings of incredible power, ultimate-class devils who were considered the pinnacle of their kind. One stood in front of the other, who was seated on a large dais with a throne-like chair. Graphia stood before her master and husband, her hands clasped in front of her as she gave her report on the events that had transpired between Rias and Riser. I see, Sirzex smiled as he sat on his chair, his head resting on the butt of his hand. So it went down exactly as I thought it would. Yes. I expected nothing less from my little sister. It's just like Rias-tan to act like that. Sirzex was silent for a moment. What do you think of her chances? I don't think she has any chance of beating Riser, Grafia answered immediately. He has too much experience over her and his pieces are much more powerful. Only the Lightning Queen would be able to put up a true fight against Riser's peerage, but she's just one person. Do not be so sure that Rias will lose, Searsx told his wife, the smile on his face growing wider. My sister has one ace up her sleeve that could prove to be the deciding factor in this rating game. Grafia frowned. You were referring to Uzumaki Naruto, yes. What's so special about him that you would think he might actually be the key factor to Rias' victory? If anything, I would have said the wielder of the Red Dragon Emperor Gauntlet would be the deciding factor, were the one wielding it not so weak. Naruto is a rather unusual case. His name does not appear in any records within our archives, nor does he appear in any records in the human world. He is not an angel or a fallen angel either. It's almost as if he just appeared out of thin air. I'm not sure I follow. He seemed to appear out of thin air because he did appear out of thin air, Searsx watched as realization began striking his wife's eyes. With a smile large enough to show teeth, the Lord Satan spoke again. To be more specific, he tore a hole straight through the gap between dimensions and appeared in hell almost 4 months ago to this day. So that's why you had me personally register him for school. Grafia's eyes widened. Does that mean? Yes. Searsx just barely managed to withhold a laugh as he looked at his wife. He did, and anyone who can survive the dimensional gap with Great Red and come out intact is bound to hold a few surprises. Naruto stood by the open window in his room, staring out at the moon. Ever since the Fourth Shinobi War, the moon had been a bad omen to him, a sign of possible destruction, the symbol of the ambitions of a man who very nearly destroyed everything he held dear. The reason he had been so helpless since coming to this world. Still, even though he hated the moon, even one such as him could not help but find the scene before him beautiful. Gentle beams of silver moonlight caressed the earth below, bathing the small cityscape of apartment buildings and convenience stores in an iridescent light. It was a tranquil sight, calming and gentle. The calm before the storm. 1 hour to go. A red light alerted Naruto to the use of a magic circle in his room. He did not turn around to see who it was. It was obvious that she would come here sooner or later. This would be their last chance to speak before the rating game commenced. I'm guessing all the preparations for the rating game have been made. Yes, the feminine, lovely voice of Rias came from behind him. He heard footsteps draw closer before a beautiful figure with crimson locks of hair falling around her body like an undying flame appeared in the left-hand corner of his eye. All the preparations for the rating game have been made. All that's left to do now is for us to go over there. Naruto gave a noncommittal nod. Are you nervous? A little, Rias admitted quietly. This is the first rating game I've ever played in, and our opponent is someone who has never lost without intending to. To top it off, if we don't win. She trailed off, not wanting to even speak of what would happen if they lost. There was no need to anyways. Naruto knew what was at stake. It's okay to be nervous, Naruto told her. We all get a case of jitters during our firsts. I remember the first time I ever saw combat. A mildly self-depreciating chuckle escaped his lips. I was so frightened that I ended up having to be saved by my jackass of a teammate. I don't think I've ever felt so humiliated before or since. Rias smiled at his attempt at brevity, though the frown soon returned. She looked back out the window, her lower lip getting worried between her teeth. Do you think we can win? It was a testament to how much his opinion meant to her that she would ask that. None of the other members of their peerage, except for maybe Akino, had ever seen this side of her, the vulnerable side that needed to be reassured by someone else. All they ever saw was the strong and confident Rias who never backed down and treated her peerage like family. Naruto felt privileged to know that he was one of the few who would ever get to see this side of the normally strong woman. Naruto turned away from the view out of his window so that he could look more fully at the woman beside him. He contemplated her for a moment, not saying anything. In return, Rias did not speak. She knew him well enough by now to know that he was consciously choosing his words. It just took a while for him to actually speak because Naruto had a really bad tendency to blurt out the first thing that came to mind. Do you trust me? He finally asked. Rias just looked at him with wide eyes, as if she had not anticipated him asking such a question. Of course I trust you. It was almost surprising how quickly the answer came from her lips. Even though she was caught off guard by the question, she still answered without a second's hesitation. There was just something about Naruto that made her feel like she could trust him with anything. This may come as a surprise, but out of all the people in my peerage, it is you that I trust the most. And it was a surprise, but mostly to Rias. She shouldn't have been so shocked, she knew. Hadn't she spent nearly every waking moment with Naruto since reincarnating him? Despite this fact, the amount of faith she had in him still came as a great surprise. Perhaps a part of that was due to her. When he'd first became a member of her peerage, Rias had been intrigued. She wanted to learn more about this mysterious figure who seemed so open and yet so distant and enigmatic at the same time. He'd become a mystery she wanted to solve. To that end, she had spent more time with Naruto than anyone else in an effort to unravel the person behind those bright blue eyes. In hindsight, it was only natural that she would end up trusting him more than anyone else. He was just the kind of person that people who really knew him placed their trust in. Despite being a little rough around the edges, Naruto was a person who gave his all for the people he cared about. And he cared about her. For her to do any less than give him her absolute trust was an insult to him. She wouldn't do that. Not to him. Then trust me when I tell you that we will win, Naruto told her. There was a small smile on his face, nothing at all like his normal, large grins. This one was softer, more real. All of us have trained hard for this moment. Each member of your peerage stands behind you, dedicated to winning this game so you don't have to marry that jerk. Trust in those who serve you and they will never let you down. His blue eyes stared into her own green-blue orbs intently. I will never let you down. I believe in you, Rias whispered, causing Naruto's large, almost cheesy-looking grin to appear on his face. As you should, he nodded, his chest puffing. I'm completely awesome. There's no way I'd lose to some peacock who likes to shoot flames out of his ass. He then proceeded to smash the fist of his left hand into the open palm of his right, a resounding smack echoing throughout the room. I live for kicking the ass of self-righteous pricks like him. Wasn't that the truth? His entire career was made from him kicking the ass of assholes. Kiba during the Chunin exams, Neji back when he was a prick in the finals, Gaara before he became cool, Kabuto even though he got his ass kicked as much as he kicked ass during that battle. Still, he hit that sucker good when he surprised the douchebag by completing the Rasengan. Every single battle he fought had been a battle against some kind of self-righteous douche who thought they could do whatever the hell they wanted because they were strong. Assholes. Every one of them. Risers going down. Rias giggled at the blonde's antic. In response, Naruto's grin widened, not just showing his pearly whites, but also stretching from ear to ear and making his eyes squint and his whiskers stretch. It was actually a rather endearing look, even if Rias thought he looked kind of goofy. Feeling bold, she walked up to him and pressed her body against his. Her arms came up and wrapped around his torso, pulling her body even closer, so close she could feel her bosom pushing against his pectorals. She tucked her head underneath his chin, her nose resting against his collarbone and allowing her to inhale his comforting scent. Earth and ramen. Strange, but somehow comforting. Don't ask why. Rias. Naruto sounded confused, which he was. Even if this was not the first time they had shared an intimate moment together, the circumstance between now and then were different. Actually, now that he was thinking about it, it really was just like Rias to randomly hug him. Satan knows did it often enough, hugging him, that is. Hearing his voice caused Rias to press herself deeper against him. With her cheek now resting directly over his heart, she could hear the steady, thump, thump, of his heartbeat along with the comforting warmth she had come to associate with Naruto. And much like his warmth, the sound of his beating heart gave her solace. Let me stay like this until we have to leave, she murmured softly. Her eyes involuntarily closed as she allowed Naruto's presence to encompass her. Sure, we've got time enough for this. The muscles of Naruto's chest rippled before his arms came up and wrapped around her. His warmth engulfed her, making Rias feel secure in ways she had not felt since she was a child. It was different from the way she felt when her father or brother held her, better, but it was still similar enough that her mind drew up a comparison between now and those simpler times. Nuzzling her face against his chest, Rias sighed, content, feeling that if only she could stay like this for the rest of her life, everything would be better. Too bad life sometimes has a way of getting in the way of such things. Cat CHRP. They were all there. The entirety of Rias' peerage had gathered in the clubroom. Each of them was doing their own activities to help them keep calm, or as calm as possible, as the time before the rating game continued ticking down. Rias sat behind her desk, eyes closed, elbows propped on the wooden surface and hands clasped together in front of her face. She was the picture perfect of calm, at least on the outside. On the inside she was a boiling pot of anxiety and emotion. Standing beside her was the ever-faithful and sadistic Akino, who appeared unusually tense despite the serene smile on her face. Over by the pair of couches that surrounded the coffee table was the bulk of Rias' peerage. Kiba was checking his blades, even though he knew they were perfectly sharp because he had made them with his sacred gear. Asia and Issei sat together, the blonde nun sitting as close to Issei as possible without actually holding onto him. She looked about ready to climb onto the boy's lap in her desire to receive some comfort. Meanwhile, Issei was clenching his pants with his fists, a nervous look on his face. On the other couch was Naruto and Kaneko. Despite them having the couch to themselves, the two were sitting even closer together than Asia and Issei. Which would make sense considering Kaneko actually was sitting on Naruto's lap. The cute, white-haired first year had her rear plopped on Naruto as she tightened the straps on her black and pink fighting gloves. As she turned her left hand over, the hardened leather surface along the knuckles gleamed slightly in the lighting of the room. While hard leather would not be as damaging as, say, brass, they would still increase the amount of damage dealt with each blow. Sometimes that was all the difference between victory and defeat. The fact that they were covered in seals to increase their durability and damage potential notwithstanding. The gloves had been a gift from Naruto. He had given them to her just a little while ago and she wanted to make sure they looked perfect. While she did this, Naruto had his arms wrapped securely around her waist and his chin was resting on the crown of her head. Unlike the other members of Rias' peerage, who were doing something to keep themselves busy, he was not. Instead he sat there, eyes closed and breathing so slow that it was only thanks to her enhanced hearing that Kaneko knew he was still among the living. The atmosphere was definitely apprehensive. Nail-biting even. Everyone knew that in just a few short minutes they would all be fighting in their first ever rating game, one in which the stakes were far higher than they could have ever expected. Their president's livelihood was on the line. That was a lot of pressure to put on a group of newbies. Needless to say, the tension was more than thick enough to cut with a knife. Not even Naruto was willing to break this silence, suspenseful as it was. Brevity would not help them here. Only by confronting their anxiety head-on would any of these people in this room be able to move forward. And if they couldn't, well, better that he not give them a false hope by making claims he couldn't keep like he used to do as a child. Naruto had plenty of confidence in himself, but he couldn't carry the whole peerage on his own, nor would he. Naruto wasn't their babysitter. Bushu. Issei broke the stillness that pervaded the room. Rias opened her eyes and looked at him. What is it, Issei? I was just thinking about this, but you mentioned having two bishops. Why isn't your other one here? Kiba's and Kaneko's expressions turned grave. Akeno did not react outwardly, but even her demeanor seemed to shift, looking a little more downtrodden than before. Rias sighed. She did not like to think about her other bishop. Not because of anything her bishop had done, but rather, because being reminded of her bishop reminded Rias of her own shortcomings and failure as a king. Unfortunately, my other bishop will not be participating in this round. I will explain his situation eventually, but not now. Whether Issei would have responded or not became a moot point when the ground of the clubroom lit up with silver light. A magic circle appeared on the floor, from which Graphia emerged, looking as composed as she always did. There are only 10 minutes left until the battle starts, she informed them. Have all of you finished your preparations? When everyone nodded she continued. Please remember that the great devil, Lucifer-sama, will be observing the battle. Rias raised an eyebrow. She also looked more than a little annoyed. Oh, so my dear Oni-sama is going to watch us, then? Issei looked confused. Oni-sama. The president's older brother is none other than the Demon King, the great Mao, Lucifer-sama, Kiba supplied helpfully. Thanks for stating the obvious. What? Issei's reaction was very much an overreaction. But I thought Bushu was from the Grimoire household. The original Demon King died during the war between the three factions, Naruto informed a surprised Issei, who did not know Naruto had this knowledge. Rias was just as surprised as well. However, the devils need their king, thus, it was decided that the devil with the greatest strength would be crowned the new Demon King. The one given the title of Mao is considered the strongest alive, having succeeded the four founding Maos, Lucifer, Beelzebub, Leviathan and Asmodeus. So, basically, what you're saying is that Bushu's brother was chosen as the next Demon King. More or less, Naruto gently rubbed his hands up and down Kaneko's arms, earning a pleased noise from the girl in question. Thanks to his sensing abilities he could feel her anxiety, and his comforting chakra was enough to ease at least some of that. Sears X Lucifer, the Crimson Satan, is Rias' brother. Akeno smiled as she held a hand to her cheek. It seems you've been paying attention to all those lectures I gave you. Of course, Naruto smiled at the sadist. Your help was invaluable. I'm so pleased. Wait, Rias furrowed her brow as she looked between her queen and Naruto. What do you mean you've been giving him lectures? Kitsune-kun asked me to teach him more about the underworld and its history, Akino said pleasantly, her eyes opening very slightly as she gave Rias a challenging smirk. He looked so cute and delectable, practically on his hands and knees, begging me to help him. The buxom Ravinette actually shuddered, a soft moan escaping her throat. Both Issei and Asia blushed at the noise, while Rias and Kaneko glared at the girl. I simply couldn't refuse him. When Rias glared at her, the lightning priestess' smile widened. Jealous? Hardly, Rias grit her teeth. Still, why didn't he simply come to me instead of you? Because I prefer talking to you about non-devil related things, Naruto answered for her. I enjoy talking to you as a man would to a woman, not a student to a teacher. Rias' cheeks became suffused with color. Akino saw this and giggled, placing her cheek in her hand. Kitsune-kun is such a romantic. I think I'm beginning to feel a tad envious of my king. She looked over at Naruto and licked her lips sensuously. Would you ever consider having an affair with me? As Rias once more returned to glaring at her queen, Naruto chuckled. Kind of hard to have an affair when I'm not dating anyone at the moment. Being the still slightly oblivious idiot that he was, Naruto did not notice Rias wilt slightly at the comment. He did feel Kaneko's shoulder slump, but assumed she was just relaxing into his embrace. Besides, he gave the Yamato Nadeshiko a challenging look. I'm not sure you would be able to handle me. Oh, I can handle you all right. Akino's smile matched Naruto's almost to almost because her smile was tinged with just a touch of what could only be described as sadism. And yes, sadism is a facial expression. I just might break you in the process. Okay, that's enough you two, Rias snapped. We don't have time for you to be flirting. Era. Akino smiled pleasantly. Sounds like someone is jealous. Rias glared at her second in command. Thankfully, before the situation could degenerate further, Graphia stepped in. The time is near. Everyone, please step into the magic circle where you will be transported to the arena that the rating game is taking place in. Everyone got up and walked into the glowing red circle that appeared on the ground. Naruto kept one hand on Kaneko's shoulder as Rias walked up to him. She did not do anything, but she was still closer to him than everyone barring the small, white-haired first year. There was a flash of light before Naruto and the others became suffused in color. Their forms dissolved only to reform seconds later as they found themselves standing exactly where they had been before. What the? Issei looked around in confusion. We're still in the clubroom. Did the spell not work? Greetings everyone. The familiar voice of a certain maid sounded from the speakers. I am Graphia, a servant of the Grimoire family. I have been charged with the honor of refereeing the match between Riser Phoenix and Rias Grimoire. Please note that my master, Sears X Lucifer-sama, will also be observing this match. After taking in the opinions of both Riser-sama and Rias-sama, we have decided to use a replica of Ku Academy, the school that Rias-sama attends in the human world, as the battlefield. What does she mean by replica? Asked Issei. Take a look outside. Issei looked at Rias oddly for a moment, but soon followed her advice, opening one of the shutters that kept the window closed. What he saw would forever be engraved in his mind. The ground of Ku Academy looked the same as always. The beautifully crafted Western-style building sat in the middle of a grassy field surrounded by a fence, lush trees and more buildings. Everything looked exactly as it always had. Except for one difference. The sky. It was completely white. As far as the eye could see, stretching across for miles, was a pure white sky. It didn't even look like a sky, just a blank canvas that God had forgotten to paint on when he made the world. That sky shows that we are in an alternate dimension created by devils to host the rating game. Impressive, Naruto whistled as he took a look outside as well. Creating an alternate dimension is very difficult, at least for humans. That devils can do so and make it look so realistic like this is pretty damn amazing. Does that mean there are humans who can create alternate dimensions? Asked a curious Kiba. Some, Naruto answered, but it's a very rare ability most often limited to those with bloodlines, or genetic traits that are carried through the blood. The Sharingan had been particularly good at creating alternate realities. It had also been Obito's specialty. Both parties have now been transferred to their respective strongholds, came Graphia's voice once more. Rias-sama's team is in the occult research clubroom. Riser-sama's team is in the student council room. To promote your pawns, you will have to proceed to the opponent's stronghold. Naruto, Rias grabbed the blonde Uzumaki's attention. She held out her hand, showing a small earbud resting on her palm. This is a communicator. It will allow everyone to keep in touch at all times. Thanks, Naruto said as he put his hand in hers. It lingered for a moment longer than necessary before he grabbed the communicator and put it in his ear. So all I need to do in order to get promoted to queen is enter the new schoolhouse. Issei pounded a fist into his open palm. Then I can become the strongest piece in the game. He was so ready for this. After all the tour training he had been through, there was no way he could lose now. This was his moment. His time to shine. Just you wait, harem, he was coming. Era, you make it sound so simple. Naruto responded to Issei's words much more bluntly than Akino. He smacked the boy in the back of the head, causing the poor pervert to nearly fall flat on his face as he stumbled forwards. Ouch. Don't think it will be that easy, Naruto chided the boy. You have to remember that in order to get to the new schoolhouse, you will more than likely have to go through at least several of the douchebag's servants, each of which will most likely be a bishop, knight, or rook. They'll be guarding against intrusion. You also have to remember that Riser's pawns will also be trying to enter our territory, Kiba added. And seeing how Riser's got a full set, it means we'll have to deal with 8 pawns as opposed to R1 that he'll have to take care of. A cloud of depression formed around Issei. Asia took a weary step back as black steamers leaked out of his body like a gas line that had been perforated. I see your point. Don't worry too much, Naruto grinned, slapping the boy hard enough on the back to make him stumble. Issei glared at the blonde, who pretty much ignored it. Rias has likely got a plan for dealing with the douche's harem. He also ignored the way Issei began crying at the mention of Riser's harem. Have a little faith in her just like she does in you, alright. At the mention of their president, everyone turned to Rias, who had taken to sitting behind the desk. Our first task will be to take out Riser's pawns, she told them. He has 8 of them, and it will be problematic if he manages to promote one of them, much less all 8 of them, into queens. You seem awfully calm about all this. Issei mumbled, obviously not seeing how someone could stay so calm when they were on the cusp of a battle that would determine more than just who won and who lost. Rias was fighting with her hand in marriage on the line. How could anyone be calm with that kind of pressure on them? The battle has just started, Rias said, sipping at a cup of tea that Akino had prepared for her. Rating games like these tend to take a long time. There is no point in worrying right now when we have only just begun. As she spoke, Naruto walked up to the desk and placed a sheet of paper, which displayed a map of the school, on it. It was a very simplistic map, using different colored blocks to represent sections of the academy. The enemy base is the new school building, Rias began, pointing out the large block that represented the building in question. She then began moving her finger across the board until it was pointing at a patch of yellow. Going through the quad is the fastest route to get there, however. It's in clear view of the new school building, Kaneko pointed out. Yes, Rias nodded. And because of that, the risks are far too great to go through there. Then maybe we should go through the track and field grounds behind the new school building. Issei suggested. A sound idea, but one the enemy is likely expecting, Naruto spoke up. I wouldn't be all that surprised if they stationed both knights and rooks at that clubhouse right there. He pointed towards the orange block with the word clubhouse written on it. Kitsune-kun brings up a good point, Akino sounded a lot more serious than usual. That's a very obvious first move. We would be walking into a trap. Bushu, Kiba got everyone's attention. We could get closer to the new school building by going through the gymnasium. Perhaps we should head there first. His index finger landed on the 2 purple squares that had the word gymnasium written inside of them. It's close to our base, and at the same time, we can gather more information on our enemy. Intelligence on our enemy is something we're lacking right now, Naruto informed Rias. As someone who'd been apprenticed to a former spy master, the young Uzumaki was well aware of how the information game worked. He just tended to act like he was ignorant and stupid because it made people underestimate him, and it was more fun. Information is something we'll need if we want to have any hope of fleshing out a plan. Rias considered all the thoughts being given to her. In chess terms, the gym is at the center of the board. The first side who takes control of it will certainly have an advantage. She leaned over the desk. It's decided then. However, I think a powerful rook, rather than an agile knight, would be best suited for this test. In an enclosed space, a heavy hitter will definitely have an advantage, Naruto agreed. This war seems very difficult. This isn't war, Naruto said. Although he spoke quietly, everyone heard him. Naruto. Rias looked at her servant in worry. There was something about the expression on his face that unnerved her. It reminded her of the night he had killed Danesik. This is nothing like a real war, Naruto closed his eyes. He managed to resist the urge to grit his teeth, but only just. Thinking about war and anything involved with the subject never failed to rile him up. War is hatred and pain, suffering and death. It's unspeakable atrocities and unimaginable horrors. This, Naruto snorted in derision, an act that was so not Naruto it actually scared the other peerage members. This is a farce compared to a true war. Naruto. Two hands touched him. One slid into his hand, the other cupped his cheek. Naruto's eyes fluttered open to find Rias' beautiful greenish-blue irises staring at him in concern. A look out of the corner of his eyes showed Kaneko holding his hand. She was also looking up at him in worry. He squeezed Kaneko's hand reassuringly and smiled at them. "Sorry you guys. I got a little sidetracked." "Are you okay?" asked Rias, her thumb stroking one of the whisker marks on his cheek. She had found during the 10-day grace period that they were very sensitive and that just by touching them, Naruto would become putty in her hands. She had used this knowledge to great effect then, and it would serve her well here she was sure. Fine, Naruto leaned into Rias' hand, even going so far as to bring his free hand up to hold hers in place. The act, her hand on his cheek, her thumb rubbing his whiskers, served to calm him down. "Thank you," he let his thumb caress the back of Kaneko's hand. "Both of you. Bastard," Issei muttered darkly. If looks could kill, the glare he threw at the spiky-headed blonde would have surely caused instant death. "I suddenly have this incredible urge to strangle that blonde bastard. Hogging all Bushu and cute little Kaneko-chan's attention like that." Standing beside him, Asia took his hand. "You shouldn't begrudge Naruto-san for something like that, Aiz-kun," she admonished him lightly. "I guess," Issei's cheeks became stained red as Asia stared into his eyes. "Fine, I won't strangle him." He pouted a bit. "I'm still mad though." Asia's response to his words was to giggle. Era. Issei then stiffened and his face burst with color of the red variety when a pair of large, bouncy oppai were pressed into his back. To go along with the ginormous melon smashing into him from behind, a pair of arms went around his neck. There, Aiz-kun," Akino's hot breath washed across his ear, making him shudder. "There's no need to be jealous." Issei would have said something, but his brain had shut down. Asia just puffed up her cheeks as she glared at the Yamato Nadeshiko, tears gathering in her eyes. I don't wanna be left behind by Akino-senpai. Thus, she quickly pressed herself into Issei's front, making steam starting coming out of the boy's ears. Over in a corner, Yuto quietly pouted. He felt like a seventh wheel. After a few more seconds, Rias disengaged her hand from Naruto's cheek. She walked back over to the desk and faced her servants. Kaneko had not let go of Naruto's hand. "To start things off, we need to protect our front line. Yuto, Kaneko, I want you to set some traps in the forest surrounding the clubroom." "Yes, Bushu." "Hi." Before Kaneko took off to do her assigned duty, Naruto stopped her. As she looked up at him with her large, amber eyes, the blonde carefully reached into her hair and found her ears. After her initial stiffening from the contact, the first-year student eventually relaxed and let out a soft purr. "You'll be careful out there, right?" asked Naruto. "Don't worry," Kaneko nuzzled her head against his eyes. "I'll be careful." "All right then. Good luck." Rias frowned as she watched Naruto staring worriedly after Kaneko. She now knew why the amount of affection Naruto always showed her rook bothered her. While she would never admit it out loud, Rias was jealous of how close the two were. As far as she could tell, there was no discernible reason for their closeness. Kaneko and Naruto couldn't be more different from each other. Naruto was loud, brash, and obnoxiously cheerful. Kaneko was quiet and unobtrusive. Two such different people should not be able to get that close, at least not that close that quickly. And yet from the moment those two had met, a bond had been formed somehow, someway, even though no one could see why. Yeah, that bothered her a lot. She spent so much time trying to get close to Naruto whereas Kaneko hadn't done a single thing and seemed to earn more affection from the whisker-marked blonde than everyone else in the room combined. How could that not bother her? Shaking her head in irritation, Rias dispelled those unhelpful thoughts and turned her head to look at her queen. "Akino, after the traps are set, cast some spells around the perimeter of the forest and in the sky." "Very well," Akino bowed before walking out of the room, leaving Asia, Issei, Naruto and Rias as the only members left. "I should get going too," Naruto informed them. "If I'm going to get my surprise for the Phoenix douche ready, then I'm going to need time to prepare." "Oh, I see," Rias looked disappointed, but quickly drew herself up. Naruto's task was important, quite possibly the most important task of all. It was literally their ace in the hole. She knew that it was best he get started as soon as possible. He couldn't spend his time with her. Good luck, Naruto, and, please, be careful. Naruto offered her a smile. Hey, it's me, he flashed her a grin and tossed her a wink before leaving the old school building. Rias watched him go, her eyes shimmering with a mixture of worry, concern, and faith. As the door closed behind her blonde servant, she sighed and sat down heavily in the chair. That's what I'm afraid of. Cat CHRP. Naruto listened to the chatter over the communicator between his friends. It seemed they were all done setting traps, and Kaneko and Issei were now preparing to confront the enemy in the gymnasium. He wished them luck. And since the action was about to get started, that meant it was all the more imperative that he complete the first phase of his own task. Sneaking past all the guards outside of the new school building had been a cinch. None of them were ninja or even had remote sensing abilities. The new school building was pretty much empty. Obviously, that douchebag Riser had sent all of his pieces out to counter Rias' own peerage members. It was just as Rias said, Riser had so much confidence in the power behind his Phoenix abilities that he had left himself exposed. Naruto would make sure to teach him the price of his hubris soon enough. He walked down the hall with stealth earned from years of pranking a village filled with shinobi. No noise came from his feet as they touched the ground. His movements were beyond silent, like a ghost. Instead of simply walking along the floor, it was more like he was gliding across it. Eventually, Naruto reached the room that would best suit his purpose. After closing the door behind him just in case Riser or one of his servants came down this way by chance, he walked further into the empty classroom and stood in its center. The first thing Naruto did was make exactly 4 clones. He winced as he felt the drain on his chakra. He had put a good deal of chakra into each clone, an estimate of 5 clones worth each, meaning he had just created an equivalent of 20 shadow clones. His limit was 30. Since they were him, they already knew their orders and quickly disappeared out of the room. Those clones were essential to his plan to beat Riser. Hopefully, they wouldn't get caught or his plan would be ruined before it could even begin and he would end up letting Rias down. He wondered how long it would take them to finish the hand seals for his newest jutsu. Part of the reason he had moved out so soon rather than stayed with Rias was because the jutsu had 156 seals needed to activate it. And as much as he didn't want to admit it, he sucked at doing hand seals. That was why all of his jutsu were simply variants of the Rasengan, which required no hand seals. Only the henge, sexy jutsu, shadow clones, and his water swords actually required hand seals. And they only required a single hand seal, so it wasn't like doing them was difficult. His clones would need a good deal of time if they were going to do all those hand seals correctly. Hopefully none of them would mess up. With his clones off on their assigned tasks, there was only one thing left for him to do. Sitting down in the center of the classroom, Naruto assumed the lotus position. His breathing slowed until his chest was practically still, his body stopped moving entirely. He was, for all intents and purposes, a statue. He didn't know how much senjutsu chakra he would be able to take in, but every little bit helped. Cat CHRP. There's the gym. Issei, Kiba, and Kaneko all saw the gymnasium looming overhead. It was a large, rectangular building with a rounded roof similar to a military barracks that housed soldiers. The walls were cream-colored and made of brick, while the roof was made from steel instead of tile. I'll go on ahead while you two head inside, Kiba told them, getting a nod from both Issei and Kaneko. As the knight of their group sped away, the pawn and the rook made their way inside of the gym. Man, this is a really good replica, Issei murmured as they stepped inside. It was dark, most of the lights were out, but he could still make out enough of the room to see that it looked exactly like the original gym it was made to resemble. It had everything his gym had. Even the items strewn about the inside looked just like all of the stuff Kuo Academy's gym possessed. We can get up to the stage from here, Kaneko pointed to a set of stairs. Saying this, she walked up the stairs and towards the curtains that usually hid the stage from view. Issei followed her, but was forced to stop when Kaneko halted at the edge of the curtains and crouched down. Kaneko-chan. There's someone here, the enemy. We know you're there, servants of Grimoire. Not very good at stealth, these two. Since hiding was useless, the pair decided not to hide anymore. They walked further onto the stage, out into the open, and took note of the 4 standing below them. 3 pawns and a rook. Kaneko studied the 4 in great detail. Issei-senpai, you get the pawns. I'll take on the rook. Got it. Issei held up his arm. Boosted gear. Stand by. Boost. It's demolition time. Gaia. Issei almost took a step back at the sound of a pair of chainsaws activating. The loud vroom that emitted from the two pieces of lawn equipment turned weapons damn near scared the crap out of him. And just what the hell were they doing wielding chainsaws anyways? Little girls should not be using such dangerous equipment. The duo holding the chainsaws were twins. They were a pair of very young-looking girls with turquoise hair, which they kept tied to one side with a yellow ribbon, and blue eyes. Both of their outfits consisted of a gym uniform, a pair of white t-shirts with blue accents, black leggings, and blue sneakers over knee-high socks. Their clothing was similar to the girls' Ku Academy gym uniform, only it did not have the logo. The loud thudding sound followed by a just as harsh snap let Issei know that Kaneko had engaged the rook. Despite his curiosity, he did not look at the battle. Blonde bastard sensei had told him to never let his eyes leave his opponents. During his training, every time he had looked away from that damn sadist, the blue-eyed Uzumaki would make sure he paid for it with blood and pain. If Issei didn't know any better, he would say that bastard took joy in his pain. And people said Akino was the ultimate sadist. In either case, it was a damn good thing he refused to take his eyes off the ball, so to speak, because it meant he saw when one of the pawns moved. It was the one who had nearly done him in during the time when he and the other members of the peerage met Riser. His stomach was still smarting from when the quiet and unassuming girl knocked him through the ceiling with that damn stick of hers. She was another young girl. Her hair was a light blue in color and done up in 4 short ponytails, 2 of which were pointed up while the other 2 were pointed down. The front of her hair featured a split across the forehead, so her bangs framed her face. Her eyes were a light brown. Her clothing consisted of a white haori with a red obi, which was worn under a red happy coat. She had bandages on her forearms and shins, and wore black guards over her hands. For footwear, she was wearing a pair of zori. The girl, Issei couldn't remember her name, came in, swinging her wooden staff at his head. Issei stumbled backwards, falling on his rear as he just barely avoided the tip of the staff. He could actually feel the air ruffling his hair, it was so close. Continuing to press the attack, the staff-wielding pawn swung her weapon downwards. Her attack rent the air, a loud whistle accompanying her swing. Letting out a startled exclamation, Issei rolled over to his left, avoiding the attack that ended up hitting the ground instead. He scrambled to his feet just in time to be met with the chainsaw-wielding twins. Let's tear him to pieces, tilde. What the hell was wrong with these two? They were so violent, talking about tearing him apart so joyfully. They came in at him from either side. A pincer attack, which meant he had 2 options. Forwards or backwards. Issei did neither. Taking a quick step to his left, he dodged the downward slash of the crazy psycho chainsaw-wielding twin on the right. He took another step forward, allowing her to stumble past him as she tried to get over her surprise at missing. Issei then proceeded to smack the girl in the ass with a loud slap that resounded throughout the gym and caused all the fighting to stop on a dime. Issei looked a lot more thoughtful than someone should be after slapping a girl's ass. It's quite soft, but also kind of firm. Is this what they call a great ass? Boost. Oh, and I'm at level 2. Nice. That pervert. The girl whose ass he slapped just blushed. Eki. Hentai. He just slapped my ass. Several feet away, Kaneko sighed as she and the rook she was fighting halted their own fight to face palm and gape respectively. Perverted senpai. That does it. The one who didn't get her ass slapped growled as she revved up her chainsaw and charged at him. Issei, seeing the girl bum rushing him with her chainsaw held high overhead, did the only thing a man like him would do when faced with such a situation. Kya. He ran away screaming. Get back here, perverted baka. I'm going to chop you into pieces. I'll make mincemeat out of you. What soon followed was Issei dodging around various attacks made by the chainsaw sisters and the staff wielder. Unlike most people, who tended to try and dodge gracefully, Issei had no sense of grace at all. In fact, it would almost be more accurate to say he stumbled around like a blind man and the attacks coming at him just so happened to miss. A chainsaw set to bisect him was dodged when he tripped over his own 2 feet. He managed to tuck his body into a forward roll and come back up, which consequently allowed him to miss getting split in half as the other girl drove her piece of lawn hardware down, striking the floorboard with enough force to shatter and shred the wood into tiny wood chips. The whooshing sound of a staff alerted him to another attack. His body stumbled to the side as he spun around, just barely managing to dodge the blow by caving his stomach inwards. More and more attacks were dodged in the most unusual of ways until, several minutes later, the 3 pawns were left huffing and puffing. Damn it, why can't we hit him? This is so annoying. We can't seem to get past his guard. Boost. Alright, Issei cheered as his gauntlet charged up another boost. Thank God he was finally charged up. All that dodging had been getting annoying. Time for level 3. He grinned at the chainsaw wielders. This is the end of the line for you too. Before the twins could even question the boy, Issei was in front of them. Kya. The one on the left was his first victim. With a quickness that surprised even himself, he thrust his hand out and hit the girl in the chest. He also managed to steal a quick grope, but that was besides the point. Her breasts may be small, but even though he preferred larger boobs, there was something to be said for the small ones too. How dare you do that to my sister? Turning his head, Issei saw the second chainsaw girl lashing out with her spinning buzzsaw of doom. He moved to the left, sticking out his foot. The girl, unprepared for him dodging so quickly, kept moving forward. She tripped over his foot and began falling to the ground, allowing Issei to smack her in the ass. Again. What could he say? It was a very nice ass. Ha-ah. Reacting to the loud shout, Issei turned in time to see the staff girl thrust her weapon forward. He took a step back, allowing the staff to zoom past him, then gripped the weapon with his gauntlet-covered hand. His other hand came down and struck the weapon, breaking it in half. Before the girl could get over her surprise at losing her weapon, Issei followed through with a strike to the girl's shoulder. A frown came to his face as the girl he sent flying backwards landed on her butt several feet away from the other two girls he had struck. He had meant to grab her boobs. Damn, how could his aim be so far off? He touched my butt. He touched my chest. He ignored the maniac twins, as he had come to think of them, and looked down at his hand in silent contemplation. That had been really easy. Before the training trip he wouldn't have even been able to keep up with the staff wielder. Now he was fighting her and the two maniac twins with ease. He wasn't even winded. Looks like all that training actually paid off. You're finished. Issei looked over to see Kaneko sitting on top of the rook she had been fighting, holding one of the woman's arms behind her back in a painful-looking grappling technique. The pained grimace on the other rook's face really only confirmed his thoughts. She's already beaten her opponent, as expected of Kaneko-chan. His grin looked positively lecherous as he turned his attention to the trio of pawns he had defeated. So then, shall I finish you girls off as well? Finish us off. No way we'll let you do that. Riser-sama would be pissed if we lost to a guy like you. We're definitely going to cut you up this time. The staff wielder didn't say anything. She was busy crying over her now broken staff. Foo. It's time for me to unleash my newest attack. For some reason that was beyond all those present, the perverted high schooler began going through several weird sentai poses. There didn't seem to be any reason for it, other than maybe personal enjoyment. That's your pawn. Despite being in pain, Riser's rook looked up at Kaneko sympathetically. He's really stupid. Issei's senpai is a perverted idiot. The boy in question didn't hear them, busy as he was making poses. Good thing too. Kaneko's words might have depressed him. Eat this. Issei held up his gauntlet-covered hand and snapped his fingers. Dress break. There was a loud tearing sound, followed by 3 sets of dismayed cries as all the girls he had defeated had their clothing ripped to shreds. Issei grinned, blood gushing out of his nose like a fire hydrant as he saw the unhidden female flesh. None of these girls were endowed like Rias or Akino, but Naked Girl was Naked Girl, and Issei planned on enjoying this sinful view for as long as possible. Bwahahahaha. Issei's laugh was eerily reminiscent to those cliched evil villains found in anime. The now naked girls, hearing his laugh, glared up at him, their faces lighting up with the brilliance of 1,000 suns. How do you like that? That's my new only useful for stripping girls' clothes with my tiny bit of magic power special move. Dress break. He held himself in a stance of victory, one hand on his hip, his other hand clenched into a fist and raised high into the air. As Issei allowed himself a chance to revel in his moment of victory, he recalled how this attack, this gloriously beautiful attack, was made possible. _CHRP. Issei was sent rocketing backwards with all the speed of a freight train as he was hit by a fist that seemed to pack more power than a rhino when it was in full rampage mode. His back crashed into several trees, tearing right through them like they were made of paper and compounding to the amount of pain he felt before his backwards momentum was finally stopped by a boulder that he hit. Even then, the boulder very nearly broke apart on him as he was slammed into it hard enough to crack it. He fell to the earth and ground, vomiting blood as he hacked and coughed. Issei had been through a lot in recent weeks. He'd been stabbed by spears of light, he'd had to deal with Rias torture sessions under the guise of training, and he had fought against the likes of Kiba and Kaneko. None of that had been anywhere near as painful as what he felt right now. It was as if his body had been smashed by several boulders, like he had been tossed into the ocean with a lead weight keeping him down and sunk so low that the pressure literally crushed him. Issei was almost positive that nothing this world had to offer would hurt as much as getting punched by Uzumaki Naruto. Come on, Aerodabigame. That can't be all you have. Get up. Speak of the devil. Issei groaned as he tried to push himself to his feet, only to fall flat on his face once more. His arms had finally given out on him and now all he could do was lay stomach first on the ground, his face lying in a puddle of his blood. A sigh was heard above him. There's no way you can be finished, Issei. Come on, give me one more round. I can't. Issei tried to shout, but it came out much softer than he wanted. His arms gave him enough strength to finally roll over so at least he wasn't inhaling the coppery scent of his own blood. Damn it. Yes you can, Naruto insisted. I refuse to believe that someone Rias has put enough faith in to sacrifice all 8 of her pawns as this worthless. Now get up. What's the point? Issei whispered, tears now beginning to stream down his face at the reminder that Rias believed in him. She believed in him and he was proving her faith had been misplaced. He couldn't hold his own against Kiba, he couldn't do magic to save his life, all Rias exercises exhausted him, Kaneko kicked his ass on a daily basis and even Naruto, another new addition to the peerage, was tossing him around like a rag doll. There's no way I can match up to any of you. Riser and the others were right. I've got nothing. I'm not fast like Kiba, or talented with magic like Asia. I don't have Kaneko's strength or your skill at fighting. I've got nothing. There was a long moment of silence. The only thing Issei could hear was the chirp of crickets and his own, panted breathing. The silence lasted for several seconds more before footsteps could be heard. Naruto came into view just a few moments later and sat down next to the rock Issei had been embedded in before falling to the ground. Issei, you may not be as fast as Kiba, as magically inclined as Akeno and Asia, as strong as Kaneko, or even as talented in combat as myself, but you have something that none of us have. Everyone has something that they are good at, something that makes them unique. You just have to find that something that you are good at. At Naruto's heartfelt words, Issei began to feel hope arise inside of him. Could the blonde really be right? Could he have a power that no one else did that would help him get stronger? Well, technically, he did, but he wasn't counting his boosted gear at the moment. Do you really think I have something I'm good at? Of course, I even know what it is. Really? Issei perked up, eager to hear what his talent is. What is it? You, Issei, are a pervert. If Issei had not been lying down, he would have face planted. How is that supposed to help me? You obviously fail to understand your worth, Hyudo Issei, Naruto spoke with the utmost seriousness. Issei could not help but stiffen at the formal tone the blue-eyed devil used. I'm going to let you in on a little secret, one that only Rias knows. My sensei, the man who taught me everything I know and was considered one of the strongest people where I come from, a bona fide badass who had graduated with top grades in the art of ass kickery, was the biggest pervert I have ever met in my life. Really? Issei's eyes widened to the point where they looked almost anime-ish. Really? Naruto nodded his head. He was a man whose lecherous intentions were so well known that even goddesses trembled at the mere mentioning of his name. He was an undying wanderer with an unquenchable lust for big breasts and tight butts. His title as a legendary sage with unquestionable power was only eclipsed by his infamy of perversity and legendary peeking habits. Issei, the blonde's voice was as serious as the young pervert had ever heard it. If my sensei can become a man who was hailed as one of the strongest people in my land, then you can become just as strong. Wow. Issei had really misjudged Naruto. All this time he had been cursing the blonde for being a bastard who stole Kaneko-chan and Bushu from his lustful intentions, but hearing the blonde speaking so highly of him, showing such confidence in him, really brought the truth home. Naruto just wanted him to be strong and had enough faith not to hold back. It almost made him want to cry. Do you really think I can be as strong as your sensei? Of course, Naruto smiled, standing up as Issei's muscles recovered enough that he could at least sit up, even though he had to lean against the rock to do so. And to help you become as strong as you can be, I'm going to give you something that my sensei left for me. A legacy that I sadly have not been able to follow, but one that I think you will be perfect for. After saying this, Naruto pulled out a small package wrapped in parasol paper. It didn't look like much, but the way the blonde held it so reverently told Issei it was very valuable. Go on, eyes, Naruto held it out to him. Take it. Feeling a sense of anticipation, Issei unwrapped the package to find a little orange book. It was a rather plain book, with a basic cover that held the image of a rather poorly drawn man chasing a just as poorly drawn woman. Aika Aika Paradise, the title read. Curious as to what a book with a name like that could contain, as well as why Naruto thought it was so important, Issei opened the book. And when he did, angels began to sing and a golden light emitted from within the pages contained inside of the small object made of paper and bindings. Issei gasped in shock as he saw what was within those hallowed pages. Shock soon gave way to manly tears while at the same time blood began gushing out of his nose like Niagara Falls. This is perfection, Issei cried, his eyes staring at the book like it was the greatest invention since ever. And in his mind it was. Not even the most exclusive and top-rate porno mags and erotic movies could compare to this compilation of orgasmic fantasy. I've never seen something so beautiful in my entire life. The attention to detail, the amount of descriptions, the sex, the opai. It's so beautiful. My sensei was a great man, a shameless man, Naruto continued. He was a man whose lust knew no bounds and was willing to risk life and limb for the sake of seeing a beautiful pair of breasts. There were 2 legacies that he possessed, and because of certain circumstances, I was only to fulfill half of that legacy. I became a powerful warrior, but I was never able to earn the second title he possessed, and the one he was most proud of. The title of Super Pervert. The legendary Super Pervert. Issei stopped his crying long enough to look shocked. You mean he's real? I thought the tales of the legendary Super Pervert were only myths. No, they are very real, my friend. Naruto knelt down next to Issei and placed his hands on the other boy's shoulders. He also filed away the knowledge that Jiraiya's perversity had apparently been felt across dimensions. It didn't mean much, but it was definitely funny. Issei, take up the half of my godfather and sensei's legacy that I could not fulfill. Find your true calling as the legendary Super Pervert. I'll do it. Issei, once more crying tears that only a man can cry, clamped his hands over Naruto's. It was a total bromance moment, where 2 men bonded through their shared love of woman, perversion and opai. I'll take up your godfather's legacy. I'll become a super pervert. I knew I could count on you, eyes, Naruto said, grinning, kuku. Had Issei been paying more attention to the blonde next to him instead of thinking about how he would make the title of super pervert proud, he may have heard the sinister laugh that Naruto emitted, and not been so eager to take up the title and all that came with it. Then again, maybe not. This was Issei after all. _CHRP. That's right, everyone. Feast your eyes on the legendary super pervert. Ha 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 ha. Kaneko, still sitting on the rook she had defeated, did not even bother to keep the deadpanned expression off her face as she stared at the perverted teen currently laughing his figurative ass off. I misjudged him. Issei's senpai is the worst. Issei did not even hear her, busy as he was laughing like a certain lecherous old man. Up in the heaven of another dimension, said lecherous old man also began laughing when he sensed someone else was following the ways of the super pervert. Unfortunately, because he was peeking in the hot springs at the time he started his laughing antics, he ended up getting beaten half to death for his lack of discretion. Some things change. Others remain the same. Issei, Kaneko, can you hear me? At the sound of Ria's voice, Issei stopped laughing. There was a time for basking in his accomplishments and perversion, and there was a time for business. Now was the time for business, most unfortunately. He pushed a finger against the communicator in his ear. We hear you. What's up? Akino's preparations are complete. The 2 perked up. If Akino was done then it meant things were about to start heating up. Literally. Continue with the plan. Already knowing what the plan was, Issei and Kaneko quickly bolted out of the gym, ignoring the angry shouts of the servants they left behind. Hey, get back here. We aren't done yet. My clothes. My staff. Yeah, those. Neither Issei nor Kaneko felt like responding to the taunts of people who already lost. There wasn't much point, and they really didn't want to be inside of that building when the fireworks started. As soon as they cleared the imaginary safety line, Akino, who had been floating above the gym waiting for them, raised her hand high into the air and let loose with an intense blast of lightning. Issei watched in awe and more than a little shock as the brick and cement that made up the replica exploded outwards, along with millions of glass shards as lightning rained down on it in an almost unending bolt. If he had to describe the scene, he would have to say it looked like Zeus or some other lightning god had gone to town on the building after it offended them due to its lack of aesthetic appeal. By the time Akino was satisfied that her job is done, there was nothing left of the gym but a crater. A really big crater several hundred meters wide and a couple meters deep. The entire school building was destroyed. Decimated. In other words, it was reduced to less than a pile of rubble. 3 pawns and 1 rook belonging to Riser Phoenix Sama have retired. As Issei stared at the smoking crater that signified the distinct lack of remains to the school gymnasium, he made a solemn vow that he would never get on Akino's bad side. Unless getting on her bad side served the greater purpose of seeing her wonderful boobs. He had to keep the legacy going, after all. Cat CHRP. Naruto ignored the sounds of raging battle. The young Uzumaki blocked everything out. He was even oblivious to the loud explosion that rang out just seconds ago. To him, nothing mattered except for the act of gathering as much nature chakra as his body could maintain. Senjutsu was the drawing of the natural energy of the world inside of oneself and blending it with their own chakra, which added a new dimension of power to the sage's chakra called Senjutsu chakra. In order to properly gather the Senjutsu chakra, the user was required to balance their physical and spiritual energy with the chakra they gather from nature. While gathering natural energy, the gatherer had to remain completely still in order to become one with nature. If the practitioner could achieve a perfect balance between the physical and spiritual energies of their own chakra, and the energies of nature, they could produce a chakra that was many times stronger called Senjutsu chakra. That was the basic lesson that Naruto had been taught when he had been at Mount Myoboku to train as a sage after Jiraiya's death. It was one of the few lessons he understood, after it had been explained in terms of ice cream and toppings by Gamakichi. According to Old Man Fukusaku, using Senjutsu required insane amounts of chakra. Basically, cage-level reserves. This was something of an euphemism. Technically speaking, you did not need high levels of chakra to gather nature energy or even enter sage mode. It just wouldn't give much of a boost if someone's chakra was smaller, and the sage mode would not last as long. Naruto likened it to a bowl of ramen. If the broth was Naruto's spiritual energy and the noodles were his physical energy, then the bowl was the amount of chakra he had to use. Following this analogy, as inane and stupid as it sounded, if the broth was his spiritual energy, the noodles his physical energy, and the bowl the size of his chakra, then the toppings were the amount of natural energy he could gather. This was because of the perfect balance one needed between the 3 energies in order to enter sage mode. Too little natural energy gathered and nothing would happen. Too much and he would turn into a toad statue. Not a pleasant thought. Back when he had first mastered sage mode, Naruto's reserves had been humongous. Going with the ramen example, his reserves would be considered the special super-sized Uzumaki Deluxe. Now it was only a medium-sized bowl. At a guess, Naruto probably had about as much as Sasuke had after their 3 years apart. Decent sized, definitely around the level of a Jonin, but certainly nothing to boast about. It would have to be enough. As soon as he entered sage mode, Naruto felt the telltale signs of his change. Unlike Jiraiya, who had not mastered sage mode and been forced to become more amphibian because he could not properly balance his physical and spiritual energy with nature, the only change in Naruto were his eyes, which he knew by now would have a reddish-brown pigment markings around his eyes and horizontal, golden-slitted pupils. With a deep breath, Naruto stopped gathering chakra and stood up. It was nearly time. The others must be coming closer by now. A frown marred his face. There was someone missing. Several more explosions rocked the replica of the academy as Naruto finally exited the building. Once outside, he found his comrades easily enough. Akino was fighting Riser's queen, Kiba was dishing out speedy moves against another swordsman. Women, and Issei looked like he was surrounded and trying to survive against someone with a bit more combat experience than him. The frown on his face grew ever more prominent as he dashed towards Issei, his speed so great that he literally tore up the ground as he moved. Within seconds he was within range to attack the masked female attacking his perverted companion and did so without hesitation. A loud bang, like the sound of a cannon going off, pervaded the grounds as Naruto unleashed a devastating straight right into the masked woman's face. The female in question flew, was blasted backwards at speeds that were so fast the air around her literally created a funnel as she was thrown straight through the tree line. Trees were felled, snapping and splintering like twigs. They hit the ground with a loud crash. The woman tore a path straight through the tree line. Talk about a devastating attack. Damn, it was good to be back in sage mode. One of Riser Phoenix Sama's rooks has been retired. One hit. A little blonde girl who couldn't be older than Kaneko shrieked out in shock, clearly surprised by such an unexpected turn of events. He took out Isabella in one hit. What kind of monster is he? Naruto ignored the girl as he turned to look at the stunned Issei. You alright? Yeah, I'm fine. Issei shook himself out of his stupor as he looked at the devastation caused by Naruto's punch. There was a large path that had been blazed through the forest by Isabella. It looked like God had taken a razor blade and decided to shave a straight line through the forest. That attack was incredible. Blonde bastard sensei, I had no idea you were so. What's up with your eyes? Just a small power-up I thought I might need, Naruto reassured. There was no need to explain the mechanics of his new abilities to Issei, nor would he understand even if Naruto did explain it. Well, maybe if he used his ramen analogy, but that was neither here nor there. Nothing to worry about. The blue-eyed devil looked around and frowned again. More importantly, where is Kaneko? Last I remember she was with you, but I can't sense her anymore. At the mention of Kaneko, Issei grimaced and looked away, his arms shaking as he clenched his fingers into a fist. Naruto did not need more than a second to understand what the expression and actions meant. His fists clenched and he grit his teeth. I see, he said, breathing heavily through his nose. For a second, something flashed across the blonde's visage, something terrifying. Issei almost backed away in fright. But when the golden-haired youth with the spiky locks opened his eyes again, his expression was calm and composed, if a tad cold. Who did it? Issei, who took out Kaneko? It was Riser's queen. His queen. Naruto looked over at the battle going on between Akeno and Yubeluna. He wanted nothing more than to go over there and beat that woman to death for hurting his precious friend. Just looking at the woman caused his desire to rip her flesh from her bones and rip her internal organs out one by one was almost overpowering. Naruto did not like it when people hurt those precious to him, game with a low chance of death or not. It didn't help that there was an annoying voice in his head telling him to kill everyone there. Issei, he turned around and faced the crowd of Finek's servants surrounding them. It looks like Akeno is having some trouble. Please lend her a hand. Issei looked confused. I cannot help Akeno as I am, Naruto continued, so I'll need you to avenge Kaneko in my place. Okay. He would not lash out in anger. Revenge was not his way of doing things. It never had been. And Naruto would not allow himself to stoop so low that he would destroy another person for the sake of revenge. Issei sucked in a breath, then nodded. You got it, Naruto. Good luck. As Issei began to run off, one of Riser's servants, a knight, judging by their speed, launched herself towards Issei in an effort to stop him. The woman was on respawn in nearly a second flat, her form solidifying from the streak it had been to a full-bodied figure on Issei's left. Oh no you don't. With speed that was unprecedented, Naruto vanished. A second later, the knight, a young woman with dark black hair arrayed in 5 ponytails around her head that was being held up by a golden accessory on the crown of her head, was suddenly sent flying into the air as something hit her with enough force to shatter her jaw like it was made of glass. What hit her? Naruto, with a classic, if nearly earth-shattering, uppercut. Up the woman soared, flying high into the sky at speeds that were close to breaking the sound barrier. At the apex of her flight, the knight forced herself to act through the pain she was suffering under and open her eyes. She promptly wished she hadn't, as the last thing she saw was a pair of leather heels descending towards her face. Naruto landed back on his feet as the knight he heel stomped crashed next to him with enough force that a large indent was borne into the ground. The earth fractured, cracks and fissures tore the ground apart, large chunks of gravel were upheaved with startling violence. In the center of that crater filled with spider web-patterned splinters was none other than the knight, who had been rendered mercifully unconscious when Naruto heel-stomped her in the face. And the knight soon vanished into light particles. Riser Finex Sama's knight has been retired. Cold yellow eyes with bar-like pupils glared at the rest of Riser's peerage, peering out at them from underneath golden bangs. These eyes, which appeared to be made from chips of ice, surveyed the prey surrounding him. There were only 4 left. 2 cat girls, a young woman wearing elaborate purple robes, and a blonde girl with her hair in twin, drill-like curls and dark blue eyes. All 4 of them took a step back in fear and hesitation when they spotted the glacial gaze that settled upon them. I apologize in advance, Naruto slid into the frog kata stance. But since it seems taking my anger out on Yubeluna is not in the cards, I'm going to have to take it out on you. If you want to blame someone for the ass-kicking you're about to receive, blame your master for forcing this game on my king. Cat CHRP. Akeno could have sworn if she were the type who was inclined to swearing. This battle had gone on for way too long as far as she was concerned, and the Yamato Nadeshiko was more than ready to end it. There was no doubt in her mind about who was the better fighter between her and Riser's queen. The woman had put up a good fight, but the superior skills Akeno had displayed proved that she was the stronger queen. This battle should have ended the moment Yubeluna lay on the ground in crater of her own making, her powers exhausted from their magic-intensive battle. She would have been defeated too, had she not pulled out her trump card, Phoenix Tears, a rare liquid that only the Phoenix family could create. With those tears all of the wounds someone received and all the magic power they lost would be restored instantly. It would be as if all the damage they had received never happened in the first place. And Yubeluna drank it. Talk about tough luck. It was just like Riser's servants to resort to such devious and underhanded tactics. Now Akeno was caught between a rock and a hard place. She didn't have much magic left, and what little she did have left was being used to shield herself from Yubeluna's attacks. That wouldn't be enough to win. Her shield would eventually fail and she would be defeated. Akeno didn't want to fail her king, but it was looking more and more like she wouldn't have any choice in the matter. Dragon shot. Two sets of eyes widened as a large surge of power erupted from below them. Yubeluna was barely able to dodge out of the way, swerving to the left just in time to avoid the giant beam of red, destructive energy that nearly defeated her in a single blow. The conical beam of sheer destruction ravaged through the air space, the heat emitted from it singing the atmosphere and leaving a heavy tang of burnt ozone in the air. Akeno looked down at where the blast originated from, and surprised to see a figure standing there, his gauntlet-covered arm still extended in a semblance of a punch. Only what had just happened was no punch. No way, no how. Eyes. Akeno-senpai. Issei shouted up at her. I'm here to help you get rid of this woman. Allow me to lend you my strength. Akeno held a hand to her chest. Why was her heart beating so fast at his words? It was such a strange feeling, one she had never felt before. Strange, but also wonderful. Perhaps she could explore this feeling later on after the raiding games. TCH. It's that useless pawn, Yubeluna scowled at the intruder. You might think I'm just a useless pawn, but this useless pawn would show you what he can do. Issei held out his gauntlet-covered hand out. He glared at the red-scaled sacred gear with a fierce will and unbreakable determination. If you're listening to me in there, then listen to this. I need you to give me more power. Allow me to show her my resolve. Dragon Booster. More. I need more power. Dragon Booster Second Liberation. At the gauntlet's proclamation, the Red Dragon Emperor's gauntlet changed. A second gem appeared near the elbow as the gauntlet's scale-like mail lengthened, covering up more of Issei's arm. The gauntlet took on a tad more streamlined look, no longer bulky and unwieldy, but smooth and sleek. Now it truly looked like a dragon's clawed arm. Akeno-senpai. Unleash as much lightning as you can. Akeno smiled deviously. If that is your wish, I can certainly oblige you. She didn't have much magic left, but she had enough for this. The sky above darkened as thunder clouds gathered. Flashes of lightning flared within their tumultuous depths. The flashes grew brighter and brighter until a blinding blue bolt of lightning struck Issei, who had thrust his gauntlet-covered hand into the air. Rather than turn him into a crispy cinder, the lightning was absorbed into the gauntlet, which began glowing a bright blue. Sparks emitted from the sacred gear, electrical surges that arced and skittered across the surface of the red scale mail, creating light blue refractions that bounced off the armored gauntlet. Transfer. What happened next was unprecedented. The entire world around them lit up in a brilliant display of power. Arcs of arcane energies surged around Issei's body as all of Akeno's magic from the attack she had hit him with was boosted to several times its normal strength. Let's do a little math so you can get an understanding of how powerful the attack was now. When Issei uses his boosted gear, each time he does his power is doubled. So if Issei had 10 pennies, then he now has 20 pennies. When Akeno's attack was absorbed into Issei's boosted gear, the attack was not tripled in power because he was at level 3. It was factored by 3. So if Akeno's attack had 100 pennies, then it now has 1 million pennies or x equals 100x 100x 100. In other words, Yubeluna didn't stand a chance. A large cone of lightning flew out of Issei's hand and struck Riser's queen, Yubeluna, full on. Her scream of agony went unheard beneath the roar of the lightning attack. Even her body disappeared within the brilliant blaze of cackling electricity that had morphed into a beam. When the powerful attack finally died down, Yubeluna was gone. Riser-sama's queen has retired. I did it, Issei whispered in shock, his shoulders heaving as he tried to regain his breath. He couldn't believe it. He had just beaten Riser's queen, the most powerful member of his peerage aside from Riser himself. Sure, he'd had Akeno's help. Without her lightning magic, he would have not been able to do anything on his own. But, still, it did not change the fact that he had beaten a vastly superior opponent in a single attack. That you did. And just like that, his small moment of exultation died a horrible death as two big, soft, round things pushed themselves against his back. The feel of those lush, bountiful opie pressing themselves against him served to derail all thoughts on his victory, not just halting them in his track, but ensuring they would disappear entirely. Akano-senpai. Issei squeaked as the woman in question wrapped her arms around the boy's neck and began nuzzling the curve of his jaw with her nose. The perverted second year shuddered at the feeling of her nose gently rubbing against him. How something like that felt so good was beyond him. You have no idea how hot watching you blow that woman up made me, Akano whispered lustfully. Issei's body began to shake as he was hit with both arousal and fear. Of course she would be turned on, she was a sadist. You know, her voice purred, oozing with lecherous and most likely painful intentions. I've always been hoping I could find someone who wanted to do a little S&M. How about it? You can be the M. Issei whimpered. Cat CHRP tilde. Revel Phoenix could do nothing more than watch the battle taking place in front of her with horror-filled eyes. No, she couldn't truly call this a battle, for calling it a battle implied that there was a chance of victory for either side. There was no such chance here. Massacre was a much more apt term for what was happening here. The members of Riser's peerage went against this strange devil with the golden-colored eyes and bar-like pupils and were defeated like wheat falling before the scythe. He cut them down without hesitation or mercy. They simply didn't stand a chance against this strange blonde-haired man. The first girl to fall was Mahai, the last of Riser's rooks. She had long raven hair with 2 tassels that went on either side of her hair behind her ears, and was wearing an elaborate purple kimono that covered almost all of her body save her face. Being the last piece that was not a pawn aside from Revel herself, and the only one with any hand-to-hand combat skills, she was the first one to break out of her fear and attempt to take this strange blonde down. It was a mistake that would prove to be her undoing. She closed the distance between the two of them as quickly as she could. Because she was a rook and not a knight, she was not very fast. Where a knight would have gotten to the blue-eyed male within the blink of an eye, Mahai took several seconds to close the distance between the two of them. When she did get within range of Naruto, she lunged towards him, pushing off with her back foot and punching with the opposite arm of the leg she used to push off with. Naruto didn't even bother moving away. He simply raised his hand and caught Mahai's fist as easily as he would catch a styrofoam ball that had been lobbed his way with an overhand toss. Mahai's eyes barely had time to widen before he retaliated, yanking her forward so brutally that her arm was pulled from its socket. Her shriek of pain was cut off mid-cry when Naruto followed through with the first part of his attack by striking her in the gut with a knee. There was a loud whoosh as all the air escaped Mahai's lungs, followed by her body soaring away from the blonde. She was launched backwards for several meters before striking the ground hard. Afterwards, her body tumbled across the dirt like a rag doll that had been thrown by a rampaging giant. Each time a part of her body struck the earth, it left indisputable proof that she had been there. It wasn't until she crashed through a boulder that Mahai's momentum was finally stopped. Riser Phoenix Sama's rook has retired. This proclamation was followed by Naruto attacking the last remaining members of Riser's peerage. The 2 pawns. They didn't stand a chance. One was struck in the head, her face planting itself into the ground. The other received a punch to the gut, which caused her to get blown backwards with enough force that she too was sent into the tree line, mimicking what happened to Isabella. 2 of Riser Phoenix Sama's pawns have retired. Riser Phoenix Sama's knight has retired. Revel did not even hear the announcement that proclaimed her as the only remaining member of Riser's peerage left. Her entire being was focused on the man who had just decimated a good majority of her brother's peerage and was now walking towards her. His steps reverberated clearly ominously across the ground. Each step he took further hammered the sense of despair and fear that washed over her. Stay away. Revel shrieked in fear, tumbling to the ground as she stumbled backwards. Naruto did not heed her words and continued marching towards her, forcing Revel to crawl backwards in order to keep the distance between them. This stopped when she found her back against a tree. Please, she whispered, tears beginning to stain her cheeks as she felt her fear overpower her pride. Please don't hurt me. The blonde paused, then, with a sigh, crouched down so that they were eye to eye. Hurt you? Naruto looked genuinely confused, causing Revel to blink. How could I possibly hurt someone who's so cute? Revel didn't even have time to truly register his statement before she found herself being pulled into a monstrous hug. However, after the shock of his words left her, embarrassment felt it, not just at his words, but at the fact that he was hugging her. Not just hugging her, but actually rubbing his cheek against hers like some kind of cat showing affection to their owner. Ah, you're so adorable. Who knew that douchebag had such a cute sister? Revel didn't know what was more embarrassing, his words, or the fact that he was giving her far more affection than anyone else ever had. GGG, get off me. Finally, after who knew how long, Revel finally managed to overcome her embarrassment by activating her Tsunere protocols, which really just involved her shoving Naruto away by placing a hand on his face and prying him off her. When he was no longer holding her, she glared at him, though the effect was ruined by her red face. "Don't you know who I am? I'm Revel Phoenix. Why you can't just get so close to me like that?" "I can't." Naruto tilted his head and looked at her with a confused stare. "Why not? Why you just can't?" "Okay," Revel shouted. She then looked away, trying to hide her red cheeks. "Besides, I don't even know you." "In that case." Revel blushed when Naruto grabbed her hand and began shaking it in greeting. "Hi, my name is Uzumaki Naruto. I like ramen, training, ramen, Rias, ramen, Kaneko-chan, ramen, cute things, ramen, anything with orange in it, and ramen. I dislike people who try to take my ramen, ramen haters, people who don't like the color orange, idiots who think killing people is fun, and douchebags who hurt my king. My hobbies are trying different flavors of ramen and training, and my dream is to become the ultimate badass of the universe. Your turn." I'm Revel Phoenix," the blonde girl started before she even realized what she was saying. "And I like wait. Why the hell am I telling you this? I don't even know you." "What do you mean? I just introduced myself, didn't I? That's not enough to say you know someone." "Of course it is." "No it isn't. And let go of my hand." "No." "What? You're bleeding." Revel looked down to where the blonde was looking to see that she was indeed bleeding from a small wound on her left index finger. She must have cut herself against a rock when she had been trying to escape from him. It will be fine," she murmured. "My powers aren't fully mature yet, so they take a while for them to activate." "Well, while it does, why don't I help you with that?" Revel's cheeks flared to life with the brightest shade of red ever known to man when Naruto stuck her finger in his mouth and began to gently run his tongue over the wound. What are you doing?" Revel squeaked, almost instinctively. Her hand jerked itself out of his mouth so that she could slap him. Before it could escape, however, Naruto caught her hand again and brought her wounded finger back to his mouth. "Even though this place is a replica, the dirt is still real," Naruto told her. "I don't know if you guys are immune, but if your powers haven't matured yet, there is a chance your wound can get infected. My saliva has very strong healing properties and tends to kill bacteria instantly." Turning her hand over, he showed Revel her finger. Where once there had been a thin line leaking blood, now there is nothing, just perfectly pink, healthy-looking skin. "See? Oh, what did she say to that?" This guy, who had destroyed nearly 3/4 of her brother's peerage on his own, had also just healed her injury, however small a wound it may have been, and was treating her very kindly, if a tad creepily. She wasn't really sure how to take it. An explosion rocking the area caused Naruto and Revel to look over at the new school building's roof, where they could see a battle taking place between Rias and Riser. "It looks like it's time for me to go," Naruto stood up. "I would suggest you stay here. I would hate to see you get injured by one of my friends." As Naruto began to walk away, Revel threw him the question she wanted, that she needed to know. "Are you going to kill my brother?" "No," Naruto didn't even pause as he continued walking. "I detest killing, and would never kill someone unless I had no other option, but I am going to kick his ass for what he put Rias through. If you don't want to watch, I suggest retreating to a safer distance." And just like that, the strange man who had mercilessly tore through several of her brother's servants and treated her with an unusual amount of kindness was gone. Slowly, a blush began to form on her fair cheeks. _CHRP_. Rias winced as another of Riser's flame attacks bashed against the magical shield she had created. Fire licked at the edges of the red barrier that was shaped in the form of a magic circle with the Grimoire family crest in its center. Even though the attack was blocked, Rias could still feel the heat coming from it. The intensity was enough that she was almost afraid of getting burned despite having blocked the attack. When the attack died down, the shield dropped and Rias gasped for breath. The act of blocking one of Riser's attacks had taken a lot out of her, more than it should have, were it not for the fact that this was only one of nearly a dozen such attacks she had already blocked. She was tiring, her body was running out of energy and her magic pool depleting. If this kept it, she would undoubtedly lose. "Bushu-san," Asia whispered worriedly behind her red-haired king as she looked for injuries. Rias had certainly seen better days. A good portion of her clothing had been burnt off, much of her left breast was exposed, her skirt was burned up one side, revealing all of her milky thigh and black lace panties. The left sleeve on her arm was gone while the right was in tatters. The state of her clothes truly reflected her own inner state. That's a good look for you, Riser said with a lecherous grin as he blatantly ogled Rias' exposed chest. Despite not having much, if any, modesty to booze, the redhead quickly crossed an arm over her breast to cover it. Having Riser stare at her like that made her feel dirty and tainted. Shut up, Riser. A dark reddish-black orb of pure destruction formed in front of her. With not but a thought, she sent it hurtling towards the arrogant blonde. The attack struck him in the face, burning straight through his head. How long are we going to continue this pointless battle? Asked Riser as flames erupted along the half of his head that got destroyed. In less than a second, all the muscles, bones and organ had regenerated and the skin re-knit itself until it looked like her attack had never hit him. Rias, just give up. You know that you can't beat me. Rias grit her teeth, frustration and hopelessness mixing within her. She hated the fact that she was beginning to think Riser was right. None of her attacks had done any lasting damage. While they may have been on equal grounds at first, Riser had long since gained the upper hand. Despite this, she opened her mouth to give a retort. Whatever she was about to say died in her throat when another voice spoke up. Then it's a good thing I can. 3 sets of eyes widened as a blonde-haired figure glided onto the school roof, his devil wings extended. The person who had spoken was easily recognizable. If the spiky blonde hair didn't tell everyone who he was, then those whisker marks on either side of his cheek certainly did the job of informing those present of his identity. As he alighted onto the roof, standing directly in between Rias and Riser, his wings retracted into his back. Naruto! Rias exclaimed with a relieved smile parting her beautiful face. He was certainly a sight for sore eyes. Despite having confidence in his strength, she had always been worried that something might have gone wrong on his end, that he might have been hurt. Seeing him standing before her made her feel like the world had been lifted off her shoulders. Hey, Naruto turned his head to look back at his king. His face was set into a rather famous Uzumaki smirk, which was something of an infamous look back in the elemental nations. Many an enemy had run across that smirk right before being defeated by a Rasengan to the face. Not that Rias would know this. Sorry I'm a little late, but you know how these things go. The hero always arrives at the last second. Rias could not help but give a giggle at Naruto's casual attitude even in the face of battle. It is just like him to say something like that when he was about facing off against a potentially stronger opponent. The moment of casual brevity ended when Riser gave a slow, mocking clap. The blonde turned his attention to the arrogant-looking man, glaring at him with narrowed eyes and a serious frown. Bravo, bravo. You guys managed to defeat my peerage and only had a single casualty. It looks like I greatly underestimate how much can change in 10 days. But, just because you guys have gotten stronger, do not think it means you've won. Compared to me, my peerage is weak. I can take all of them on by myself. Even if all of your peerage was here and in perfect shape, you would still lose. Riser Phoenix, Naruto intoned, his lips thinning. I am going to give you one chance, just one chance to resign. Riser looked almost amused by the statement. And if I don't? Then I am going to kick your ass so hard you'll never be able to shit again without needing a bedpan. How crass, Riser scoffed. You don't have what it takes to beat me, but you're welcome to try. Maybe your defeat will get Rias to finally see reason and accept our marriage. Naruto's glare hardened for a moment before he turned to his king. Rias, I need you to take yourself and Asia away from here. This place is about to become a battlefield, and I would rather you two not get caught in the crossfire. I really don't think that's a good idea, Rias told him, looking worried. How could she not with what he just said? Riser's powers are incredible. Even after all this time none of the damage I've given him has lasted for more than a second. If we're going to beat him, then you'll need my help. Naruto was silent for a moment. Do you trust me? You know I do, Rias said. There is no hesitation in her voice, and it filled with him joy to know that she trusted him so much. Then trust that I know what I'm doing. Naruto looked at her, willing her to understand his thoughts and desires with eye contact. I can beat Riser, but I can't afford to have anyone else in my way. You and the others would only be a liability at the moment. Rias frowned at his words. She knew he wasn't saying them as a slight against her abilities, there was something else going on here, something she wasn't quite getting. It was at the edge of her mind, and as she tried to puzzle out his words, she remembered a conversation they had several nights ago when she had let him into her confidence. Sealing is nearly limitless in its application. A true master of sealing can seal away anything. Items, power, elements, you name it. With seals one could even seal away certain aspects of the world, like time for instance. Her eyes widened. Naruto, did you? I did, Naruto gave her a confident smile. Slowly, Rias found herself smiling back, until she realized something. But wait, if you completed that seal, then wouldn't it be better if we attacked him together? No, there was a complication with the seal, so I had to change it, Naruto said before looking at her with steel in his eyes. Trust me when I saw that it will be better if everyone else is as far away from this building as possible, and trust me when I say that I will defeat Riser for you. Rias nodded slowly. I trust you, Naruto, which is why I'm going to leave it to you, but please, she added in a pleading tone, be careful. I don't want to see you get hurt. Her answer was a slowly formed half-smile. I'll do my best. Knowing she wouldn't get anything else out of her servant, Rias grabbed onto Asia and flew off the building. You don't think I'm going to let you get away, do you? Asked Riser as he took aim at Rias. Just as fire began forming on the tips of his fingers, a chain wrapped around his arm and jerked it off course. The fire flew off wildly, disappearing in the air after it reached a certain distance. Riser's eyes widened as he looked at the chain, then followed it along its path until he saw it disappearing underneath Naruto's sleeve. This fight is now between you and me, Riser, Naruto intoned seriously. There was none of the usual playfulness in his voice. This wasn't the time or the place for light-hearted banter. No one else is going to be involved. HMPH, Riser scoffed. Fine then, I'll just defeat you and then force Rias to submit. Maybe if I kill you, it will make her realize how hopeless her situation is. Naruto scowled as he slowly began making hand seals. I wouldn't talk about killing a person so easily in my presence. It tends to make me very angry. Like I care, Riser laughed. What are you going to do? Pantomime me with those strange hand gestures of yours. No, I'm going to do this. Sealing art, divine sealing of the four elements. After saying this, Naruto slammed his hands into the ground. From underneath his fingertips, thousands upon thousands of strange symbols and lines spread across the ground. A never-ending pattern of elegantly drawn markings that worked their way around the building, until the entire surface became covered in black, inky lines. What is this? Riser frowned. Naruto did not answer. Instead, he simply watched as, quite suddenly, a purple, four-sided barrier sprang up around the dome. The lines, which had stopped flowing across the school grounds, suddenly began crawling up the purple dome, encasing the entire area in a giant sealing matrix with the new school building at the center. Activate. Naruto winced as he felt the last bit of his senjutsu chakra leaving his system. He had hoped it would last a little longer, but considering he had not been able to gather much guest, he should have expected this. With his sage mode no longer strengthening and empowering him, Naruto felt exhaustion creep over him. It was a deep-seated fatigue that made even lifting his hand feel like a chore. That was one of the disadvantages to using sage mode. It granted the user incredible strength, speed and perceptions, but left the sage exhausted once it deactivated. Thankfully, Riser was in much the same position. What the hell did you do? Riser cried out in shock and fear. No doubt he was feeling the effects of the seal. Naruto gave a dark chuckle. What's the problem, Riser? Naruto chuckled some more as he stood up. Feeling a little weak, perhaps a tad tired. Riser was glaring at him, but if anything, that look he was giving only made this moment that much more sweet. It helped that behind that glare, Naruto saw the first signs of panic entering the older man's eyes. Are you scared? Riser sneered. There's no way I would be scared of you. Even if you no longer have your famous Phoenix regeneration anymore. What? Riser's whispered word was just barely audible, but Naruto still heard it. He grinned darkly. That's right. This seal, Naruto gestured around at the most complex sealing array he had ever created that surrounded them. Seals off all devil powers, even ones that are genetically inherited. He grinned darkly at Riser, whose eyes had widened. Right now, you're no stronger than a normal human. That's not possible, Riser shouted, his eyes wide in denial, shock and fear. What you say is impossible. No one can take away my powers like that. You're just trying to psyche me out. Well, it won't work, you little. Riser's words were cut off when a kunai whizzed past his face, slicing into his cheek. Blood began trickling down his face and dropping from his jaw. The wound didn't heal. You're looking a tad pale, douchey, Naruto said, grinning a death grin as he saw Riser begin to shake at the sight of his own blood. The words were enough to snap Riser out of his fear-induced freakout and glare at the blonde. This is nothing. It doesn't matter. I'm still going to kill you. I won't be defeated by some low-class, no-name devil like you. Naruto just smiled. We'll see about that. Cat CHRP. Even though she had said she trusted him, Rias was still very worried about Naruto. When the barrier went up, that worry increased phenomenally. Was Naruto going to alright? What if he got injured during his fight with Riser? What was going on inside this barrier? All questions without answers. For someone who cared so deeply for her peerage that they were more like member of her family than servants, and who would admit that Naruto was quite possibly something more than that, it was a nerve-wracking experience. Naruto-san will be okay, Asia assured Rias. The redhead blinked, then looked at the blonde girl, who gave her a bright smile. I'm sure of it. Naruto-san is really strong, right? He'll be fine. I know he will. Rias smiled at the girl and ruffled her hair. Thank you, Asia. I needed that. She then turned back to the barrier, deciding to wait until Naruto defeated Riser, because she knew he would. He had promised her. While she was willing to just stand there and wait, one of them wasn't. Arg, I can't see anything, Issei complained as he and the others stood outside the large, square barrier. What's going on in there? He moved forward to touch the barrier, maybe to try and push his way through it, when a hand grabbed his wrist. I wouldn't do that if I were you, Akino warned him. Issei just looked at her blankly for a second before the sadist of their dysfunctional little family picked up a rock and tossed it at the barrier. The rock burst into black and purple flames before dissolving entirely. I don't know what kind of barrier spell this is, but it looks like it destroys whatever it touches. Issei gulped and quickly backed away from the purple barrier. Thanks, Akino-chan. You. You're welcome. _CHRP. Despite his thoughts to the contrary, the battle between himself and the heir of the Phoenix clan was a hard-fought one. Despite Riser being far too reliant on that regeneration ability of his, it did not mean he had completely neglected other aspects of fighting. Sure, he wasn't the best when it came to hand-to-hand combat, especially with his devil powers, including the physical ones, gone, but Naruto wasn't in much condition to fight either. Physically speaking, the last Uzumaki was fine. He hadn't taken a single injury since the raiding game started. Then again, technically speaking, neither had Riser. The difference between their conditions lay less in injury and more in spirit. To be more precise, Naruto was exhausted. With all the senjutsu chakra he had gathered used up, he was feeling extremely tired. To top it off, he could not use chakra to augment his strength because he just didn't have enough anymore. Like his senjutsu chakra, almost all of it had gone into creating the seal in that barrier. If he used any more, it was likely he would simply pass out. Or die, whichever came first. That being said, even physically exhausted and unable to use chakra, it was clear that Naruto was the better fighter. So far he had managed to stay on even grounds with Riser, who had the advantage of not suffering from any form of physical ailment. Ducking down, Naruto felt the wind ruffle his hair as Riser's fist sailed by overhead as the man unleashed a straight hook. It was a very basic attack, one that was easily dodged. He was very lucky that whatever style his opponent had been trained in was extremely predictable. So far he had been able to dodge all of Riser's attacks just by watching the minute twitches in his muscles. Coming up from his couch, Naruto tried to shoulder ram Riser, but was unsuccessful when the man in question backpedaled. Not deterred, the spiky, golden-haired teen followed up his failed attack by moving into a forward shoulder roll. Halfway through the roll's completion, he placed his hand on the ground and used the muscles in his arms to help push his legs into a strong mule kick. This attack landed. Riser, unable to dodge due to how quick the attack came at him and the unpredictability of the move itself, was forced to cross his arms and take the hit. There was a loud bam. Like the sound of a gunshot going off his boot-met arm, and the child of Phoenix stumbled back several steps. Twisting his body like a gymnast, Naruto landed on his feet and retook his stance. You're looking tired, douchebag, Riser twitched at the insult. What's wrong? Can't continue. As if. Riser shouted back. The only one who looks like they're unable to continue is you. Riser charged forward. Naruto took a step back as the man tried to get in his guard. The straight jab Riser sent towards his face was deftly avoided by subtly moving the arm away by bringing up his left hand and pushing the appendage aside. This left Naruto in the perfect position to counter-attack, which he did with extreme prejudice. Cocking his fist back, Naruto lunged forward and threw a powerful straight at Riser's nose. It was blocked by a forearm. The attack was followed by a loud cracking noise as flesh met flesh, yet Riser did not flinch. Naruto frowned. So far, whenever the Phoenix member had been forced to block or take a hit, he had always winced from the strength behind Naruto's blows. If he was no longer doing so, it could only mean that Naruto was weakening as his muscles began to give out. He would need to end this fight soon, or his body would just end up quitting on him. Unfortunately, before he could do anything, Riser's arm twisted and his hand grabbed a hold of Naruto's sleeve. The blonde Uzumaki suddenly found himself being pulled into a powerful punch that smashed into his face. Naruto heard a loud crunch and felt a stinging pain along with something wet flowing down his face that let him know his nose was broken. He stumbled backwards, blinking his eyes to refocus them, only to double over as Riser put another fist into his gut. Hee hee. I see, Riser chuckled. Despite those bold words earlier, you're actually pretty tired. I'm going to enjoy making you eat those words by the way. Riser threw a straight punch at him, easy to block and easy to dodge. Naruto should have been able to avoid taking damage with relative ease. Which was why Naruto became shocked when the attack broke his guard and struck him in the face. The force put behind the jab was minimal. Riser was only as strong as a professional athlete without his devil powers, but that was still enough that when the attack struck, it stung. Before Naruto could move, the front of his shirt was grabbed by Riser, who yanked him forward and struck him in the stomach with a knee. The young human turned devil would have doubled over were it not for another strike smashing into his face that sent him backwards. Disoriented and unable to put up much of a fight due to his exhaustion, Naruto was left wide open. What followed next was a beating like no other, at least for this world. Naruto may have gotten worse beatings in his life. That time when Kabuto had nearly killed him came to mind, but that did not change the fact that it hurt a lot. Riser put all of his strength into each punch and Naruto, whose body was beginning to give out on him from the amount of chakra he had expended, could do nothing more than take it. The beating ended with Naruto dangling above the ground, Riser's hand clasped around his throat. The older male's muscles trembled as he was forced to rely on his purely human strength, but it seemed he was still stronger than Naruto had given him credit for. This plan of yours is quite good, Riser complimented. Even his compliments sounded condescending. But not even a plan as sound as this one could be enough to defeat me if my opponent is too weak. You played a good game, but it ends here. Damn it. Naruto swore as he saw Riser cock his fist back with what was left of his darkening vision. I can't let this bastard defeat me. Rias, in his mind's eye, Naruto saw an image of the red-haired beauty. She had put her trust him in, believed that he could defeat Riser. Now it was beginning to look like that trust had been misplaced. How will I ever be able to look her in the eyes if I lose here? Kuso. Perhaps I could lend you a hand. Naruto's eyes widened as a familiar voice resounded within his soul. Warmth surged through his body before a sudden influx of incredible power coursed through his system, spreading to every cell in his body and giving him more energy than he could ever remember feeling in this world before. What the hell? Riser screamed in shock, dropping Naruto as a red coat of bubbling chakra erupted around him. He winced as he looked at the hand that had been holding Naruto, his skin an ashen black, having been burnt from whatever that vile energy was. Looking back up at the blonde he had been beating just moments ago, his eyes widened in a mixture of shock and fear. What the hell are you? What I am doesn't matter. Naruto growled, his voice sounding harsh and grating. The whisker marks on his cheek soon thickened, becoming jagged, like someone had taken a serrated blade to them. His already spiky hair grew even more pointed and sharp. But the biggest change to Naruto was his eyes. What had once been bright, azure blues were now two bloody red orbs that were glaring at Riser out from underneath his hair. All that matters is I'm going to kick your ass. Riser did not have a chance to say anything, or even blink before a powerful fist met his face. As a loud crunch resounded from his now shattered nose, his feet were lifted into the air as he began sailing backwards. He didn't get too far as a hand grabbed onto his leg and jerked him back. There was just enough time for him to see the bloody red eyes of his foe before Naruto plowed his fist straight down into his stomach. The attack not only smashed him into the roof, but caused him to crash straight through it. Large chunks of tile and concrete shattered as Riser's body fell through the roof and second story of the building. He landed on the first floor with a loud crash that was loud enough to be heard by those outside of the dome. As his body smacked harshly into the ground, the cement underneath him indented, cratering and cracking from the impact. Unable to do anything else, Riser was forced to lay there on the ground, groaning out his agony to the world. The pain was indescribable. He had never felt so much suffering before in his life. It was as if every fight he had ever been in, all those times he had simply taken an attack when he could have dodged, was suddenly coming back to let him know those injuries still existed. Putting him through a meat grinder would be more merciful than this. Unfortunately for him, the pain didn't stop there. As he was lying on his back, staring at the hole his body had made, a certain blonde jumped down through the hole and two booted feet drilled into him with the power of gravity and physics. With the wind knocked out of him from the attack, Riser could do nothing as the blonde cloaked in vile red energy grabbed his hair and began punching him in the face. Each attack hurt more than the last as his skin cracked and burned under the assault from the fiery red chakra. His face felt like it was beginning to cave in from Naruto's punches. Already he had lost several teeth and his nose felt like it had been turned into paste. Naruto. Naruto, stop it. The sound of his name being called by a familiar voice was enough to snap Naruto out of his stupor. The blonde boy turned his head and saw Rias and the other members of her peerage staring at him with wide, shocked eyes. The barrier must have come down from his unprecedented surge of power. Rias, he noticed, was crying. Realizing what was happening, Naruto took a deep breath, willing the power away. Slowly, the red energy that was bubbling around disappeared. Brother. Revel flew in from the sky on her wings of fire. She took up a position in front of her brother, shielding him from Naruto, who pointed at them both, even though one was completely unconscious. Behind him, Rias and the others were running his way. Listen up. Naruto shouted, his half-lidded eyes glaring down at his fallen foe. This is the only warning I'm going to give. If you want to mess with Rias or any member of the House of Grimoire, you're going to have to get through me first. And I won't play as nicely with you as I did this time. Touch my family again and you're going to be in for a world of hurt. Revel's eyes widened at the declaration. Right before a blush bright enough to outshine the stars spread across her fair cheeks. This boy, he. Naruto. Turning around, Naruto grinned when he saw Rias and the others running towards them. He lifted his arm and gave the group a thumbs up just before all the adrenaline from his power rush left his system. His vision began to fade and he thought he heard screaming, but couldn't be sure. All he wanted to do right now was take a nice, long nap. The last thing he saw was red hair and greenish-blue eyes crying for him. Naruto, Rias-sama and the others brought you here. She stood up from the chair she had been sitting in. After Rias-sama decided to heal you herself instead of letting Asuya-san do it, the others decided to just stay here and wait for you too. She gave him a curtsy. It pleases me to see you up and about, Naruto-sama. Thank you, Naruto said uncertainly, returning her curtsy with a small nod of his head. He had never been one for formalities. It was only then that he registered what she called him and adopted an expression of confusion. Wait, Naruto-sama. Of course, Graphia replied, anyone who can defeat a high-class devil on Riser Phoenix's level is worthy of my respect, thus, you are now Naruto-sama. I see. Naruto furrowed his brow. Is this a Japanese custom? He blinked, then furrowed his brow. No, I think we did that in the elemental nations too. The Hokage is given deference because he's the strongest, after all. He made a face. All this etiquette is so damn confusing. Graphia's sweat dropped at the sight of the person her husband and now herself were so interested in mumbling to himself about something so nonsensical, but quickly shook her head, and with it, her worry for the young man's sanity. In either event, it is good to see you are awake. I take it that Rias-sama is still asleep. Yes, Naruto walked further into the room and took careful note of where everyone was. Kiba was laying on the only couch, his body stretched out across it. Kaneko was curled up in one of his two easy chairs. Graphia had been sitting on the other one, her knees drawn up to her chest and looking very much like a cat. Naruto was incredibly amused to note that Akeno, Asuya, and Issei were all sleeping together. They were on the ground, lying in a futon that had been set up for them. Akeno and Asuya were on either side of Issei, snuggling against the boy much like Rias often snuggled against him. The perverted first year was also wide awake and looked like he was struggling between letting his, admittedly large humongous inner perverted out, or was that outer pervert, and keeping his lustful desires to himself. Deciding on what he should do first, Naruto brought his hands up and made a cross seal. Shadow Clone Jutsu. A physical copy of himself appeared beside him in a haze of smoke. Graphia watched on in interest as the clone walked into the kitchen half of the room and began getting out several pans from the bottom cupboards. I saw you use that during the raiding game. What kind of spell is that? It's not a spell, Naruto informed her as he walked over to the chair that Kaneko was occupying and knelt down. It's a jutsu, ninjutsu to be exact. By splitting my chakra evenly, I can create corporeal copies of myself. I see, Graphia murmured, her eyes watching Naruto as he began to gently stroke the girl's hair. I had heard that chakra was a gift only yokai had. It's not, Naruto smiled as Kaneko nuzzled her head against his hand. He absently worked out her ears and began messaging them. All humans have chakra, but from what I've seen of this place, they only have enough to survive. At that moment, Kaneko's eyes fluttered open and almost immediately locked onto Naruto's. Hey, Kaneko-chan. Naruto-senpai, Kaneko purred as trailed his fingers through her hair. Her body unfurled itself and she let her legs dangle off the armrest of the chair. "Are you okay?" asked Naruto. "I should be the one asking that." Kaneko gave him a blank look. Or as blank a look as she could give him when she was blissed out. Naruto smiled, but it left a second later in favor of a frown. "Issei told me you had been defeated by Yubeluna. I had been really worried." He knew that death in a raiding game was rare unless the people in charge of pulling the players out were being negligent. That still didn't mean it hadn't killed him to hear that Kaneko had been retired. "I'm really sorry I wasn't there to help you." "It's okay, senpai." Kaneko reached up with a hand and began patting him on the head much like someone would a dog. Naruto sniffled a little, pulling all his tears back into his tear ducts. He'd already bawled his eyes out once inside of the seal. There was no need to do so again. "Thank you." Naruto's head snapped up at that exact moment as a clone that his clone made dispelled. He looked back at Kaneko. "Would you mind waking everyone up for breakfast? I need to go wake Rias up." "Of course, senpai." As Kaneko moved to wake up the others, Naruto stood back up. He headed into the kitchen where he saw Grafia dishing out portions of scrambled eggs and bacon onto the plates. "Thank you for doing that, Grafia-san. It is no trouble. I am simply doing my duty as a maid to the house of Romori." Naruto scratched the back of his head awkwardly, but decided not to say anything about her strange maid fetish. "Are you going to be staying for breakfast?" "I cannot. I must go back to the underworld and inform Surzek-sama and Romori-sama that you have awoken. Both of them have been waiting for you to awaken with great anticipation, so I will need to make haste." Okay. Naruto shrugged. "That's fine, I guess. I'll see you later then." "Indeed. Farewell for now, Naruto-sama." As the silver-haired maid disappeared within a silver magic circle, Naruto decided it was about time to go wake up Rias. Unfortunately, Rias decided to wake up on her own. Naruto. Oh. All those who were awake turned their heads to look at where the sound of the voice came from. The loud, thump-thump, of running feet grew louder and louder before Rias burst into the living room. There were several cries of, "Bushu," mainly from Asuya and Kiba, but the red-haired devil was not focused on them. Naruto. Wah oof. Naruto soon found himself lying on his back as Rias bodily tackled him to the floor. He sat there, blinking for several seconds before he felt the bare skin of his torso getting wet. Rias was crying. Rias. How could you leave like that?" Rias looked up and Naruto flinched as if struck by a physical blow. Crystal clear tracks of water were falling across her fair cheeks and down her jaw, where they splashed against his skin. "I was so worried when I woke up and you weren't there." She placed her head on his chest again. "Don't leave like that again, okay?" Great. Now he felt like a complete jerk. How could he hurt someone he cared about like that? Why hadn't he just stayed in bed? Come to think of it, that was a good question. Why hadn't he stayed in bed? Oh, right. Bathroom and hunger pains. Damn you bodily functions. Sorry, Rias. Naruto placed a hand on the back of her head and began threading his fingers through her long, silky tresses of crimson hair. "I didn't mean to leave while you were still asleep. I just really had to go to the bathroom, and then I got really hungry so I thought I would make breakfast. I didn't want to wake you because you looked tired, so I was going to let you sleep and wake you up when breakfast was ready." "It's fine," Rias mumbled into his chest. "I suppose I'm overreacting a little because of what happened during the raiding game." Naruto winced. He was likely going to have to talk about that later on. Not a conversation he was looking forward to. Just, don't do that again, okay? I was really worried about you, and when I woke up and you weren't with me, I assumed something bad might have happened. Right, sorry. I won't do that again. Good. Rias sat up and straddled his stomach, her hands pressed against his shoulders as she looked down at him while continuing to ignore the scene she was causing for the others. She was, after all, still naked. On a side note, Issei had already passed out from having been blown into a wall by a nosebleed and Asuya was kneeling by him, trying to wake him up while Akeno poked him with a stick that she had gotten from somewhere. Don't ask where. No, really, don't. What's this I heard about breakfast? Rias finally asked. Naruto blinked. Maybe you should get dressed first. Now Rias blinked. You know, that way Issei doesn't pass out again when he wakes up. Huh. Rias looked down at herself, seemingly realizing for the first time that she was naked. She looked back into Naruto's azure eyes, then over at where a frantic Asuya was trying to unsuccessfully revive Issei who had taken to mumbling something about Big O Pie, as an amused Akeno continued poking him in the cheek with a stick. That's a great idea, she decided at last. Red hair was flung about as Rias turned her head back to look at Naruto. Would you care to help me get dressed? Not at all. Like he would ever turn down the chance to get some up-close and personal time dressing Rias up, especially since she had offered. He was respectful to women, but he was still a guy. Tilda cat CHRP tilde. It wasn't long after breakfast finished that Grafia came back. Before Naruto even had a chance to emit any form of protest, the silver-haired woman proclaimed that she would be taking Naruto shopping for some clothes and left within a magic circle. She also told Rias that her father and brother expected to see her in the underworld and that the young woman should head there as soon as possible. Several hours in a whirlwind of having some strange woman with a needle fetish sticking him with pins saw Naruto pulling and tugging at the new suit he was wearing as he and Rias walked down an extravagant-looking hallway. Damn that woman, Naruto complained, his loud voice ringing down the hall. Why the hell do I have to wear this stupid thing? He tugged at the collar of his tuxedo, or tried to. His hand was swatted away by Rias. I'm surprised she even managed to convince you to wear it, Rias informed him, shaking her head. And stop doing that, you're going to ruin the collar if you keep tugging on it. Yeah, well, that Grafia chick can be scary when she wants to be. Naruto shuddered, much to Rias' amusement. Yes, she can be pretty frightening. But then, there is a reason she is called the strongest queen. I guess. Anyway, Rias continued, wrapping both of her arms around one of his and walking a little closer. Just try to relax. This party is very important to Devil Society, and as a member of my peerage, and the one most responsible for beating Riser, everyone's eyes are going to be on you. I need you to be on your best behavior. That's right, Naruto thought with a grimace. The whole reason Grafia had kidnapped him and forced him to endure the needle fetish lady was because of this party. It had originally been meant to commemorate the marriage between Rias and Riser, but with Riser's defeat in the rating game, had been changed to commemorate Rias' victory and subsequent release from the marriage. Naruto remembered asking why they were still having the party when its original purpose no longer applied. According to Grafia, the reason was because the invitations had already been sent out and they couldn't afford to cancel without losing face. Thus, Rias' family had been forced to change the reason the party was even happening. It was pureblood devil politics at its finest. He hated politics. I gotcha. Don't worry. I won't do anything to embarrass you, Naruto assured, even though it was clear that the idea had no appeal for him. For too long, Naruto had been forced to act serious and intelligent. His brain was being overworked. It felt like it had been overcooked in an oven set on high. Good. Rias nodded. Now put on a smile. We're here. Indeed they were. Entering through a pair of large double doors that were being held open by some unknown force, Naruto and Rias found themselves standing in a room that was every bit as ostentatious and pomp as one could expect from a family that was richer than sin. The room was expansive, larger than any single room Naruto had ever been in. Black marble floors were polished to a shine beneath his feet. The walls, decorated with dozens of expensive paintings, contained ornately crafted windows whose frames were created in the symbol of House Gromori. Ornately decorated Corinthian columns lined the walls, spaced evenly at several feet apart. And the ceiling above them was arched and rose high over their heads. Filling this space were hundreds of people, all dressed in clothes that made Naruto think of those paintings he'd seen of those European people from the Renaissance. Long-tailed tuxedos, dozens of ruffles, colorful dresses that poofed out for no reason whatsoever could be seen among the crowd of obviously rich and snobbish nobles. Among these people, a few stood out. Naruto could see his friends, the other members of Rias' peerage. Asuya, Akino, and Kaneko were wearing more modern dresses, and they looked damn good in them too. Kaneko looked adorable in her black sleeveless dress with the plunging V-line in the back and shoulder-length black gloves. Several meters to his left, Naruto made note of a mountain of a man with black hair and violet eyes, grinning as he spoke with some people. Come on, Rias said, snapping him from his thoughts and guiding him across the room. Father and brother no doubt want me to introduce you to them. They've been wanting to meet you. As Rias guided Naruto across the room, he noticed that all eyes were on them. He could see the rich, well-off and likely prickish nobles staring at them and whispering to each other. The large man, who didn't look much older than him, also took to observing the pair. Naruto saw that he was grinning, and when their eyes met, the grin widened. Okay, so that guy was probably cool. Anyone who could smile like that while in a large party filled with douchebaggery could only be an awesome person. Naruto, led by Rias, eventually found himself face to face with the people who could only be Rias' mother and father. They were standing next to two other people with blonde hair and blue eyes. The Lord and Lady of House Phoenix, Naruto assumed. Ria's mother looked almost identical to Rias herself, except she had shorter hair and its coloration was brown instead of red. That didn't mean much to Naruto, who felt surprise course through him. The woman looked so young that Naruto would have mistaken her for Ria's older sister instead of her mother. She wore the elegant white dress quite well, and the Uzumaki could appreciate the way it conformed to her figure, which Rias had clearly taken after. Only the knowledge that devils were incredibly long-lived kept him from actually showing his shock. Lord Grimori, to Naruto's surprise, also looked really youthful. He'd not been sure what to expect upon meeting Rias' family, but a man who didn't look a day over 30, with long, straight red hair, bluish-green eyes, and a trim beard was not it. Like his wife, Lord Grimori was dressed to impress, with a long white overcoat hanging on his shoulders and a stylish if simple white shirt and dress pants underneath. "Father, mother," Rias said, her voice respectful. "I would like to introduce one of my servants to you. This is Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto, this is my mother and father, Lord and Lady Grimori." Naruto felt himself twitch. Great. So even Rias was showing incredible respect for customs. That meant he had to as well, at least for now. "It's nice to meet you both, Lord and Lady Grimori," he said, nodding towards them. Lord Grimori smiled while his wife watched him, her eyes sizing him up. "So this is the young man who defeated Riser," Lord Grimori said, smiling. "That was quite the display you put on. Those strange techniques of yours, that barrier in particular, were very impressive." Naruto, despite himself, grinned. "I know. They were pretty awesome, right?" He then narrowed his eyes. "I suppose I should actually be thanking you. If you hadn't been stupid enough to arrange that marriage for Rias to that douche Riser, I would have never had to come up with that technique." Rias gasped. Actually, everyone around them who was blatantly eavesdropping on their conversation gasped, too. Guess they weren't expecting him to insult the host of this party like that. Truth be told, Naruto was surprised by his own audacious actions. Naruto. What do you think you're doing?" Rias hissed. "I thought you said you'd behave." "I did, but I also have something to tell your parents." Naruto didn't take his eyes off Lord Grimori the entire time. He also ignored Rias tugging on his arm to make him stop. Instead, he stepped forward and proceeded to point an accusing finger at Lord Grimori. "Listen up right now because I'm only going to say this once. If you or anyone else even thinks of trying to put Rias in another loveless marriage, I am going to kick your ass into the void. I don't care if you're her father, her grandfather, or even her goddamn ancestor. Put her through that again and I'll fuck you up so bad your own mother won't recognize you." He ended his ranting with a glare. And a pout, but mostly a glare. Got that? Silence permeated the room at Naruto's loud and reckless words. No one spoke, most of the devils there even forgot to breathe. All they could do was stare at the brash young man who pretty much just gave several of the most influential devils the proverbial middle finger. Even Rias could do nothing more than gape, though her face had also turned as red as her hair. Foo foo foo. Naturally, this surprise consisted of everyone except Akino, who just giggled demurely into the sleeve of her dress. "Ha ha ha, I like this guy's style." And the tall man with the violet eyes. Lord Phoenix was the first to recover. "I believe we just got told off by your daughter's servant, Lord Grimori," he said, amused. "Yes, you seem to be right." Lord Grimori shook his head, still reeling. "I must confess to feeling a little shocked. I don't think I ever expected anyone to dress me down like that. Not even my wife has given me a dressing down like that." "That is because I have more tact," Lady Grimori said. She looked at Naruto and smiled. "Though I will admit that I've wanted to let you know of my disapproval over that marriage for a long time." HMPH. Indeed. By this point in time, Rias had recovered enough to speak. "I am so sorry, father," she said, bowing her head, her cheeks lit like a flame in the night. "My servant does not mean any disrespect with his words. He is just very protective of me." "It is fine." Lord Grimori waved away her concerns. "I know that my actions were not approved of by the other members of our family. Your brother also protested against the marriage." "Ni-sama did." Rias looked surprised. "Of course. I believe his exact words were, 'You can't let my Rias-tan marry someone who doesn't love her. What kind of father are you?' Or something like that." Rias' right eyebrow twitched. That man. "You seem to be a very forward-thinking young man," Lord Phoenix interrupted. Naruto turned to look at the Lord of House Phoenix. He looked like, well, kind of like a stereotypical noble. His hair was blonde, his eyes were blue, and he was decked out in clothing similar to everyone else there, meaning it looked so stupidly expensive that he probably could have used that money to feed a small family for life. I also gather from your calling my son a douche that you are not very fond of him. Naruto snorted. That would be like saying I have a strong disliking of ramen haters. While Lord Phoenix looked confused, Rias face palmed. Ramen haters. Really? Usually, I try to be an understanding individual, because I believe that everyone deserves a chance, but your son's very presence sets of every douchebag alarm in my head. It had started when Riser first made that flashy entrance in the school. Naruto could appreciate a flashy entrance as much as the next ninja because real ninja weren't stealthy and preferred loud, flashy ninjutsu, but the timing of his appearance was suspect. Then there was the display he put on afterward, showing such disrespect to Rias, the way he'd introduced his peerage, the way he'd made out with Yubaluna in front of the woman he was supposed to marry for no other reason than to make Issei jealous. Everything about the way Riser acted made Naruto feel an intense disliking towards him. And of course, there was also the fact that Riser had been set to marry Rias. Now that really upset Naruto. He might have been willing to let sleeping dogs lie had Riser actually cared for and loved Rias, but he didn't, so Naruto had not been willing to put up with Riser's crap. Yes, well, your strange and crass vocabulary aside, I understand why you would feel that way. Lord Phoenix sighed. Truth be told, I think this defeat will do him some good. Due to our Phoenix powers, we are all but immortal. However, that does not mean we cannot be killed, or that our powers are the pinnacle of a devil's strength. Riser has grown arrogant and become complacent. Hopefully, now that he has been defeated, he will learn some humility. Naruto stared at Lord Phoenix for a long time, before smiling. Anyone who can accept his son's defeat so well and hope it improves their child's qualities as a person has my respect. And fortunately for you, you're in luck. Naruto grinned and jerked a thumb at himself. I've made it a pastime of showing douches the error of their ways with my fists. You could almost say teaching asshats like him humility is a specialty of mine. Along with saving princesses and priestess, but that's another story entirely. Lord Phoenix chuckled. Really? Then I hope your unique abilities work with my son as well. So, I hope you guys don't mind if I ask a question here, Naruto said. He didn't give anyone time to say anything before asking regardless of their wishes. If you people knew that Rias didn't want to get married, why would you continue the engagement with Riser? I am afraid it was our greed as devils acting up, Lord Phoenix said, his voice wry. Both Lord Grimoire and I have a pure-blood grandchild, a rarity these days. Having achieved that, it was only natural that we would want more. Our inherent greed as devils blinded us. What the hell kind of excuse is that? Naruto exploded, shocking everyone yet again. Inherent greed as devils. What a load of bullshit. I've been a devil for months now, and I haven't felt a goddamn thing. Ignoring the pain jarring his forehead as he spoke God's name, Naruto continued. And just look at Rias. She's one of your vaunted pure-blood devils, isn't she? And yet, aside from her wanting to get out of this marriage and marry for love, I have yet to see any of that devil greed you people speak of. Fucking hell, I don't even think wanting to marry for love is all that selfish. Standing by his side, Rias both felt elation and shame. Elation because of how highly Naruto thought of her, and shame because she knew that his biased opinions were incorrect. She knew that among the devil community she lacked the greediness others displayed, but she also wasn't above manipulating others into doing her bidding. She'd done that with Naruto, getting close to him and befriending him so that she could pry into his personal life, and she'd done that with Issei, taunting him with promises of seeing her breasts if he did well during training. Despite this, elation won out. Naruto might not see her faults, because that was just the kind of person he was when it came to his friends, but the fact that he thought so highly of her still gave her feelings of incredible warmth that spread out from her chest. And it was in that moment that Rias began to truly realize just how much Naruto meant to her. That didn't mean she would allow him to act so crassly in front of her father and Lord Phoenix, especially when he promised to behave. Lord Phoenix, I am terribly sorry about my servant's words, she apologized, again. Please accept my. Rias was cut off from saying anything else as Lord Phoenix began to laugh. Not chuckle, but outright belly laugh. The entire hall was filled with the sound of his jolly laughter, and tears of mirth fell from his eyes. Ah, it has been a long time someone has called me out like that. I should have expected it to happen eventually, but I never expected it to be done by a low-class devil. Despite the term, low-class devil, generally being used as an insult by Riser, Naruto sensed no negative connotations coming from Lord Phoenix, so he let it go. What an unusual turn of events, Lord Grimoire said, a sly grin on his face as he looked at his blonde counterpart. It seems we've become a lot like those old geezers we once criticized for the exact same reason this young man is doing now. I wonder if this is irony, or if we're just getting old. It's definitely irony. I've still got a few centuries in me. Still, perhaps we should take this as a lesson of our own infallibility. I guess we should. While Lords Grimoire and Phoenix chatted and laughed, looking almost years younger than they had several seconds prior to Naruto verbally abusing them, Naruto and Rias stared at the duo, blinking. Lady Phoenix must have sensed their confusion, because she began explaining the actions of her husband and his friend to them. Back when they were younger, those two were among the first to turn against the old ways. You might not believe me, but back when they were teenagers, they would get into a lot of trouble with their parents for thinking the same way your young man has expressed. In fact, back then, they used to say very similar, if slightly more respectful, things to their parents. You mean our grandparents? Rias looked confused. Come to think of it, I don't believe I've ever met my grandparents. With good reason, Lady Phoenix said. Even the Grimoire clan, which is known for its affectionate devils, held to the same beliefs as everyone else from the old faction. They might not have raised arms against the anti-Satan faction with the original Mao, but they did not approve of the new faction's actions either. Because of this, the members of the anti-Satan faction forced their parents into retirement and refused to let their children meet them in order to prevent their corrupted ideas from spreading and influencing the next generation. I see, Rias said, looking shocked. I knew about the war with the old Mao faction, but I had no idea things were that bad. That's because none of us who were old enough to fight in that war want to be reminded of it. The words, spoken in a voice that was decidedly male, caused Naruto, Rias, and everyone else to turn their heads. The person standing before them, who looked similar to Lord Grimoire, smiled congenially as he spoke. Standing behind him, Naruto recognized Graphia, who was still dressed like a maid. You have to understand, those were dark times, Rias. Devils were not just fighting against other devils, but were also fighting against their own kin. Clan members fought against other clan members, brothers fought brothers and so on. When the fighting finally ended, the anti-Satan faction simply didn't want to be reminded of how they'd been forced to fight against their own families and did everything they could to forget. Ni-sama, Rias greeted, somewhat surprised. Of course, Lord Lucifer would be expected to make an appearance. He might be a Mao, but he was also her older brother, and this party was to commemorate her first rating game victory. There was no way he would have missed this. It's you. Naruto pointed at the older man, much to Rias, shock and Lord Lucifer's amusement. You're the guy that made me go to school. Oh, you remember me. Searsex smiled. I'm glad. I was hoping you would. And I see you've become a member of Rias Peerage. Don't act like you're so surprised, Naruto said, rolling his eyes. That was the whole reason you made me go to school, wasn't it? Because you wanted me to meet your sister. Is this true? Asked Rias, her eyes wide. I always look after my little sister, Searsex said, still smiling. I simply couldn't bear the thought of my Rias Tan being forced into a loveless marriage. It's only natural that I would try and find the person who I thought would give her the highest chance of success against Riser. Which meant that Searsex had known Rias and Riser would fight in a rating game with her freedom on the line long before it actually happened. Naruto had been going to Kuo for at least a year before he and Rias even met. That was an incredible amount of forethought, and Rias felt heart-warmed by her big brother's desire to protect her. She did twitch at the Rias Tan comment, though. And you, Uzumaki Naruto. Searsex's smile became more sincere as he looked at the blonde former ninja. You have exceeded all of the expectations I placed on you when I sent you to Ku Academy. I knew you were strong, but I didn't expect you to be that strong. That strange power of yours surprised me. It almost broke the barrier we'd placed around the dimension created for the rating game. He grinned. I actually had to personally help them strengthen it. Strong. Maybe by the standards of Rias Peerage, but Naruto knew his strength was lacking compared to what it used to be. So what was this man? He must be talking about Kurama's energy. Which would make sense. Kurama was power incarnate, especially now that he'd apparently become the Jyabi. Yeah, thanks, Naruto said, not sure what else he could say. That power hadn't been his, but he would never tell anyone he didn't know and trust that. Rias would learn soon, if it ever came up in conversation. Kaneko too. But so far, no one else, not even the other members of the peerage, had earned his trust to the point that he would tell them about Kurama. Now then, Searsex clapped his hands together. I wanted to formally introduce myself, since we only spoke briefly before I sent you to Ku Academy. I am Searsex, the current Lucifer, and Rias' older brother. Most people call me Lord Lucifer, but you can call me Oni-san. Rias, despite standing still, tripped over something, air probably, and fell on her face. All around the room, every other person there also fell flat on their faces. Why don't we just call it devil synchronicity? Naruto's eyes grew wide. You want me to call you Oni-san? He whispered. Yes, Searsex said, you are a member of my little sister's peerage, which practically makes you family. It is only right that you be allowed to refer to me as one might a brother. Can I call you Aniki? Now it was Searsex's turn for his eyes to widen. However, a second later he was smiling again. Yes, you can call me Aniki. Such a brilliant idea, truly. Why hadn't he thought of that? And I shall call you Otudo. Okay. Aniki. Ototo. Aniki. Ototo. Aniki. Rias, Graphia and everyone else in the room could only watch in horror at what happened next. Naruto and Searsex began hugging. Yes, hugging. Hugging with manly tears streaming from their eyes. If it were just a hug, maybe they could have dealt with it, maybe. But on top of hugging, something else happened. The world around them vanished. The marble floor became replaced with a craggy, desolate landscape filled with cracks and pits. Fire rose from these pits, shooting into the air like geysers, causing everyone to sweat from the heat they emitted. The walls and ceiling also vanished and was replaced with a purple sky, very similar to the sky of the underworld. And in the middle of this desolate, satanic landscape, Naruto and Searsex continued hugging. Rias could only watch on, her wide, horrified eyes staring at the scene before her like it was some kind of unfathomable eldritch horror, a terror so great nothing in this world could possibly be more sickeningly gut-wrenching than this. Lovecraft who? What is this? What's going on? Where did the mansion go? By the Mao, my eyes, they burn. All around her, chaos reigned. People shouted in terror and pain, their eyes, mouth, nose and every other orifice on their bodies bleeding. Some devils even tried to gouge their own eyes out in order to escape the sight. Rias wanted to do that as well, but like a train wreck happening in front of her, found she couldn't look away. Kaneko, her face still bland, though her right eye was twitching, bent down and picked up a rock. She threw it into one of the fiery geysers. Real fire, she said as she watched the rock disintegrate. Yufufufu. What an interesting technique. Akino licked her lips as she saw people screaming in terror and confusion. How fun. I should try and create something like this with Ice-kun. And speaking of Issei. Issei-san, please wake up, Issei-san. Asio was trying to wake Issei up to no avail. The poor young man lay there, gurgling, his eyes rolled up into the back of his head and saliva trailing down his mouth. Graphia. Rias snapped out of her shock first and shouted at her sister-in-law who, for once, appeared flabbergasted. We need to separate those two. Quickly. Graphia looked at Rias, and then nodded. Together, the pair ran over to the still hugging Searsex and Naruto, and then proceeded to pull them apart. They did this by grabbing onto Naruto's and Searsex's cheeks and yanking, hard. Naruto and Searsex cried out simultaneously. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Graphia. What go? Dat hutes. I am afraid I cannot comply, Lucifer-sama, Graphia said, her eyes twitching. For the good of devil kind, and as your maid, I must ensure that you desist from your current actions. But Ria-tan has a weedy wet go of Ototo. And Rias-sama is far nicer than I am. And do not call Naruto-sama, Otudo. It's disturbing. What am I going to do with you? Rias asked as Naruto rubbed his sore cheek. It had turned a rather vibrant red. Hehehehe, sorry, Naruto apologized, grinning. But at least I'm getting along with your brother, right? Isn't that a good thing? I'm beginning to think it might be a terrible thing, Rias said dryly. Graphia. Stop queuing. Ototo. Hupe. Naruto, Rias, and every other devil in that room watched as the great Satan, Lucifer, was pulled towards the door by the cheek like a spoiled child who'd just been caught with his hand in the cookie jar. Sorry Aniki, but you're on your own with this one. Ototo. Ria-tan. NNNOOOOOOOOO. The doors to the party slammed closed behind Searsex and Graphia. Everyone remained silent for several seconds. Bwahahahaha. Until that one man, you know, the dude with the violet eyes, started laughing. I like him, Naruto said, hooking a thumb at the fool letting out belly-aching laughter. He's got an awesome personality. Rias just sighed and pressed a hand to her forehead. Of course you would. It's only natural that someone like you would think Saroragog Bale has an awesome personality. Tilde cat CHRP tilde. After Sears X was unceremoniously dragged out of the party by his wife/maid, things returned to a semblance of normality, sort of. All the devils minus a few were still shaken by the whole ordeal. Who knew there was such a deranged and powerful technique? And just what kind of technique was it? An illusion? Some kind of reality-distorting spell? Had they been sent to an alternate dimension? They were so disturbed that the vast majority decided to simply forget about what they saw. It was safer for their sanity that way. The floor also needed to be cleaned of blood, but that was a minor footnote compared to everything else. Among the crowd of devils, Revel Phoenix stood alone. With her brother not there, no one else in the peerage had shown up aside from her. Revel wasn't even sure if she wanted to be there, but someone had to make an appearance with their parents. To not have anyone from Riser's peerage show up would be seen as a weakness and cause people to question the Phoenix clan's power. With Riser's loss against Rias, they couldn't afford to that. They had to show that this loss didn't mean the Phoenix clan was losing its power. And with no one else willing to accept the invitation to this party, Revel had been the only option left. She sighed as she brought the glass of alcohol to her lips and took small sips of it. Even though it had scarcely been a day since the raiding game, things had been rather hectic for House Phoenix. A frown soon marred Revel's face as she thought about the raiding game. Her brother, who she knew to be a powerful devil in his own right, had lost. He'd been defeated, not by another high-class devil like Rias, but by a lower-class devil. That blonde boy with the light tan and the cerulean blue eyes who? Steam began pouring from Revel's ears. She could feel her face burning. It felt so hot that for a moment she began to fear she'd lost control of her powers over fire. As a still maturing devil, the possibility was there. But no, her powers weren't running out of control. She was just embarrassed. That man. Pissed. Hey, princess. A familiar voice whispered in her ear. Revel's eyes widened. Her mouth opened to yell, though no sound came out. Mainly because a hand came up to cover her lips. Revel was just about to try and use her fire to burn this person when they spoke again. Hey, easy now, the voice whispered. It's just me. Look, just relax, calm down, don't scream, and I'll let you go. I need you to keep quiet or everyone will notice us. Can you do that? Revel thought about her options, but there weren't many of them. If she caused a scene and burnt this person behind her to a crisp, she would embarrass her family. She nodded her head, but did so reluctantly. Okay then, I'm letting you go. Just remember to be quiet. Revel frowned at the command, but as the hand let her go, she did as told and kept silent. And then she turned around. Why you're... It was him, the one they called Naruto. The blonde devil who defeated her brother. And the one who also, who did, and her finger, he. Shish. Naruto held a finger to his lips, a gesture for silence. Remember, you said you'd keep quiet. What are you doing over here? Revel hissed, covering her embarrassment with anger. Beyond the anger, however, was confusion and shock. How are you even over here? I thought you were with Rias. She looked over at where the scene between Sears X and Naruto had taken place. Rias and Graphia were still there. Lord and Lady Grimori were still there. Her own parents were still there. And there, attached to Rias' arm, or rather, Rias' arms attached to him, was Naruto. She looked at the Naruto who stood behind her. She then looked back at the one Rias had a hold of. She looked back and forth several times, before settling on the one standing in front of her. How? What? I replaced myself with a shadow clone, Naruto said, explaining how he could be in two places at once. Revel didn't understand it. She didn't even know what a shadow clone was, but guessed it was some kind of magic spell that created clones. I see. Okay Revel. Just calm down. The one who beat your brother and sucked on your... healed the cut on your finger with his mouth was standing right in front of you. But that was no reason to lose your cool. Remember, you're a member of the House of Phoenix, a high-class devil in your own right. You can't let a low-class servant like Naruto see you sweat. Even if he made you feel all hot and strange inside. Her pep talk to herself done and over with, she gave Naruto what she hoped was a superior look. And what is it that you wished to speak with me about that was so important you replaced yourself with a shadow clone? She asked, testing the word out. What a strange name for a technique. I want you to come with me. Come. He wanted her to come with him. How could he say such a thing to a high-born lady of her stature? And without even asking for a date first. Her face turned red, and her brain felt like it was melting out of her ears. Revel was so shocked by his words that she didn't even respond when Naruto grabbed her hand and snuck out of the Great Hall with the stealth of a ninja. It wasn't until they were walking down the empty and deserted hallway that she managed to come back to herself. What do you think you're doing? Revel shrieked, jerking her hand out of his grip. She couldn't afford to let him touch her, because she felt all weird when he touched her. Naruto turned around. What's wrong? What's wrong? What's wrong? You can't say that to a lady like myself. Have you no shame? Naruto scratched the back of his head. He looked genuinely confused. What are you talking about? I just wanted to know if you'd like to ditch that party and spend some time doing something that you might actually enjoy. Revel's mind screeched to a halt. What? You didn't enjoying being that party, right? I could tell. Naruto grinned at her. It was boyish and joyful and made Revel's heart feel like it was smashing into her chest with the strength of a Norse god's warhammer. You looked really uncomfortable in that place. It's because you're all alone, right? That party was originally for Rias and your brother's wedding, but since the wedding was called off, no one else from his peerage showed up and you were forced to come on your own to save face. I'm right, aren't I? How did you know that? Could he read her mind? She'd been thinking those exact thoughts just a few seconds ago. I may act like an idiot, and I probably am an idiot, but it's not because I'm stupid. I just choose not to think about all the complicated stuff because it's boring. Or at least I try not to. I've had to do a lot more heavy thinking than I've ever wanted to these days. Naruto paused, then shook his head. Anyway, I could tell that you weren't comfortable in there, and to be honest, I'm not a fan of big, ritzy parties like that. I thought I'd do us both a favor and get us out of there so we could actually do something fun. This boy, had he really gone out of his way, taking her out of the party and asking her to come with him, to help her out? Why are you being so nice to me? I don't understand. Once again, Naruto looked confused, and Revel knew there must be something wrong with her because she couldn't help but think he looked adorable. Why wouldn't I help you out? I idiot, she muttered, though her voice lacked heat. How about because we're enemies? Correction, we were enemies, Naruto said, smiling. And now we're not. The rating game is over, so there's no point in being enemies anymore. I'd much rather be your friend. Friend, she squeaked. Revel had never had a friend before. Even the members of her brother's peerage weren't her friends. They treated her well, because she was Riser's sister and always gave the other peerage members respect despite being of a higher station than them. But, just because they respected her didn't they were friends. Why you want to be my friend? Of course I do. Naruto's bright, cheerful response had her body acting up just as surely as that time he'd stuck her finger in his mouth. You can never have too many friends. So, how about it? He asked, holding out his hand. Friends. Well. Revel would like to say she thought about his words thoroughly. That she looked at it from every angle and decided on the best course of action based on the pros and cons of each decision. She would like to say that, but she couldn't. Very well, Revel said, regaining her previous composure, or at least a modicum of it. I suppose it would not hurt to befriend a low-class devil such as yourself. You had better be grateful that a high-class noble such as myself has become your friend. Yes, I'm very grateful that a beautiful Uho-sama such as yourself has graced me with her friendship. As well you should, Revel said, nodding her head decisively. It's not every day that a member of the nobility like myself becomes friends with a peasant. Right. A large drop of sweat traveled down Naruto's face, leaving a thin, glistening trail. Anyway, just grab my hand and we'll be off. Revel did as told, grabbing the hand. It was surprisingly soft, she noticed. It was also much larger than her own delicate hands. The appendage practically engulfed hers, casting it in a cocoon of unimaginable warmth. Somehow, despite her face feeling like the sun, Revel managed to maintain her haughty exterior, or so she hoped. All right, let's go. Naruto began moving back along the hallway. Revel moved as well, doing her best to keep up. Her legs were shorted, so she had to walk faster. I'll be counting on you to guide me, princess. I don't know where anything is in the underworld. Oh, of course. I'll wait, princess. Ha ha ha. Yosh, let us be off. And just like that, the two left the Grimoire mansion, and then left the estate altogether. Revel had no clue why she decided to go along with this man. She couldn't even think about that. Her mind currently only had one thought, and it focused on that solitary thought and nothing else. She had a friend, her very first one. Cat CHRP. Why you want me to go in there? Naruto turned back to look at Revel. They were in a city. The one closest to the Grimoire estate. He might have been willing to ditch the party and take Revel with him, but that didn't mean he was stupid enough to travel far. They would have to head back eventually, after all. What's wrong with this place? asked Naruto, ignoring the stares and whispers coming their way. It was probably due to their clothes. His tuxedo and Revel's gorgeous pink dress, which made her look every bit the fairy tale princess, were quite obviously above the pay grade of everyone there. Well, nothing, really, I guess. Revel, despite her words, looked unsure. She stared at the place with wide, wondering eyes. The girl had obviously been sheltered for most of her life. He wondered if she had ever been out of her estate for more than social events like that party they just left. It's just that for a high-class devil like myself to go in there is. It'll be fine. Naruto grabbed her hand and pulled her inside. Come on, we're friends now, and as your friend it is my duty to show you the wonder that is ramen. Yes. Upon entering the first city he'd ever visited in the underworld, Naruto had taken Revel to a ramen shop. He'd smelled the place almost as soon as they entered and knew it would be their first stop. It seemed even the devils knew about the divinity that was ramen. The ramen gods were surely smiling upon him. Naruto guided Revel over to the small booth and sat them both down. The ramen stand looked like any other ramen stand. Small, a little dingy, but containing a warm and inviting atmosphere. The fragrant aroma of ramen hung in the air, invading his nose with its amazing scent. Revel must have smelled it too, because her stomach began rumbling. Naruto grinned while Revel blushed. You must be awfully hungry to make such an unladylike sound. Are you making fun of me? Asked Revel, too self-conscious to be angry. Maybe a little. Naruto placed a hand on the girl's head. Huh, her hair was really soft. Just what he expected from a high-class young woman like her. Each strand felt like silk. Not even Ria's beautiful hair was this soft. But as your friend it's my right to tease you. Is that so? Besides, you look adorable when you're embarrassed. His words just caused Revel's blush to deepen. Oi, old man, Naruto shouted to the old-looking devil with the wrinkly skin and white hair standing behind the bar-style counter. Give me 4 bowls of your miso ramen and 1 bowl of your vegetable ramen. Coming right up. The old man didn't even turn around to look at them. He just got busy working and made the food in record time. He put the ramen in front of them, only now noticing that he was apparently serving high-class customers. Revel stared at her ramen. What kind of food is this? Naruto gaped at her. You mean to tell me that you've never seen ramen before? Revel shook her head, seemingly unable to speak. She looked like she wanted to hide in her dress. Ramen is the food of the gods. Everyone who has ever tasted ramen will tell you this. The very heavens themselves tremble before this dish of divinity. God himself turns green with envy every time someone even mentions ramen. Revel looked both odd and skeptical. Is it really that good? Why don't you try it yourself and find out? Raven did exactly as Naruto suggested. The spiky-headed blonde watched as, like any proper Uho-sama, the young woman with drill-like hair picked up the fork offered, foregoing the chopsticks, and twirled a small strand of noodles onto it. She stuck it in her mouth, the action somehow looking both sophisticated and delicate. Her eyes widened. This is really good. Why do you look so surprised? Naruto laughed, snapping a pair of chopsticks and bringing one of his bowls before him. Of course it's good. Revel gave Naruto an uncertain smile. It's just that I've never tried peasant food before, so. The girl trailed off uncertainly, though whether this was due to embarrassment over her admittance, or shock because Naruto had somehow finished a bowl without her noticing even though she was staring right at him, would remain forever unknown. The food was eventually finished. Naruto somehow managed to polish off all 4 bowls before Revel even finished her one. After Naruto paid for the food, the two of them left. Eventually, Revel and Naruto found themselves sitting on top of one of the many buildings. I'm surprised, Naruto commented, looking out at the small town from their overhead view. Surprised by what? Asked Revel. By how normal this town looks. Maybe it's just because of my preconceptions about the underworld, but I didn't expect a town in hell to look like a normal human town. It looks just like a regular city. Well, of course, Raven said, frowning at him. What were you expecting? Something with fire and brimstone. And burning corpses too. And skeletons. A small drop of sweat trailed down the side of Revel's face. The underworld isn't like that, you know. Our cities are designed to emulate human cities. She turned her head to look at all of the buildings. It's because the vast majority of devils are resurrected humans that they look like this. My brother said it before, didn't he? Pure blood devils are becoming rare in this day and age. Each year, there are less and less of us being born. Devil births are almost unheard of now, due to our longevity. I guess that would explain why everyone thought that wedding was so important. A pause. What do you think about all that? About Rias and your brother's wedding getting cancelled, I mean. Honestly, I don't know. Ravel's face appeared lost and uncertain. I mean, I understand why our families originally wanted it to happen, and I respect my brother a lot. But, well, maybe it was just seeing how Rias fought so hard against it, but I can't help but think the wedding being called off was a good thing. That reminds me, how is your brother doing? Ravel gave him a slight glare. Why do you care? I thought you hated him. I don't hate him, Naruto said, I just feel an intense dislike towards him. I don't like the way he acted when he first showed up in the clubroom, and I don't like the way he treated Rias. She's a wonderful person, but Riser treated her like some kind of commodity, like an object for his personal pleasure. She wasn't even a person in his eyes, just a set of legs and a pair of tits. Just thinking about the way Riser looked at Rias upset Naruto. Sure, Issei was a pervert. No, Issei was the pervert, but Issei had his good qualities. He was kind, loyal to his friends, and actually wanted to be strong enough to help out. He was a good person. Riser, from what Naruto had seen thus far, was just an arrogant jerk who thought he was entitled to do whatever he wanted because of his heritage and powers. At least people like Neji and Sasuke, who had also been from powerful clans, worked hard to gain the strength they possessed. Their arrogance, while annoying, hadn't been unwarranted. They trained and bleed and sweat for the abilities and strength. Naruto doubted that Riser had truly trained a day in his life. You must really like Rias-sama, huh? Ravel's voice sounded kind of depressed, causing Naruto to look at her. Well, of course, Rias is one of the most important people in the world to me. I see, Ravel whispered, before looking at him with big, blue eyes. Then why are you with me and not her? Confused by her words, Naruto said, I thought I told you. I didn't want to be stuck in that stuffy party, and when I saw how uncomfortable you were, decided to kill two birds with one stone and get us both out of there. So this was done in pity. Huh, pity. Okay, now Naruto was really confused. What the hell was going through this girl's mind? Why would I pity you? You don't really seem like the type who would need to be pitied. Then why? I guess you could call it empathy. You looked as uncomfortable as I felt, so I thought to myself, hey. Why don't I grab her and hightail it out of there? And now here we are, enjoying some time away from all the pomp and circumstance that surrounded that party. Naruto grinned at Ravel, making her look away again. I've enjoyed getting to know you a bit. As he continued to stare at Ravel, the image of another woman overlapped her own. And, well, you kind of remind me of someone I once knew. Really? She looked at him again. Who? Someone who was very important to me, he said, nostalgia and a bit of sadness warring within him. She was the priestess of a country far from my home. I was hired by her for a mission to protect her. He chuckled. When we first met, she acted almost exactly like you. I think the only difference was that she kept pushing everyone away. You haven't done that. From what I've seen, you're really a kind and caring person. Out of some old instinct, Naruto gave Ravel a thumbs up. I like people like you. Ravel stared at him for several long, silent seconds. Then she turned away. Why was there steam pouring out of her ears? I idiot, she muttered. Just then, Naruto felt something, almost like a bucket of ice-cold water be dumped on his head. Oh crap. Naruto shot to his feet, startling Ravel. What is it? My clone just dispelled in the middle of the ceremony. This was so not good. Rias was going to be pissed now that she knew he'd ditched the party. Damn that Aniki. Why'd he have to slap my back so hard? Can't he control his own strength? I don't understand. Ravel was confused, naturally. She didn't have the ability to know what happened to his clones when they dispelled. Ceremony. What ceremony? Never mind that, Naruto declared. We need to head back now. Before I get into any more trouble. Wait. What are you? Ravel squeaked as Naruto scooped the girl into his arms. His wings shot out of his back and, with a powerful leap, he took off into the sky. What are you doing? Put me down this instant. No can do, princess. We've gotta get back and this is the fastest way. I can fly myself. And my name is Ravel. I know what your name is. I'm calling you princess because you look like those princesses in the fairy tales. His words stunned Ravel into silence. And I am well aware that you can fly. I saw you using those fire wings of yours, which are very pretty by the way, but trust me, this way is faster. Now shut up and let me carry you. Ravel, still stupefied by his, princess, comment, said nothing and let herself be held in his arms as he flew towards the estate. This man, he was just like. She shook her head. Now wasn't the time to get lost in fairy tales. When they arrived, Kaneko, Rias, Searsex, Graphia, Lord and Lady Grimori and Phoenix, along with the rest of Rias' peerage were there to greet him. Ototo. I'm so glad you're okay. I grew so worried when you popped. What happened? Where did you disappear to? Ototo. Searsex looked like he wanted to rush over and hug Naruto. Actually, Naruto realized that the man was trying to do just that. His arms were outstretched, as if to give him a wide hug. His legs were also moving in a frantic jogging motion, but he wasn't going anywhere despite trying to run towards him, and the reason for that was obvious. Graphia was holding him by the back of his expensive-looking armor. Yufufufu, it seems Kitsune-kun has been enjoying himself with the young Uho-chan. Blonde bastard sensei. How could you betray me by going out with that with the enemy? Only you could sneak off in the middle of a party to spend time with a cute girl, Naruto-san. While several voices spoke to him at nearly the same time, Naruto found most of his attention focused, not on those three or Asuya who was trying to calm a crying Issei down, but on Kaneko and Rias. The two stood in front of him. Rias had a sweet smile on her face and an angry-looking vein pulsing on her forehead. And Kaneko was glaring at Revel, who didn't seem to enjoy the hostile attention. Hi Rias. Fancy meeting you here. He. Yeah, Naruto knew he was in trouble. Naruto. Rias' smile twitched. Could you explain why you decided to replace yourself with a shadow clone? Do you know how embarrassing it was to try and explain why your body disappeared mere seconds after being promoted to mid-class devil? You were promoted to mid-class devil? Revel asked, shocked. When did this happen? I thought you were recently turned. I am recently turned, Naruto assured Revel. The comment earned him glares from Rias and Kaneko. Naruto broke out in a cold sweat. Well, Rias crossed her arms under her bust. I'm waiting for your answer. Well, you know that I wasn't really, comfortable in there with all those people and, well I thought that it would be fine if I left after speaking with your family so, yeah. Yes, that does make a little sense. Rias nodded and Naruto thought he might get off without making her really angry. But that doesn't explain why Revel was with you. Why you mean the princess? When Rias glared at him for the princess comment, Naruto squeaked. Funny story that. You see, it was, sort of like Munya and, well. It was my fault, Revel said quite suddenly, startling Rias out of her glare. Not Kaneko though, surprisingly, she was still glaring. You see, I wasn't feeling very comfortable at the party, because I was the only member of my brother's peerage there, and felt out of place. Naruto noticed this and decided to help me by taking me with him. Rias stared at Revel, who tried to remain confident but couldn't keep from squirming underneath the older devil's gaze. Finally, Rias sighed. That does sound like him, she said, and the tension of the situation left, allowing everyone to relax. Naruto's shoulders slumped. He sent Revel a grateful look and mouthed, "Thank you," to her, which elicited more blushing and steam. What a weird girl. cat. After Naruto and Revel returned, Lord and Lady Phoenix both left with their daughter in tow. Revel had given Naruto an awkward goodbye, and also asked the blonde Uzumaki if he would be willing to have tea with her. While he wasn't really a tea person, he'd agreed to have tea with the young woman. She might be weird, but he liked weird people. Plus she was really cute when she kept stuttering like that. He would have been incapable of saying no on her cuteness factor alone. Kaneko had not been pleased by his acceptance of tea with Revel, though, and Naruto knew there would be a lot of head-petting in his future. Upon the Phoenix's leaving, Naruto found out that the party had ended some time before he arrived and that everyone had already vacated the premise. With nothing keeping them there, Asuya, Akeno, Kiba, Kaneko, and Issei all left. Naruto would have gone with them, but Rias had said she wanted to show him around the house. Much as he had expected, the mansion that the Grimoris lived had the same ridiculous size as a daimyo's palace. The place had more rooms than they had people living there, even if you included all of their servants. The hallways were all made from expensive-looking marble that had been polished to a shine, with a red carpet containing the Grimori clan crest running down the center. The walls were made of a type of rare ore found only in the underworld, and lining these walls were all manner of expensive, original artwork from both the human and devil worlds. In short, the place was every snobbish prick's dream home. Which is why it surprised Naruto to learn that every member of Rias' immediate family was so nice. Naruto eventually found himself being led to single door with a sign on it. The sign, hanging from the doorway with a string, had the words, Rias Room. Keep out, written on it, and a chibified version of Rias underneath the words. Cute drawing, he commented, chuckling. Rias blushed. Are you sure you want to see my room, Naruto? I've already showed you the rest of the house. We can just skip this one if you want. She sounded hopeful. Naruto dashed her hope, but this is the room I was looking most forward to seeing. I don't care about the other places. I want to see the room where my Rias grew up. Oh. Her eyes grew impossibly wide, and her face. Was it possible for a face to turn that red? Well, I guess I can show you. With that, she opened the door and allowed Naruto to step inside. Rias' room looked absolutely nothing like the room of a noble. Oh sure, it had all of the things you'd expect to see in a rich girl's room. A queen-sized canopy bed made of some dark wood, furniture that looked like it cost more than most houses, and rich carpeting that looked soft and delicate enough that most beds would be less comfortable to sleep on. However, while it had all of the amenities of a rich Uho-sama's room, there was something in there that did not belong. Namely, the large collection of anime, manga, Japanese video games, and figurines that littered the room. The bookshelves, all 6 of them, were filled to bursting with anime and manga and video games. Figurines sat on her desk, nearly 6 dozen of them in all. Naruto even saw one that he recognized. Is that the ZGM-FX-20A Strike Freedom? Asked Naruto, pointing at the mecha robot figurine with the spread-out wings. Rias, her face hidden by her hair, nodded. Huh. He looked around some more before chuckling. Who knew that Rias Grimori, the proper and beloved Uho-sama of Kuo Academy, was a Japanophile? I know it must seem weird to you, Rias muttered, her left arm gripping the sleeve of her dress. Knowing that your king is into otaku culture. Well, I don't know about weird, Naruto said, I mean, it's odd, sure. Certainly not something anyone would expect from one of the great ladies of Kuo. But, honestly, I think it's kinda cute. Rias' head snapped up so quickly that Naruto was afraid she'd broken her neck. Really? Yeah, it shows that you've got more personality than those other girls who think stuff like this is beneath them. I think it makes you unique, and trust me on this when I say that's never a bad thing. I see. Rias smiled at him, her expression growing more confident. Then maybe, perhaps you'd like to watch some of these with me sometime. She gestured to her collection of anime. That sounds like fun. Oh, I know. We could make it a movie night. Or, well, an anime night, but you know what I mean. We could stay up late into the night, watching anime, Rias added, her eyes sparkling. I'll show you some of the rarer anime I've collected, the stuff most people don't even know exists in the older anime. I think you'd like Vampire Hunter D. That one's pretty cool. I have no clue what that's about, but with a name like that, it must be awesome. He paused. They don't sparkle, do they? Rias blinked. What? Sparkle? Of course not. Why would they? Oh good. Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. In that case, Vampire Hunter D sounds like an awesome anime. It's completely awesome. Vampire Hunter D is one of my favorites, just after all of the Gundam series and Magical Girl Kyoko. As they began talking anime, Rias remembered something. Naruto, she said from her place on the bed, having sat down sometime during their discussion. Naruto, who sat right next to her, tilted his head. I wanted to thank you for what you've done. You saved me from a loveless marriage, and I'm really grateful. Well, of course I did. Naruto said, clenching his fist, his eyes shining with a hidden fire. There was no way I was gonna let some jerk who didn't even appreciate you put his grubby mitts on my Rias. While Rias flushed from my comment, Naruto continued speaking, his voice soft. I don't think you truly realize how much you mean to me. Rias' breath hitched in her throat. I don't think you realize this, but when you found me, I was adrift. I lacked direction, I had no purpose, there was no one important for me to protect, no great goal for me to achieve. When you resurrected me as a devil, you gave me a purpose, you put a goal in front of me. For that alone, I would have remained grateful to you. Is that the only reason you like me? Asked Rias, her voice a whisper. If he only liked her because of that, then she would. Ouch. Rias reeled as Naruto flicked her in the forehead. What kind of stupid question is that? Of course it's not the only reason, just the first of many. Didn't I tell you? The Rias that I know is awesome. She's kind and compassionate towards the people who serve under her, she's earnest and hardworking. She can be kinda manipulative at times, like when she bribes Issei with her opai. He gave her a knowing look, causing Rias to hide her face in her hair. But even that's kinda endearing. Look, Rias, what I'm trying to say is that there are a lot of reasons you're important to me, and no single one of them is any more important than the other. You're my king, my friend, and one of the most amazing women I know, and I hope that you'll continue to rely on me in the future just as I want to rely on you. Rias didn't know what came over her, but as Naruto continued to speak, something inside of her broke. Like a dam bursting, all of the emotions she'd been feeling since that night at her family's estate in the human world rushed out all at once. They were like an uncontrollable flood, washing over her with the strength of an unending tide. Rias surged forward. Before Naruto could even think of speaking another word, her lips were on his, kissing him. It didn't last long, and she moved back before he could even consider what to do. Despite that, Naruto marveled at the feel of her lips on his. They were soft and gentle and warm. A pair of perfectly kissable lips. That was my first kiss, Rias told him. She looked nervous. I heard that it's very important to girls in Japan. Naruto didn't know that, but then, he wasn't from Japan nor was he a Japanophile like Rias, so that was okay. Are you sure it was alright giving your first to me like that? Yes, She hesitated, her cheeks growing stained. Rias looked down at the floor, her hair moving in front of her like shimmering fire. I wouldn't want anyone else to have it. Wow, what could Naruto say to that? Would you mind if I kissed you again? Ask for another, apparently. Well, no one could say that Naruto lacked courage when it came to relationships. He proved that rather blatantly during his quest for Sakura's affection. You've got to have balls of steel to constantly ask the girl who punches you through walls to go on a date with you, especially when half of the time she put you through a wall was because you asked her on a date. Rias looked surprised. Her eyes were wide and round, and her mouth had formed a pretty little, "oh," of surprise. She calmed down, though, and then gave him a smile. I wouldn't mind if we kissed again. Naruto grinned and didn't hesitate to claim her lips with his own. And that was how Naruto and Rias got together, making out on the bed of her room, the door bursting open and Sir Sex Lucifer rushing in. Wait. What? Rias Tantilda. I was wondering if you and Ododo had a moment. I wanted to. Oh. He paused upon noticing what position Rias and his new brother